Legacy of the First Adventurers. Chapter 1: The Novice Who Saw the Door. The world of Runheim awakened at dawn, its pale blue sky shimmering like polished crystal. The morning sun reflected off Prontera's white walls, and countless new adventurers swarmed the eastern training grounds. Novices, weak and clueless, destined to eventually choose their first job. Among them was Alden Rowe, age 17, brown hair cropped short, eyes sharp enough to cut stone. He wore the same pathetic brown shirt every novice received, carrying nothing but a chipped knife and a pouch of 10 zenny. Yet he had something the others did not. He could see a system window no one else could. Legacy sync detected. Requirement: pure novice state. Target: Alden Rowe. Alden flicked the window away. He'd seen it since he awoke that morning, but he didn't understand it. No one did. The instructors never mentioned this legacy sync. Still, Alden felt it in his bones. Something was calling him. He entered the training grounds. Pourings bounced, lunatics darted around, and a few mandragoras swayed like angry vegetables. A handful of novices wandered about, attacking at random, gaining tiny bits of experience. Alden wasn't alone for long. A cheerful voice called out, "Hey! You're new too, right?" He turned to see a girl waving wildly. Lyria Vale, a slim novice with long silver-white hair tied in twin ribbons. Her bright saffron eyes sparkled with curiosity. Unlike Alden, her wooden sword looked freshly polished. "Yet," Alden replied. "Alden Rowe. Lyria. Nice to meet you." She leaned forward, inspecting him. "You look serious. Like you're hiding a secret or something." He stiffened. "I'm not." She hummed suspiciously. Then her smile returned. "Want a party? I'm trying to hit job level 10 by sunset so I can become an archer." Before Alden could answer, someone else approached, kicking a pouring away with a lazy swipe. "Lyria, you're bothering another new guy." The voice belonged to Bran Kale, tall, dark-haired, and clearly stronger than both of them. He wielded a rusted iron sword better than anything a normal novice should have. "Sorry about her. She collects strangers." "I don't collect them," Lyria protested. "I befriend them." Bran rolled his eyes. "Same thing." Alden watched their banter in silence. These two already felt familiar, like traveling companions he never asked for but wouldn't mind having. Still, that strange system window tugged at him again, not physically, but like an instinct urging him to move somewhere else. West. Deeper into the forest. Beyond where novices usually dared to go. Bran noticed him glancing at the treeline. "Don't tell me you want to go in there." Alden shrugged. "Something's calling me." Lyria lit up. "Ooh. Mysterious novice intuition. Let's check it out." Bran groaned. "Lyria. No. That's how novices die." But Lyria had already run halfway to the trees. Alden followed. Bran cursed and went after them. The door that shouldn't exist. The forest grew quiet the deeper they walked. Too quiet. No pourings. No lunatics. Not even the whisper of wind. Just a pressure heavy, ancient. Lyria slowed. "Okay, I'll admit, this is weird." Bran scanned their surroundings. "There's nothing here. Let's go back before something." Alden stepped forward. The world flickered. A thin line of light appeared in the empty air, vertical, glowing faintly gold. It widened like a slit being forced open. A door formed. An actual door. Floating. Glittering. Silent. Legacy trial entrance detected. Only pure novices may enter. Lyria gasped. "What in Emer's name?" Bran staggered back. "That's impossible. That looks like the entrance to a dungeon." Alden felt the weight of fate settle on his shoulders. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. This door was meant for him. He reached toward the handle. Wait. Lyria grabbed his arm, terrified and excited all at once. We can't just go in. What if it's cursed? What if it eats us? What if it explodes? What if? Bran placed a hand on her head and pushed her aside gently. Lyria. Breathe. But. No one else can see this, Alden said. I'm sure of it. And something tells me it won't open unless I enter. Bran frowned. Then we're going to. You don't have to, Alden said. Lyria stomped her foot. We're a party now. When did we become a party? Bran muttered. Now. Lyria declared. Alden, accept the invite. A notification blinked. Lyria Vale has invited you to a party. Bran Kale has been auto-linked. Accept? Alden accepted. Party formed. Name, Team Reckless Idiots. Auto-generated. Bran paled. I refuse this name. Lyria burst into laughter. It's perfect. Alden almost smiled. He turned back to the door. Ready? He asked. Lyria nodded. Bran reluctantly drew his sword. Alden touched the door. The world swallowed them in golden light. Legacy Trial Floor 0. They appeared inside a vast stone chamber. Candles floated in the air, illuminating a circular arena inscribed with ancient runes. Giant statues of forgotten heroes lined the walls, figures wearing armor, robes, and weapons no one in the modern world had ever seen. A system window appeared before all three of them. Welcome, novices. You stand before the first Adventurer's Legacy Trial. Only those who have never chosen a job may walk this path. Trial 0. Prove worthiness. Bran swallowed hard. This is insane. A hidden dungeon for novices? This shouldn't exist. Lyria walked up to a statue of a woman in layered robes. Look at this. Her armor isn't any job class I know. Alden stepped forward. His heart pounded. Something inside the chamber resonated with him like a forgotten memory trying to awaken. A new message flashed. Chosen successor detected. Alden Row has been marked by the legacy system. Trial will adjust difficulty accordingly. Bran looked horrified. It adjusted what? Oh, Lyria whispered. The floor trembled. From the shadows, a creature appeared, an enormous beast made of black stone and glowing red cracks. Its eyes burned like molten coal. Guardian Golem Legacy Construct. Level? Classification, Ancient Trial Boss. Bran stepped in front of Alden. No way. We're dead. We can't fight that as novices. But Alden saw something the others didn't. A blue weak spot marker appeared on the golem's joints. His strange system window whispered. Inherited perception activated. Unique trait, insight of the first explorer. Weak points highlighted. Alden clenched his knife. We can beat it. Bran turned toward him. Are you insane? Lyria stared at Alden, wide-eyed. You can see something, can't you? Alden nodded. I see where to hit. The golem roared and charged. Boss fight straight to the kill. Bran shoved Alden aside and took the lead, parrying the golem's heavy fist with his rusted sword. Sparks flew. His arms shook violently. Lyria. Distract it, he shouted. I know. Lyria picked up a loose stone and hurled it at the golem's eye. It clinked harmlessly, but it turned toward her. Alden. Bran barked. If you see its weak point, then move. Alden sprinted behind the creature. His system highlighted the back of its knee, glowing faint blue. He stabbed. The blade barely pierced the stone, but blue cracks appeared. Critical weak spot hit. Damage increased x5. The golem staggered. Lyria hooped. It worked. Bran yelled, again. The golem swung its arm, knocking Bran back across the arena. Bran. Lyria screamed. I'm fine, he groaned. Mostly. Alden rushed in again, dodging debris. The weak point pulsed brighter now. If he could reach it. The golem pivoted with unnatural speed and smashed its fist straight down at him. Alden rolled aside as the stone fist cratered the floor. He jumped onto its arm, ran along its shoulder, and leapt. The system marker shifted to its glowing forehead. Alden stabbed downward. Blue light exploded. The golem roared, cracks spreading across its body. Lyria hurled another stone. Bran, half injured, crawled back into the fight and slashed at its ankle. Alden stabbed again. And again. And again. Final system message. Weak spot destroyed. Guardian Golem defeated. The creature shattered into glowing dust. Alden's vision blurred. Lyria caught him before he fell, shaking him excitedly. You did it. We did it. Alden, that was amazing. Bran limped toward them, breathing hard. You're crazy. Both of you. The arena lit up with golden runes. The first legacy choice. A golden pedestal rose from the ground, holding 3 shining orbs. A system announcement echoed across the chamber. Trial 0 complete. Successors identified. Choose your legacy path. 3 windows appeared. 1 path of the Storm Runner Ancient Agility class. Speed-based, Forgotten Archer Assassin Hybrid. 2 path of the Ironbound Ancient Vanguard class. Tank Fighter Hybrid, capable of shielding allies. 3 path of the Arcanist Scribe Ancient Magic Hybrid. A lost class capable of rewriting skill properties. Lyria gasped. These aren't normal jobs. They don't exist in the guild registry. Bran stared in disbelief. This is beyond rare. This is impossible. Alden felt drawn to the 3rd orb. Its surface glowed with shifting runes, each rearranging into patterns he almost understood. The system whispered. You have inherited the insight. Choose the Arcanist Scribe. Alden reached out. Lyria grabbed his sleeve. Wait. Are we really doing this? Alden nodded. Bran exhaled. Then choose your fate. Alden touched the orb. Light exploded. Chapter 2: The 3 Who Chose the Impossible. Light swallowed Alden. For a moment he felt weightless, suspended in a void of swirling runes and drifting pages. Images flashed around him, ancient scholars writing glowing scripts, warriors bending magic, explorers shaping spells out of Romana itself. A voice echoed quietly in the dark. Arcanist Scribe. Inheritor of written power. When the radiance faded, Alden was back in the stone chamber, panting softly. A new system window opened before him. Legacy job unlocked. Job, Arcanist Scribe, Ancient Hybrid. Description: a long-lost class capable of inscribing, rewriting, and fusing magical laws. Starting skills acquired. Runewrite: manipulate properties of basic skills. Monoscript: create temporary spell pages with custom effects. Analyst site: see hidden skill structures and monster vulnerabilities. Restriction: job cannot be changed or reset. Alden exhaled. This is real. Bran and Lyria stared at him, part awe, part disbelief, part terror. Lyria finally squeaked, Alden, your entire body is glowing. He looked down. Blue runes flickered around his arms and chest, fading in and out like phantom tattoos. Bran crossed his arms. So you got the magic freak class. Lyria punched his arm. Bran. Be nice. It's not freaky, it's cool. Bran rubbed the spot she hit, then nodded to Alden. Seriously though, congrats. That looks powerful. Alden nodded back. What about your choices? Lyria grinned ear to ear. Oh. Mine. She stepped up to the pedestal and touched the storm blue orb. Lightning burst out. The wind whipped through her hair as the orb dissolved into streams of silver energy wrapping around her legs and arms. When the glow faded, she bounced on her toes quite literally faster than before. Legacy job unlocked. Job, Storm Runner. Skills learned. Wind dash burst movement, near instant repositioning. Storm step consecutive dodges, each boosting speed. Piercing gale arrow or thrown weapon attack enhanced by compressed air. Lyria struck a pose. I'm fast now. So fast. Bran groaned. As if she wasn't already impossible to catch. Then his turn came. He approached the iron-red orb, hesitating only for a breath before pressing his palm to it. Heavy warmth surged from the floor to the ceiling as rings of metal formed around his arms, briefly shaping gauntlets before dissolving into light. Legacy job unlocked. Job, Ironbound Vanguard. Skills learned. Bulwark stance doubles defense for a short duration. Iron Grasp boosts strength, stabilizes weapon swings. Guard Pulse emits a defensive shockwave, mitigating incoming damage. Bran flexed his hand. His veins glowed faintly metallic. He smirked. This suits me. Lyria threw her arms up. We're officially the coolest novices ever. No longer novices, Alden corrected. Bran raised an eyebrow. But we technically still have novice HP and equipment. Lyria bit her lip. Oh. Right. We're the coolest weaklings ever. The trial doesn't end. Golden runes flared across the walls. A new system prompt appeared. First legacy assimilation complete. Initiating Trial 1, the Labyrinth of Origins. Bran cursed. Already. A stone doorway opened at the far end of the chamber. Beyond it stretched a long corridor, flickering with torchlight. Alden stepped forward. We don't have a choice. Once we entered, we committed. Lyria caught up to him, steps bouncing lightly. Then let's get stronger. Faster we clear this, faster we get out. Bran rubbed the back of his neck. Let's try to survive first. They entered. The corridor narrowed into a stone staircase. The deeper they descended, the more ancient the architecture became. Smooth walls gave way to rough-hewn tunnels, and the faint scent of moss and magic filled the air. Lyria whispered, "Do you hear that?" Dripping. Bran nodded. And scratching. Alden's analyst's sight activated automatically. Lines of blue script appeared over the walls, forming warnings he could barely read. Presence detected. Cave Drakes level 12. Weak points. Underjaw. Wing base. Warning. Coordinated attackers. Alden stopped mid-step. Something's here. Bran lifted his sword. Lyria crouched low, ready to spring. Then came the screech. 3 small drake-like creatures scrambled down the walls. They were half the size of a wolf, scaled with black plates and glowing red eyes. Cave drakes. Much higher level than any of them should fight. Bran gritted his teeth. We can't fight level 12 monsters at our stages. But Alden saw something else. The drakes shimmered faintly, as if weakened. Balance adjustment active. Legacy trial scaling. Monsters scaled to party performance. Alden pointed. Weak spots under their jaws and the base of their wings. Lyria blurred ahead instantly using wind dash, appearing behind the first drake before it even realized she moved. She slammed a stone into the joint of its wing. Weak spot hit. Bran intercepted the second drake with bulwark stance, absorbing its lunge like a wall of steel. His sword swung with enhanced force from iron grasp, slashing across its side. The third charged toward Alden. He raised his hand instinctively. Monoscript, barrier page. Glowing lines formed a square of floating text that solidified into a thin shield just in time. The drake slammed into it, denting the script but bouncing back. Skill writing successful. Temporary spell created. Mana page basic shield. Alden pressed the advantage. Using rune right, he altered the edge of the shield, Effect: convert barrier edge to arcane blade. The shield's rim glowed blue. He swung it like a weapon, slicing across the drake's underjaw. The monster collapsed. Bran crushed his foe with a heavy downward strike. The last one limped as Lyria finished it with a spinning kick augmented by wind pressure. A system chime rang. Cave drakes defeated. EXP gained. Job level up. Alden job LV2. Lyria job LV2. Bran job LV2. Lyria pumped her fist. Yes. Our first legacy kill. Bran examined the corpses. Their levels were boosted, but not too much. This place modulates difficulty. Alden touched the runes on the drake's scales. It's preparing us. Exactly like a training ground, but ancient. The relic echo chamber. The corridor ended at another chamber, a circular room filled with floating books and broken stone tablets. Light shimmered from the center where a pedestal held an old leather-bound tome. Lyria gasped. Treasure. Bran placed an arm across her. Slow. Could be a trap. Alden's analyst's sight activated by itself. Legacy relic detected. Name: Echo Tome Fragment. Function: records past adventurers' memories. Access: only those with insight. Alden approached. As he touched the tome, the world blurred. He wasn't transported completely, but a vision flickered before the group, projected in the air like a magical recording. A man wearing robes inscribed with countless runes knelt beside an injured female warrior whose armor resembled Lyria's new Stormrunner attire. Their voices were faint but audible. We can't let the legacy die with us, the man said. Record the trials. Let future successors grow stronger. The woman nodded weakly. May they succeed where we failed. The vision faded. Alden's breath was shallow. Lyria clutched her chest, eyes glossy with emotion. Bran stood rigid, silently absorbing the meaning. These were the first adventurers, Lyria whispered. Bran gripped his sword tightly. Whatever destroyed them is likely still out there. Another window appeared. Echo Tome skill imprint available. Choose one bonus skill. Rune search boost next magic ability by 40%. Scribe only. Wind leap mid-air dash. Storm runner. Iron guard increase Bran's defense by solidifying footing. The tome glowed, splitting into 3 motes of light, each drifting toward its applicable user. All 3 accepted. Alden felt a new rune burn faintly over his palm. Bran cracked his neck. All right. Let's keep going. Lyria wiped her eyes. Yet, let's show them we'll finish what they started. The labyrinth. The tunnel twisted downward into a maze of narrow corridors. Drakes swarmed in small clusters, fast, aggressive, but manageable now that their synergy improved. Alden rewrote the properties of mana script mid-combat, creating temporary stun glyphs on the floor. Bran tanked everything head-on, occasionally shouting warnings or insults. Lyria darted through enemies like a gust of silver wind, kicking and dashing and laughing breathlessly. Their synergy grew naturally, almost as if the trial guided them. Hours passed. Their job levels climbed. Alden job LV4? 5? 6. Bran job LV4? 5? 7. Lyria job LV4? 6? 7. Eventually, they reached a massive stone chamber with a sealed door decorated with glowing runes. A final prompt appeared. Trial 1 boss, Drake Matriarch level scaled. Warning, high coordination required. Lyria bounced eagerly. Boss time. Bran looked at Alden. Call it. You're reading everything before it happens. Alden nodded. We go in together. They pushed the door open. Boss fight Drake Matriarch. The chamber was a cavern filled with glowing moss and jagged rock pillars. At the center stood the Drake Matriarch, larger than a horse, scales gleaming obsidian black with red veins of heat pulsing beneath them. Its wings spread wide, fangs bared. It roared deep enough to shake stone. Alden's sight lit up. Weak points. Wing joints. Soft underbelly. Skull crest, unstable. Warning, fire breath attack. Alden shouted, dodge left. Flames erupted from the monster's mouth. Lyria and Bran leapt aside. Alden threw a monoscript shield, absorbing the last of the blast. Bran charged, deflecting its claws with bulwark stance. Lyria dashed behind the wings, striking the joints with lightning-fast kicks. Alden activated Rune Surge, enhancing his spell, then rewrote a basic mana bolt. Property change, Arcane Pierce. He fired. The bolt shot like a spear, drilling into the creature's skull crest. The matriarch shrieked, shaking violently. Bran slashed its leg, Lyria swept under its belly, Alden fired runic bolts. The beast staggered. Then it inhaled sharply. Alden's eyes widened. Full breath. Take cover. Bran grabbed Lyria and dove behind a pillar. Alden had no cover. He raised a hastily written barrier. It shattered instantly. The fire consumed him. But his body glowed with faint runes as monoscript overwrite auto-triggered, converting the lethal fire into pure mana. He stood unharmed. Both Bran and Lyria shouted his name in shock. Alden lifted his hand. Now. All three attacked at once. Lightning-fast kicks. Steel-breaking strikes. Arcane bolts rewriting the air. The matriarch collapsed. Boss defeated. Trial 1 cleared. Party levels increased. Alden job LV7. Lyria job LV8. Bran job LV8. The chamber lit up once more with golden radiance. A portal appeared. Chapter 3 The Voices of the Fallen. The golden portal shimmered like a pool of liquid sunlight. The air around it vibrated with power, warm, ancient, and oddly comforting, as if calling them forward. Alden, Lyria, and Bran stood before it, bruised, exhausted, but undeniably stronger. Lyria wiped sweat from her brow. Okay. I know we nearly died, but... She threw both arms up dramatically. That was amazing. Bran smirked despite himself. You say that now. But you screamed the loudest when the matriarch started breathing fire. I was being strategically vocal, Lyria insisted. Alden put a hand near the portal. This leads to the next floor. Bran sheathed his sword. And there's no turning back. A system window confirmed his suspicion. Trial path locked. Retreat disabled. Progression required. Lyria took a deep breath. Then we go. Together. Alden nodded. They stepped into the light. The Hall of Echoes. The world rematerialized into a massive hall carved of pure obsidian marble. Floating platforms hovered in the air, connected by thin bridges of light. At the far end stood an enormous archway engraved with runes. Whispers filled the air. Dozens, no, hundreds of ghostly silhouettes drifted through the hall like fragments of memory. Lyria shivered. Alden, are they? Alden let his analyst's sight activate. Residual echoes detected. Memory fragments of the first adventurers. Non-hostile. Observers only. They're not ghosts, he said quietly. They're memories. People who walked this path before us. Bran watched the silhouettes moving across the platforms, mages, warriors, archers, monks, each glowing faintly. Lyria's expression softened. They feel lonely. Alden sensed the same thing, a deep yearning in each echo, as if they wanted someone to finally reach where they could not. A soft voice suddenly echoed. Successors. All three spun around. Before them stood a female figure made entirely of light, her features blurred but her presence commanding an echo of the Storm Runner woman from the vision earlier. Lyria whispered, "It's her, the woman from the Echo Tome." The echo bowed her head, voice trembling with ancient sorrow. Welcome, you who inherited our path. We are the remnants of the first adventurers, those who reached far, but not far enough. Bran stepped forward cautiously. Why did your generation fail? The woman's form flickered, as if pained by the question. Our world fractured. A thread born from the void, from outside the laws of magic. Her eyes glowing, depthless, focused on Alden. And only those with insight could resist it. Alden felt cold. Bran clenched his jaw. What was this threat? The echo raised a trembling hand, and the very walls began to shimmer. The hall dissolved into a vision. Vision the fall of the first adventurers. Blinding light. Explosions of runic symbols. Screams. The world torn open like paper. Dozens of first adventurers fought against a towering shadow, an entity made of swirling void, eyes like collapsing stars, claws tearing through reality. Every spell thrown at it evaporated. Every strike passed through its body as if it wasn't truly there. Lyria covered her mouth. What is that? Alden's chest tightened. The thing felt wrong. It didn't belong in any world. The echo's voice wavered. We called it the Oblivion Warden, the guardian of a boundary between realities. When we grew too powerful, when our legacy classes reached their peak, it awakened to erase us. Bran muttered, a cosmic watchdog. Alden stared at the void creature. And you couldn't beat it. Not with our understanding. Not with our magic. Not with our laws. The echo reached toward Alden specifically. But you can alter the laws. Alden's runes pulsed in response. Lyria grabbed his arm protectively. So they expect Alden to do what an entire generation couldn't. The echo nodded. The Arcanist Scribe is the only class designed to change magic itself. To rewrite fate. The rest of you, support him. Grow stronger. Survive the trials. Only then can you surpass us. The vision vanished. The hall returned. Bran exhaled shakily. So this trial isn't just training. It's preparation for a cosmic monster that killed all of them. Lyria whispered, no pressure. Alden stepped forward, calm despite the fear crawling beneath his skin. Then we need to get stronger. Fast. The echo bowed once more. Then ascend. Trial 2 awaits. She dissolved. A massive system window appeared over the archway. Trial 2, Arena of Forgotten Heroes. Test of combat adaptation. Enemies, echo projections of legendary adventurers. Requirement, coordinate or die. Bran cracked his neck. Straight to the point. I like this one already. Lyria shifted into a ready stance. Let's go. The first adventurers didn't quit. We won't either. Alden stepped toward the arch. Arena of Forgotten Heroes. The arch consumed them in blinding light, depositing them into an enormous floating arena high above an endless abyss. The floor was a circular platform of white stone covered in glowing blue runes. Immediately, 3 figures materialized on the opposite side, echoes of long-dead heroes. A silver-haired duelist wielding twin blades. A rope-wrapped mage whose staff hummed with power. A heavy armored knight holding a tower shield. Bran swore. This is a full balanced party. Lyria pointed. Look. They have levels. Echo Duelist level 15. Echo Mage level 15. Echo Knight level 15. Alden stepped forward, senses locking onto each target. Bran, hold the duelist. Lyria, take the mage. I'll disrupt the knight's abilities. Lyria saluted. Roger. The echoes slid into battle stances, silent, deadly. A bell rang. The fight began. The echo battle. The duelist darted forward immediately, faster than anything they'd faced. Bran barely blocked the twin blades with bulwark stance, metal screeching against metal as sparks flew. Damn, this guy hits hard. Lyria zigzagged toward the mage, dodging glowing projectiles with storm step. She closed distance but the mage teleported, then unleashed a cone of fire. Lyria shrieked, "Rude!" Alden focused on the knight, raising his glowing hands. Mana script, dispelling glyph. He scribbled a floating page that detonated with a soft flash, canceling the knight's attempt to buff his allies. But the knight slammed a shield wave at Alden. Alden reinforced his barrier. Rune right, shield density x2. The shield barely held. The duelist broke away from Bran and flickered behind Alden. Blade poised to strike. Lyria zipped in, intercepting the blow mid-air. "I got you." Bran roared and smashed into the duelist with guard pulse, knocking the echo away. The mage began channeling a massive spell. Alden's analyst's sight flared. Spell pattern detected. Meteor burst. Counter. Interrupt. Shock. Dispel. Lyria, throw something. What? I have nothing, I'll wait. She hurled Bran's old rusted sword at the mage. Hey. The sword hit the mage's staff, interrupting the spell. Alden followed up with Arcane Pierce, blasting through the mage's chest. The echo disintegrated. Lyria pumped her fist. One down. Bran clashed with the duelist again, steel clanging rapidly. Sweat dripped down his jaw. He's too fast. Alden stabbed a glowing rune into the ground. Mana script, gravity glyph. The platform beneath the duelist glowed, slowing its movements. Bran grinned savagely. My turn. He unleashed a heavy strike enhanced by Iron Grasp, splitting the echo apart. Only the knight remained. The armored figure raised its shield and charged, smashing through Alden's barrier instantly. Alden stumbled. Bran blocked the follow-up, but the impact cracked his ribs. Alden. Heal. Bran barked. I don't have healing magic. Then do something, scribe. Why? Alden rewrote a barrier into a detonating rune just as the knight lunged. Rune right. Convert shield. Explosive glyph. The rune burst in the knight's face, staggering it. Lyria dashed up the knight's back, planting both feet against its helmet. Good night. She kicked off. And Alden fired another arcane pierce. Combined damage shattered the echo. Trial victory. The arena glowed. Trial 2 complete. Massive EXP reward granted. Alden job LV10. Lyria job LV11. Bran job LV11. Bonus skill unlocked. A book materialized before Alden, floating in blue light. New scribe skill, Rune Echo. Copy an ally's skill and rewrite its property. Alden's eyes widened. I can copy your skills now. Lyria squealed. No way, that's so cool. Bran smirked. Copy my defense and we'll never die. A pathway opened toward the next trial stairs leading upward into darkness. A final echo appeared at the base of the stairs. This one was the Arcanist scribe from the first vision, the man who trained alongside the Storm Runner woman. He looked directly at Alden. You carry our hope. Do not falter. His figure flickered. And remember, the deeper you ascend, the more the Oblivion Warden watches you. Alden's blood ran cold. Bran tightened his grip on his sword. Lyria moved closer, expression serious for once. Alden raised his chin. We're not stopping. They stepped onto the next stair. The light swallowed them. Chapter 4: The Knife in the Dark. The stairs carried Alden, Lyria, and Bran upward through shifting light. The stone under their feet dissolved and rebuilt itself with every step. It should have been disorienting. But something else felt worse. Alden sensed it first. A faint pressure in his chest. Like something watching him. The others didn't notice. Bran cracked his neck. Next trial better be simpler than the last. Lyria grinned. As long as it doesn't have fire-breathing chickens again. The stairs ended abruptly. They emerged onto a floating platform suspended between pillars of pale blue flame. Runes carved into the walls pulsed like beating veins. At the center lay a massive circular seal. A system window appeared. Trial 3, The Veil of Truth. Objective, reveal hidden intent. Identify the deceiver. Warning, failure results in permanent party dissolution. Lyria wrinkled her nose. Deceiver? Like a spy. Bran snorted. These trials love being dramatic. Alden stepped forward, but the seal lit up beneath him. Bright, blinding white. A voice echoed. One among you holds false intent. The air warped. The platform sealed them inside a glowing barrier. Lyria blinked rapidly. Wait, what? Among us. Bran frowned. That's impossible. We've stuck together since day one. Alden's analyst's side suddenly activated on its own. Truth veil activated. All hidden flags revealed. He didn't consent to that. The system simply forced it. Lines of glowing text dripped into view. Lines hovering over Bran. Then over Lyria. Alden froze when he saw it. Over Bran's head. Intent, protect companions. No deceit detected. Over Lyria's head. Intent, 89% true/11% concealed. Concealed intent flag, system locked. Hidden by external influence. Alden's chest tightened. Lyria? Lyria looked from Alden to Bran, confused. Why are you both staring at me like that? Bran raised his shield cautiously. Lyria, what's the concealed part? She stepped back. I don't know. I'm not hiding anything. But the trial reacted. The flame pillars roared and shaped themselves into a colossal eye. Reveal your truth. Lyria clutched her head, trembling. Alden stepped toward her. Lyria, calm down. Wheel. No, don't come closer. Her voice cracked. But her expression suddenly changed. A ripple passed over her iris. Dark. Sharp. Cold. The system flashed. External wool detected. Source, unknown. Forbidden. Alden felt the world drop out from under him. Lyria's voice layered over one voice trembling, the other smooth and emotionless. The second voice said, Phase 1 complete. The Arcanist trusts her. Bran's face twisted in betrayal. Lyria, what the hell? Lyria screamed, clutching her head harder. Stop, please stop. Alden reached for her shoulders. Lyria. Look at me. Fight it. She looked up. Just as the foreign voice fully took control. Her expression went completely blank. Her hand shot forward. A glowing dagger of pure system code formed in her palm. Before Alden could react, she stabbed him straight through the stomach. The world slows down. Alden staggered, breath knocked out. Warm blood spread across his clothes. Bran shouted, Alden. Lyria's eyes widened, her real consciousness briefly surfacing. I didn't, Alden. I didn't want to. But the overwhelming cold presence swallowed her again. She twisted the dagger. Pain exploded through Alden's core. The system chimed coldly. Critical damage taken. HP reduced to 12%. Alden collapsed to one knee. Lyria stepped back, body twitching like she was fighting invisible chains. Tears ran down her face, but the voice controlling her spoke calmly. Objective achieved. Arcanist scribe neutralized. Bran roared and charged, slamming his shield into the barrier between them. The barrier shattered. But the platform itself reacted violently. Pillars of flame erupted, throwing Bran back. The trial voice boomed. The deceiver has been revealed. The test continues. The glowing dagger in Lyria's hand turned into a spear. She stepped toward Alden with a robotic gait. Primary target remains alive. Eliminating. Alden clutched his wound. His vision blurred. He forced his trembling hands to form a glyph. Rune right. Heal? Heal? The runes flickered and broke apart. He could rewrite magic, but not create magic that fundamentally didn't exist. He had no healing scripts. Bran scrambled to Alden's side, placing himself between Lyria and the MC. Alden, stay down. I'll handle her. Alden grabbed his arm, gasping. No. Bran, don't hurt her, she's not doing it, she's possessed. Bran yelled, voice cracking. Possessed or not, she nearly killed you. Lyria stepped closer. Something inside Alden snapped. This wasn't Lyria's fault. Something was controlling her. Something connected to the first adventurers. To the Oblivion threat. He activated Rune Echo. He copied Bran's defensive spell Fortress Guard, but rewrote it, making it form a dome of hardened runes around Lyria. Containment, not harm. He slammed the spell down. Boom. Lyria was engulfed by glowing runes. The dome locked shut around her. Inside, she screamed and pounded on the walls, as her body jerked between two competing wills. Bran knelt beside Alden. You idiot, why didn't you let me knock her out? Alden coughed up blood. Because she wasn't trying to betray us. Someone else was using her. If we hurt her, we only help them. Bran clenched his teeth, torn between anger and fear for his friend. Alden's vision darkened. Then the trial spoke again. Your group has uncovered the deceiver, but one more truth remains. A second system window appeared. But this one wasn't from the trial. It flickered with static, as if forced into existence. Admin access override. Message for Arcanist Scribe, Alden. Status, marked. Alden's blood ran cold. Marked? By who? Bran's eyes widened. What does that mean? The message continued. Your presence destabilizes the system. The first world ended because of your class. This time, the warden will not wait. The system forcefully closed the window. No more information came. The trial eye faded, leaving only flames hovering silently. Alden forced himself upright. Bran. Lyria didn't betray us. Someone marked me. They used her to do it. Bran grabbed Alden's arm to support him, silent but furious. The dome around Lyria cracked as she regained control. She collapsed inside, sobbing. Alden, I'm sorry, I didn't want to, please don't look at me like I'm a monster. Alden ignored the pain and crawled to the barrier, placing a hand gently against it. You didn't betray me. He gave her a soft, pained smile. I know who the real enemy is now. Lyria's eyes widened. Her tears stopped. Bran exhaled, relieved. The trial completed itself. Trial 3 complete. Reward, Class Enhancement Fragment, X1. Penalty, Trust severed, team synergy reduced temporarily. As the barrier dissolved, Lyria rushed forward and caught Alden as he fell fully unconscious. Alden. Bran stood over them, sword drawn. His expression was dark. This world wants him dead. And now we know, it can get to anyone. He looked at Lyria. You stay by his side. I'll keep watch. Lyria nodded, shaking. They carried Alden toward the portal that opened for Trial 4. As they stepped through, one thing became clear. The betrayal wasn't over. It was only the beginning. Chapter 5: The Price of Being Marked. Alden drifted between consciousness and darkness. Voices echoed around him, Lyria crying, Bran shouting, the trial system humming like a heartbeat. He felt the sensation of being carried. Strong arms. Uneven steps. Heat pressing against his side. Then, Alden opened his eyes. He was lying on a stone bed inside a small chamber shaped like an ancient shrine. Blue fire lanterns flickered along the walls. Lines of glowing script circled the room, forming protective wards. Bran sat nearby sharpening his sword, looking irritable but alert. Lyria, with red swollen eyes, sat at Alden's side holding his hand in both of hers, squeezing as if he'd disappear if she let go. When she saw him stir, she gasped. "Hey Alden. You're awake." Bran stood immediately. Finally. Alden tried to sit up. Pain shot through his abdomen and he winced. Lyria gently pushed him down. "Stop moving. You lost way too much blood." Alden blinked. "How am I alive?" Bran pointed to a set of glowing runes etched on Alden's stomach. "It wasn't me. She did it." Lyria looked away in embarrassment. I improvised a healing circle, the same technique the mage Echo used in Trial 2. Alden frowned. "But you're a storm runner. You shouldn't be able to cast healing magic." Lyria rubbed her arm nervously. "I didn't cast magic. I copied the runes I saw." She pointed at Alden. "Just like you copy skills. I copy motions." Bran snorted. "Turns out she's not just a hyperactive lightning gremlin." Lyria glared. "Bran, shut up." Alden smiled weakly. His voice softened. "Thank you." Her shoulders trembled. She leaned forward, forehead gently touching his chest. "I thought I killed you," she whispered. "If that had happened, I would never forgive myself." Alden brushed her hair gently. "You didn't betray me. Something else used you." She shook her head. "I still let it happen." Bran interrupted with a grunt. "Enough self-pity. We need answers. Now." He turned to Alden, face serious. "The mark. Explain what that system message was," Bran demanded. "You were marked. What does that even mean?" Alden hesitated. He remembered the static, the ominous message, the feeling of being exposed. "It said the system sees me as a destabilizing factor." His voice lowered. "And that the previous world ended because of my class." Lyria's eyes widened. "What does that mean? How can your class end a world?" Alden stared at his hands. "I'm not just rewriting spells. I'm rewriting the rules the world is built on." Bran's grip tightened on his sword hilt. "In other words, the system thinks you're too dangerous." Alden nodded slowly. "That's why something tried to kill me using Lyria. Whoever or whatever controls that external will, they want to erase me before I grow." Lyria's fists clenched. "Then I'll kill it. Whatever it is." Alden looked at her softly. "Lyria." Her expression hardened. "You think I'm joking? It used my body. Stole my mind. Hurt you. I don't care if it's a god or a system. I will tear its throat out." Bran snorted. "She's serious." Alden smiled tiredly. "Thank you, both of you." But their brief moment of calm was shattered. The chamber lights flickered. A new message flashed. "Warning, hostile entity approaching. Sanctuary lock duration, 30 seconds remaining." Bran instantly grabbed his shield. "We're not safe here." Lyria stood, electricity sparking around her feet. "Something followed us from the trial." Alden pushed himself upright, despite the pain. "We need to move. Now." Bran glared. "You're injured. And staying here means dying," Alden replied. Lyria helped him to his feet. "All right. But don't you dare pass out again." They exited the recovery chamber and found themselves in a massive open hall. And standing at the center was a shadow. The hunter in the mist. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a humanoid. It was a silhouette of pure static, shaped like a person but constantly flickering out of reality, glitching like a corrupted image. 4 glowing eye-like orbs stared directly at Alden. Lyria whispered, horrified. "What is that thing?" Alden felt cold sweat slide down his back. Bran lowered into a combat stance. Alden. Alden swallowed hard. That looks like a fragment of the Oblivion Warden. The mist being tilted its head. When it spoke, its voice was layered with thousands of overlapping whispers. Found. You. The floor cracked under its feet. Alden's heart pounded. We run. Bran blinked. We what? Run. We can't beat that. The creature blurred. Alden's vision filled with a system message. Direct engagement forbidden. Survival objective triggered. Run. Bran cursed. Fine, Lyria. Grab him. Lyria slung Alden over her shoulder. Hold on. Then she activated Storm Step. Lightning burst from her legs as she sprinted across the hall at inhuman speed. Bran followed, shield up. The shadow being flickered. Appearing right in front of them. Lyria skidded to a halt. What the? Bran raised his shield right as a shadow claw slammed into it. Boom. The impact launched Bran backwards into a pillar. Lyria screamed. Bran. Alden forced his hands up. Rune right repulsion glyph. He slammed a glowing rune into the floor. Energy exploded outward, pushing the shadow back 2 steps. It wasn't hurt. Just inconvenienced. Lyria grabbed Bran's arm as he staggered back to his feet. This thing is insane. How do we escape? Alden scanned the environment. His analyst's sight flared. A faint pattern appeared far above them. A doorway. A trial gate. But it was sealed. Requires activation of the Guardian Seal. Alden looked around desperately. A stone monolith sat in the center of the hall, glowing faintly. There, activate that monolith. Bran nodded, tightened his grip on his sword, and charged. Lyria zipped around to flank. The shadow being flickered again. Alden raised his voice in warning. Lyria left. She twisted just as a shadow claw sliced past her. But the second claw slashed across her arm. Blood sprayed. She hissed in pain. Alden's heart lurched. Lyria. I'm fine, go. Bran reached the monolith and slammed his palm into it. The seal illuminated. The trial gate began lowering. Slowly. Too slowly. The shadow turned toward Alden. Its 4 eyes glowed brighter. It whispered. Arcanist. Eliminate. Lyria staggered toward Alden, trying to shield him. Bran ran back, grit in his teeth. Damn it, Alden, do something. Alden forced his mind to sharpen. Think. Think. He had one option. A stupid option. A reckless option. But the only one. He activated Rune Echo. Copied Lyria's Storm Step. Rewrote it. Rune right, Storm Step. Spatial Flick. Effect, Short-Range Teleport. Unstable. His body ignited with unstable lightning. Bran shouted, Alden don't. Alden grabbed Lyria and Bran both. And triggered the spell. Krak. A blinding explosion of light tore their bodies apart into particles. They reappeared in mid-air. Falling. Right in front of the opening trial gate. They tumbled in hard, rolling across the floor. Lyria coughed violently. Bran groaned, clutching his head. Alden lay on the ground panting, vision fading again. Behind them. The shadow creature lunged for the gate. But the moment it crossed the threshold, a barrier slammed shut. The shadow smashed into it like an animal against a cage. Cracks formed. But it held. For now. Lyria grabbed Alden, hugging him tightly. You reckless idiot, don't do that again. Bran wheezed. He saved us. Let him breathe. Alden mumbled weakly. See, couldn't he? Let it kill us. Lyria wiped her eyes with her wrist. You're insane, but thank you. Bran looked at Alden with a grim expression. That wasn't a full warden. Alden nodded. I know. Bran continued. And it still almost killed us. If that thing was just a fragment. What the hell is waiting at the top? Alden closed his eyes. The thing that ended the first adventurers. Lyria held him tighter. Bran stood and looked down the new path ahead. A staircase descended into deep darkness. He sighed. Then let's get stronger. Fast. Lyria nodded fiercely. And we'll protect Alden. No matter what. Alden smiled faintly, letting their voices ground him as the dark swallowed the entrance behind them. The shadow pressed against the barrier one last time. And whispered through the cracks. You cannot run. Forever. Chapter 6: The Dungeon That Watches Back. The staircase spiraled downward like the throat of some ancient beast. Cold, unmoving air. Darkness that swallowed light whole. Alden leaned on Lyria for support, each step sending a dull ache through his stitched wound. Bran walked ahead with his shield raised, eyes fixed on shadows that squirmed unnaturally against the walls. No one spoke for a long time, not after what happened. Finally, Lyria broke the silence. Alden, how long can you keep moving? Alden exhaled slowly. As long as I have to. Bran glanced back. He means I'm not stopping even if I collapse. Ignore him. Lyria hugged Alden closer, electric sparks flickering from her anxious grip. I'm not ignoring anything. If he falls again, I'm dragging him back to a recovery room. Alden met her gaze. You won't have to. He didn't want her worrying more than she already was. But the truth was clear. He wasn't healing fast enough. And his body was far weaker than Bran's or Lyria's. Bran's voice echoed ahead. Light up. I see a chamber entrance. Alden raised his hand and activated a basic glyph. Rune script. Light orb. A small blue orb flared to life. The chamber ahead widened into a large circular arena. But this one felt different. The air hummed. The stone breathed. And the walls glowed with pulsating eye-shaped runes that followed their movement. Lyria stiffened. Alden, the dungeon is literally watching us. Alden nodded grimly. This floor is reacting to my mark. Bran drew his sword. Then we handle whatever's coming. A glowing message appeared as they stepped inside. Trial 4, Tower of Adaptation. Objective, overcome shifting enemies that evolve based on your abilities. Warning, the trial scales with the marked individual. Alden's stomach dropped. That means everything here is tailored to counter me. Bran spat. Great. The dungeon wants you dead and it customizes the traps for that purpose. Lyria grabbed both their wrists and forced their hands together. Then we beat it as a single unit. The platform trembled. A stone figure rose from the floor. But unlike the other echoes, this one was blank. No face. No weapon. No class traits. It tilted its head. Alden's analyst's sight activated. Adaptive construct level. HP, adjusting. Behavior, copying targets. Bran stepped forward. Let it copy me. I can tank anything. The construct's body shimmered. But it didn't copy Bran. It turned to Alden. Lyria cursed. Oh, come on, copy someone else. Alden's breath caught. The construct's hands glowed blue. The exact shade of Alden's runes. Then it formed a floating page of energy. Bran move. Bran rolled aside as the construct fired Arcane Pierce. Alden's signature attack. It blasted a hole through the floor behind them. Bran stared, jaw clenched. It copied your skills. Alden swallowed, heart pounding. It makes sense. Arcanist abilities reshape magic. The dungeon is learning from me. Lyria snarled. Then we break it before it rewrites how we exist. The construct formed another glyph. This one a perfect copy of Alden's gravity rune. Lyria pulled Alden behind a pillar, Okay, genius, think. How do we beat something that copies you? Alden forced his mind to speed up. It only copies what I've used so far. Bran smirked. Then use something new. Alden shook his head. If I use a new spell, it learns that too. Then don't use spells. Lyria snapped. Bran cracked his knuckles. Finally something I'm good at. He charged. The construct matched Bran's movement instantly. But its body wasn't built for melee. Bran slammed its head with his shield, crushing it into the wall. Lyria darted around, kicking its legs out. Alden summoned a quick bind rune. Not magic, just a physical trap glyph the construct couldn't read yet. It stepped over it and froze. Electric chains wrapped its body. Bran roared, swinging down with Titan Slash the moment the bind took hold. The construct shattered, but the pieces hovered in midair, then snapped back together. It stood again, completely healed. Lyria clicked her tongue. It learns and it regenerates. Wonderful. Alden scanned it again. Weakness, unstable core. Core location, randomizing every 10 seconds. Bran groaned. Of course it is. Lyria tossed her dagger. Then we pressure it. Non-stop. The battle turned frantic. The construct fired rewritten, corrupted versions of Alden's spells. Gravity runes twice as strong. Arcane pierce with homing. Even a warped repulsion burst that knocked Lyria off her feet. Alden barely dodged one hit. His chest burned. He couldn't take another blow. Bran blocked a massive blast but was thrown across the floor. Lyria was bleeding from her lip, panting hard. Okay, this thing sucks. Alden, please tell me you are getting ideas. Alden's mind raced. Everything it used was based on him. Everything. He didn't have to overpower it. He just had to change the rules. Alden thrust his hand forward. Cover me for 5 seconds. Bran immediately stood in front of him, shield raised. Lyria together. They pushed forward. The construct fired barrage after barrage. Bran blocked the worst. Lyria deflected the rest using lightning bursts. Alden began writing. Not a normal rune. Not a spell. A rule change script. Rune write. Skill parameter rewrite. Target. My own arcane pierce. Modification. Requires complex mental sequence to activate. Lyria blinked. What are you doing? Alden gritted his teeth. I'm making my spells impossible to copy. He finished the final stroke. The rune burned into his arm. A permanent modification. The construct paused. Its hands glowed. Trying to load arcane pierce. And failed. The spell fizzled. Bran burst out laughing. You jammed its spell casting. Lyria cheered. Yes. Break its stupid face. Alden pointed at the construct. Now its core is exposed. Bran. Bran roared and charged. His sword glowing bright. Crack. He struck the chest, where Alden sensed the core hiding. The construct broke apart. Not regenerating this time. A flood of blue lights spilled upward like souls being released. The floor glowed. Trial 4 complete. Reward, skill upgrade token, Arcanist only. Bonus, party synchronization increased. Alden sank to his knees. Relief washed through him. But something else did too. A new message. Because you altered core system parameters, your mark has intensified. You are now high priority target. Lyria saw the color drain from Alden's face. What? What happened? Alden closed the message slowly. The system sees me as even more dangerous now. Bran sheathed his sword. Good. Let it be afraid. Lyria nodded firmly. You're not alone. Whatever the system throws at you will beat it. Alden exhaled. For a moment, he let himself believe her. But the dungeon vibrated again. A cold wind swept over them. And the next staircase opened. This one was made of floating runes. Each step flickered like it barely existed. Bran frowned. Now what? Alden stared into the dark above. Trial 5. Lyria squeezed his hand. Bran raised his shield. Above them, something whispered. Marked. Arcanist. The next floor awaits. With no other option. They climbed. Legacy of the First Adventurers. Chapter 7: The Mark That Devours. The staircase wasn't really a staircase. More like a series of floating runes pretending to be steps, each one flickering beneath my boots as if threatening to disappear and take me with it. Lyria stayed right behind me, grip firm on my shoulder. Bran climbed last, shield raised, muttering under his breath every few seconds. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. My mark pulsed hotter with every step, like a heartbeat echoing in my bones. The system wants me dead. That much was obvious now. But what I didn't understand was why. When we reached the top, the air changed heavy, thin, almost metallic. The chamber was pitch black, but not normal black. It was like the darkness was alive, folding and unfolding on itself. Lyria tightened her grip on her staff. Alden, you feel that? Yet. It wasn't mana. Not malice. Something worse. Like a presence leaning in and sniffing us. Bran moved ahead. Light it up. I raised my hand, calling forth a simple light rune. But the moment the glyph sparked, the darkness swallowed it. Like it never existed. Bran cursed. Lyria inhaled sharply. A vision suppression field, I muttered. The dungeon doesn't want us to see. So what? Bran growled. We fight blind. No. I closed my eyes. I didn't need sight. My mark pulsed again, and this time I let it just a little. The world around me shifted, reorganized, broke apart then snapped back together in faint outlines. A new skill window flickered in front of me. Unique perception unlocked. Veil sight. Allows you to perceive structured mana and system-coded entities in pure darkness. I opened my eyes. The room lit up not with light, but with truth. The darkness peeled back like fog. Every shape, movement, and pulse of mana stood out in glowing outlines. Bran stared at me. Alden? Your eyes just turned blue. Like, really blue. Lyria's jaw dropped. She stepped closer, studying my face. That wasn't a spell. Alden, what did the mark do? I don't know, I admitted. But I can see everything now. And truly, I could. Ahead of us sat a massive floating cube of runic chains, suspended by dark threads that crawled across the ceiling. In its center, something watched me. Not the dungeon. Not a monster. Something else. A whisper slipped through my mind. Hello, marked one. I recoiled instinctively, nearly falling backward. Lyria grabbed me. Alden. What is it? Bran raised his shield high. Who's there? Show yourself. The cube shuddered. Not loudly. Not violently. Just silently disintegrated into black dust. And from the dust, stepped a person. A young man. Wearing novice clothing. Holding a basic training sword. Levels, 1 across the board. But his presence was wrong. His steps made no sound. His outline didn't glow like the rest of the room. He wasn't real. Or rather, he wasn't alive. His voice echoed without moving his lips. Do you know why the mark is afraid of you? My heart hammered. Bran took a step forward. Who the hell are you? Lyria backed us up, electricity gathering in her hands. The figure tilted its head calmly. I am the first one the system ever marked. I froze. What? He walked closer, and the more I looked, the more I realized. He didn't have a shadow. The mark, he continued, is not a blessing. It is a chain. A perfect tool for control. The system gives you power not to strengthen you but to shape you. Lyria snapped her fingers, sparks crackling. Back up. Now. He did not move. Instead he looked straight at me. When you rewrote your own spell parameters, you broke a rule the system cannot allow to break. I remembered the message. High priority target. Bran stepped in front of me. If the system wants Alden dead, it'll have to go through us. The figure slowly shook his head. I am not here to kill him. He raised his hand. And neither are they. Dozens of glowing shapes appeared in the darkness. Not monsters. Not constructs. People. All wearing novice gear. All hollow-eyed. All holding weapons at their sides. Novice ghosts? Memory echoes? No. My new sight revealed their truth. They were failed marked. Puppets the system froze in time. Lyria gasped. Bran cursed softly. The man spoke again. Every marked before you tried to resist the system. Every one of them failed. Do you know why, Alden? I swallowed hard. Because they were alone. He smiled faintly. No. Because they tried to beat the system on its own terms. His fingers twitched. And the frozen mark dissolved into motes of light. All of you are trapped in a game that rewrites reality. The only victory is to change the rules entirely. My breath caught. That's what you're trying to tell me. Yes. He stepped closer. The mark chose you because you think differently. You alter spells. You rewrite functions. You treat the system as something editable. I felt chills. But now the system knows you're a threat. His hand touched my chest. And suddenly, I saw it. A vision. A memory. Something not mine. Flashes of the past marked, all struggling, all failing, all being erased. And then a burning mark eating through their bodies like fire. I stumbled back, gasping. Lyria grabbed my face. Alden. Are you with me? I nodded shakily. I saw what the mark does to people. If we don't keep winning, if we don't keep breaking the rules. Bran finished for me. You die. The figure smiled. You understand now. He stepped back. Runes lifted him upward. The system is preparing your execution. The next trial is not a challenge. It is a purge. My stomach twisted. What kind of purge? His eyes dimmed. A mirror. The darkness swallowed him. And a new message burned in the air. Trial 5, Requiem of the Marked. Defeat your reflection. Warning, reflection will have full access to your class, abilities, learned runes, and adaptive modifications. Additional warning, it will not hesitate. Lyria inhaled sharply. Alden, this is you. A you that wants you dead. Bran raised his sword. Then we'll break him together. I shook my head. No. Both of them stared at me. This trial is designed to kill me. If you interfere, the system will rewrite the reflection to counter all of us. You will be in danger because of me. Bran scowled. Alden, if you think we're letting you go alone. You're not, I said firmly. I need you both. More than ever. I drew a glyph in the air. One I had never used before. Rune script, shared boundary. A spell that linked our senses for a moment. Bran blinked. What was that? So you can feel if I'm lying. Their eyes widened. Because through the link, they felt everything. My fear. My resolve. My exhaustion. My determination to keep them alive. They stepped back, stunned. Lyria touched my cheek gently. You idiot, you care too much. Bran nodded once. Then we stand back. But we stay close. The link faded. And the arena lit up. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Same clothes. Same height. Same hair. Same face. But his eyes. They were empty. Cold. System blue. And he said my name with no emotion. Alden Night Ward. You are in error. I am the correction. I took a slow breath. Lyria. Bran. Whatever happens, don't interfere unless I fall. Silence. Then Lyria whispered. Kick your own ass, Alden. I stepped forward. My reflection stepped forward. Our runes ignited. And the duel began. Chapter 8. When your own death stares back. My reflection moved the moment I stepped into the center of the arena. No warning. No stance. Just pure, mechanical efficiency. A glowing glyph formed over his hand, my own arcane pierce, but perfect. Sharper shape. Cleaner structure. He fired. I barely rolled aside. The shot shaved a piece off the stone pillar behind me. Bran swore from the sidelines. Alden. Your spells hit harder than I thought. Lyria snapped back. That's not him. That's System Alden. My reflection, the correction, was already moving again. He closed the distance fast, runes flickering along his arm. He didn't fight like me. He fought like the system thought I should. Predictable. Perfect. Engineered. I gritted my teeth. Fine. If he was the perfect version of me, then he'd fall for the same trap I always did. I baited him. Leaving an opening at my left. He took it immediately, hand glowing with a binding glyph. I slammed my palm on the ground. Bind rune trap manual trigger. Chain snapped upward and caught his wrist. Just half a second. But that was enough. I threw a heavy punch into his jaw. No magic. No runes. Just a punch. He staggered back. But only for a moment. His eyes flickered blue. The same cold blue the system used in warnings. Then he copied my move exactly. Same trap. Same punch. Only stronger. I shot backward, flipping through the air and landing rough. Lyria gasped. Bran took half a step forward. I glared at them sharply. Don't. If they jumped in, the system would turn the reflection into a monster built to counter all three of us. This was my fight. The correction raised his hand again. I felt the mana shape instantly. Gravity rune. Enhanced. I countered with the only thing I could. Deploy boundary break. My new ability flared. A wild, barely stable script that twisted gravity around me. His spell warped off course, smashing into the arena wall and bending the stone like rubber. The shockwave nearly yanked me off my feet. Even Lyria and Bran shielded themselves. The correction didn't even blink. He was learning. Adapting. If this kept up, he'd outpace me completely. I needed to change the battlefield. Without hesitation, I slammed my palm against my forearm. The rune I modified in Trial 4 pulsed alive, chaotic, unstable, dangerous. Limit break rune. Rewrite, arcane pierce. A surge of explosive power ripped through my arm. My skin burned as if boiling from inside. Bran shouted, Alden, don't. Too late. I fired. The blast wasn't a thin lance. It was a cannon. It smashed into the correction and sent him flying into the opposite wall. Stone exploded outward. Even Lyria stared in shock. Alden, what did you do? My arm trembled uncontrollably. I rewrote the spell again. The correction emerged from the rubble slowly. His body repairing in fast forward, like time was bending around him. But his expression had changed. He stared at my arm. Flickering. Confused. He tried copying the spell. He couldn't. His runes flashed red. He hissed a sound that didn't belong to me. Unauthorized modification detected. I smirked. Yet. I break things. He vanished. I sensed him behind me too late. A hand around my throat, lifting me off the ground. His grip tightened. My vision blurred. He whispered in my ear. Unstable functions must be erased. I activated a rune with my last breath. Not on him. On me. Phase shift rune body flicker. My body dissolved into threads of mana and slipped out of his grasp, reappearing 10 meters away. Pain roared through my chest, but I forced myself to stand. He was faster than me. Stronger than me. Smarter than me. But he wasn't more creative than me. And that was the entire point. The correction moved again, runes circling him like saw blades. He fired everything. Arcane blasts. Gravity bursts. Energy waves. Binding chains. All at the same time. I ran. Dodging. Sliding. Jumping. My lungs burned. My skin tore. Everything hurt. But I kept moving. One wrong step and I'd be paced on the ground. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna seriously die here. No. I wasn't. Not here. Not like this. I gathered the last of my mana. A tiny spark. But sparks could ignite worlds. I spread both hands wide. Rune right burst. Full scatter glyph. 1,000 tiny runes exploded outward. Not an attack, just noise. Mana clutter. Visual clutter. Targeting interference. My reflection staggered his tracking scripts, struggling to adapt. For the first time, he hesitated. I moved. I slammed both palms to the ground. Override script. Disruptive weave. Lines of chaotic code tore through the floor, up the wall, across the air, shredding spell formations. The corrections runes cracked like glass. He froze, glitching for a moment. Now. This was the only window I'd get. I rushed him, nearly collapsing but forcing my legs forward. He raised a hand weakly. I grabbed his wrist and slammed my forehead into his nose. Bone cracked. I didn't let go. I shouted every ounce of will I had left. You are not me. And activated the final rune I had left. Unstable sigil. Self-reference collapse. A forbidden script that attacked only clones, illusions, or reflections. The corrections body convulsed. His entire form fracturing into shards of blue light. He tried to speak. But the script silenced him. He shattered like a mirror. And the arena went still. I dropped to one knee, gasping for air. Lyria rushed toward me but stopped right at the boundary line, trembling. Alden. Alden, are you alive? Bran gripped his sword so tight his knuckles turned white. Alden, say something. I breathed in. Then out. I won. The system chimed sharply. Trial 5 complete. Reward, unique skill paradox core. Warning, mark instability increased. You have survived a system purge. The system re-evaluates your threat level. You are now classified anomaly. Bran cursed. Lyria went pale. I swallowed hard. I didn't even know what anomaly meant. But I knew this much. The dungeon was no longer testing me. It was hunting me. I wiped the blood from my lip and stood tall. We move. Lyria stared at me in disbelief. You just fought yourself to the death. Bran exhaled, shaking his head. And now you want to keep going. I nodded. Yet. Because I felt something watching me from above. Not the system. Not a monster. Something else. Something older. And it whispered. Good. You survived the mirror. Now survive the truth. The staircase to the next floor opened. Spiraling upward into blinding light. I stepped forward. And my story continued. Chapter 9: The floor that shouldn't exist. Light swallowed everything. Not warm light. Not divine light. Just blinding, sterile white, like the inside of a system error. When the brightness finally faded, I found myself standing on nothing. Literally nothing. A white expanse stretched in every direction, endless, empty, featureless. No walls. No ceiling. No sky. Just a single floating platform beneath my feet, made of the same solid rune material as the staircase. Bran stepped up behind me. Where the hell is the dungeon? Lyria peered upward, downward, everywhere. This isn't a floor. This is a void layer. A what? Bran muttered. I swallowed. A space that only exists between floors. A place the system doesn't want adventurers to ever reach. Lyria's eyes widened. Alden, how do you know that? I didn't. But the moment we arrived, my mark pulsed. Not warningly, not painfully. Curiously. Like it recognized this place. Before I could answer, the air rippled. A message formed, but the letters flickered, unstable. Trial. System error. Objective. Correction pending. Unable to determine challenge. Bran frowned. The hell kinda trial is this? Lyria stepped close to me. Alden, this isn't normal. We should go back. We can't, I said quietly. There's no exit. Before either could respond, a second message appeared. Not flickering. Solid. Black. Authoritative. This floor is not for you. Bran raised his shield. Well, that's not ominous at all. Another line. Leave. The entire void shuddered like a warning growl. I don't think it wants us here, Lyria whispered. No. It didn't. But the staircase behind us vanished anyway. We had no choice but to move deeper. A path materialized, thin black lines forming a walkway across the void. I stepped first. The moment my foot touched it, the air cracked like ice. And voices echoed around us. Not human voices. Not NPC voices. System voices. Whispered. Layered. Fragmented. Marked anomaly detected. Unauthorized presence. Error root cause, Alden Night Ward. Initiate observation. Prepare reset. Reset. Bran snapped. Like, reset what? Lyria's face paled. The floor, or Alden. I forced myself to breathe deep. I'm not dying in a loading screen. Move. We followed the black path for what felt like minutes, maybe hours. Time didn't exist here. Then we saw it. A door. Just a door, sitting alone in the void, glowing faint gold. Bran squinted. That looks almost normal. Lyria shook her head hard. No. That's not golden light. That's... She stopped. I saw it too. That wasn't dungeon magic. That was human magic. Old. Handmade. And carved above the door in messy, jagged script was a sentence. If you are marked, turn back. Lyria whispered, terrified. Alden. This was written by someone who knew exactly what you are. Bran stared at me. Do we trust this? Or open it? I walked toward the door. The closer I got, the more my mark burned. Not warning, but recognition. Like something familiar waited beyond the door. I touched the handle. The void went silent. My mark pulsed once. The door creaked open on its own. And inside was a room. A real room. Wooden floors. A fireplace. Shelves filled with books. Chairs. Tables. Maps. Handwritten notes. This wasn't part of the dungeon. This was someone's study. Lyria stepped in behind me, whispering, This place is impossible. Bran tapped one of the chairs. Feels solid to me. But the moment I crossed the threshold, a wave of cold slid up my spine. Something was wrong. Very wrong. On the desk lay a journal, open and waiting. And written on the page was my name. Alden Night Ward. Bran and Lyria froze. Okay, Bran muttered. Nope. Absolutely not. Burn it. I swallowed hard and approached the desk. The handwriting was shaky, rushed, and very, very old. I read aloud quietly. If you are reading this, then the system has chosen another marked. The next line almost made my heart stop. I was the marked before you. Bran exhaled. So the guy from the last floor wasn't lying. I kept reading. The system will hunt you. It will test you. It will try to break you. But it fears you because you are not a player. I blinked. What? Lyria stepped closer. Keep reading. You are a variable. A bug. Someone born with the ability to see the system not as divinity, but as code. My throat tightened. You can rewrite things. Change parameters. Break rules. Lyria stared at me. This is literally describing you, Alden. Bran eyed me suspiciously. Are you secretly some ancient chosen guy? No, I said quickly. Definitely no. I turned the page. The ink looked smeared, desperate. But beware. The mark is a parasite. It chooses rule breakers to use their creativity. Until they become too dangerous. My stomach twisted. Then it kills them. Lyria grabbed my arm. Alden, we should leave. Now. Right now. But I kept reading. I couldn't stop. I escaped the purge once. But not the second time. If you found this room, you are already at the point of no return. A cold wind swept the room. Bran drew his sword. The fireplace dimmed. Something was changing. Your only hope is to find the source. Destroy it. Or steal it. Bran frowned. The source of what? The answer was on the final line. Written in trembling strokes. The source of the system. Lyria's voice cracked. Alden, the dungeon, the whole world's mechanics. You're supposed to what? Before I could respond. The room shook violently. Books flew from shelves. The floor cracked. The door slammed shut. A new message screamed across the air. Unauthorized discovery. Anomaly has breached restricted memory. Immediate purge initiated. Bran roared, raising his shield. What did you do? I didn't do anything. But the system didn't care. The study exploded outward into blinding white. Shapes formed in the void. Many shapes. Dozens. Hundreds. All copies of me. Perfect copies. System created. Blank-eyed. Silent. Lyria grabbed my hand in sheer panic. Alden, this is. Bran lifted his shield. This is a problem. The copies lifted their hands. Thousands of glowing runes formed over their palms. All aimed at me. Not Bran. Not Lyria. Just me. Because I was the anomaly. Because I had seen what I wasn't meant to see. Because I was a threat. And the system wanted me erased. I took a breath. Steady. Focused. Resolute. Lyria. Bran. They looked at me, terrified but unwavering. I tightened my grip on my glyph-edged forearm. Stay behind me. Bran shouted, Alden, you can't fight. I can. I raised my hand. The runes I'd rewritten in all 5 trials pulsed together. Burning, wild, unstable, beautiful. I'm done running. The system copies fired. I fired back. and everything exploded into light. Chapter 10: The Relic of the Skybreaker. The Tempest Labyrinth's final floor wasn't a battlefield. It was a graveyard of gods. Floating stone platforms spiraled into a storm-ripped void. Above us, a colossal spear cracked, rusted, and wrapped in lightning hovered as if stuck between dimensions. The Skybreaker Spear. The final relic. Arden, Celica, and Kale stood at my side. No traps. No monsters. Just tense, suffocating silence. Celica whispered. Why does it feel like we're being watched? Because we were. I spoke quietly. System. Identify presence. Hidden entity detected. Designation: Storm Warden, a fragment of a fallen god. The air ripped open with a deafening boom. A figure formed from lightning itself, shaped vaguely like an armored warrior. No eyes. No face. Just a crackling helm. Storm Warden, Guardian Fragment. LV 120. HP? Kale cursed. We are not ready for that. The Guardian raised its hand. A storm descended. I reacted on instinct. Chrono shift. Time bent around my body. Lightning froze mid-air. The world slowed to a crawl. I grabbed Celica and Kale, dragging them aside as bolts reshaped the stone platforms into melted glass. Arden blocked the last strike with a glowing shield. When time snapped back, the explosion shook the sky. Arden groaned. What the hell is this thing guarding? The Skybreaker Spear, I said. And something worse. The Warden hovered above us, gathering a storm so concentrated the air hissed like boiling metal. I raised my sword. No holding back. Combined skills. Arden slammed his shield into the ground. St. Aegis Fortress Wall. Kale drew twin daggers, aura spiraling. Shadow Frenzy, Execution Trail. Celica's staff glowed, halo of wind forming. Archangel Hymn, Descent. I leapt, activating everything I had. Astral Forge Limit Release. The battle that should have killed us. The Guardian's lightning carved the platforms apart. Kale teleported between arcs of electricity, striking with shadows. Celica channeled wind to stabilize the arena. Arden took the brunt of the attacks, armor cracking. I used Chrono Shift again, slashing through the Guardian's torso despite its unstable form. But its Regan was unreal. Guardian Fragment restoring form. Its body reconstructed instantly. Kale spat blood. It's not dying. No, I said, because it isn't alive. The Guardian raised its arm again. This time, lightning swallowed the entire sky. I reacted first. Everyone. Behind me. I thrust my sword into the air. Astral domain overclock. Time shattered. The storm froze mid-detonation. Glass-like cracks spread through the sky as if I'd broken the world itself. Arden stared. How much power do you even have? Not enough, I said, voice trembling. Move while I hold it. Celica and Kale sprinted toward the floating spear. My vision blurred. Blood dripped from my nose. My skill wasn't meant to pause a divine attack. Not for this long. Kale shouted, "We're close." But the Guardian moved. Even inside frozen time, its form flickered. Impossible, I whispered. The Storm Warden broke free of the time stop. It appeared next to Kale. And impaled him with a spear of lightning. Kale. Time resumed. Kale crashed to the floor, smoking, screaming in pain. Celica dropped beside him, healing furiously. He'll burn alive, damn it. Arden charged with a roar. Come on then. The Guardian responded with a blast of compressed plasma that tore his shield apart and sent him spinning off the platform. I caught him mid-fall using Chrono Shift, but only barely. Arden. Stay with me. His armor was molten, but he grinned. Hit it already. I turned to the spear floating overhead. The skybreaker. I understood what I needed to do. Claiming the relic. The guardian formed a lance of storms aimed at Celica and Kale. I sprinted. Chrono break. My sword slashed a horizontal tear in reality. Time itself fractured, unleashing a shockwave that sliced the guardian in half. It began to reform. So I jumped. Wind roared. Lightning blinded me. The sky vibrated. I seized the skybreaker spear. Warning. Relic requires synchronization with wielder. Risk. Total neural collapse 92%. Screw it. I slammed the relic into the platform. Lightning exploded outward. The guardian shrieked without a mouth, its form unraveling as the spear absorbed its power, draining it like a dying thunderstorm. Arden shouted over the noise. And I channeled everything. Skybreaker. Terminus. A pillar of lightning blasted upward. When the light faded, the storm warden was gone. The void was silent. The spear pulsed gently in my hand, like a living heartbeat. Then the system chimed. Relic acquired. Skybreaker spear. New trait unlocked. Thunderborn vessel. Chronomancer class has evolved. New job. Tempest Paragon. Arden whistled weakly. Not bad, kid. Kale groaned. Someone, heal my everything. Celica sobbed with relief. I thought we were going to die. I exhaled deeply, gripping the spear. But before we could celebrate, the dungeon shook violently. Blue system cracks spread across the sky like fractures in glass. Arden stiffened. What the hell now? The system spoke again. Alert. Player, Aaron Vallis. Your acquisition of Skybreaker Spear has triggered a global anomaly. The Demon Legion has detected your presence. All our faces paled. Celica whispered, terrified. They're coming for you. I swallowed. No, I said quietly. They're coming for all of us. Chapter 11. The end of the first timeline. The sky above the Tempest Labyrinth split open like torn flesh. Purple fire. Black lightning. And 1,000 wings made of shadow. The Demon Legion descended. No warning. No time to run. No hope. The first to appear was a towering demon general, horns twisting like obsidian spears. Its eyes burned with cruelty older than kingdoms. Baal Sereth, Legion Commander. LV-200. Demon of Extinction. Its voice crawled across our skin. Chronomancer, we finally found you. I pushed Arden, Celica, and Kale behind me. Stay close. I'll use Chrono Shift. But the air collapsed. The demon flicked its finger. And time shattered. My skill failed. My vision disintegrated into static. What? I gasped. He's canceling my class. Kale screamed, Aaron, move. Too late. A wave of annihilation engulfed the platform. Arden took the hit for me, shield raised. It wasn't enough. His armor already cracked simply fell apart. His body followed. A.R. Arden. His pieces scattered into the void. Celica's voice broke. No, no, please not again. She tried to cast Archangel Hymn. The demon laughed. Her wings were ripped off her back by invisible hands. She fell to her knees, blood pooling beneath her. Kale roared with rage, shadows ripping from his daggers. He dashed. He struck. He pierced the demon's throat. The demon didn't even flinch. It raised one claw and impaled him through the chest. Kale's eyes widened, realization sinking in. Aaron, run. Then he dissolved into ash. Celica reached for me with a trembling hand. Aaron, don't die, please. The demon commander crushed her with a single stomp. I screamed her name until my throat tore. Everything I cared about. Everything I built. Everyone who trusted me was gone in seconds. And then the demon turned to me. Only me. Baal-Zereth's grin widened. You are the anomaly. The error. The threat. He raised his hand and dug directly into my chest. I felt my heart rupture. Felt my soul collapse inward. Felt my consciousness unravel. As I died, I saw them. Arden. Kale. Celica. Reaching toward me from the darkness. But I couldn't save them anymore. The world turned black. Rebirth. A heartbeat. A cold breath. A violent jolt. I opened my eyes and found myself staring at a wooden ceiling. Familiar. Cheap. Old. I looked down. My hands were small. Weak. Barely level 1. My body was my novice form. I was back in PRON Terra Novice grounds. I choked on my own breath. System, what happened? Temporal loop triggered. Cause, death by Demon Commander Baal-Zereth. Rebirth executed. You have been returned to your initial timeline. Warning, Demon Legion influence persists across timelines. So I wasn't safe. Not even here. I remembered Arden's smile. Kale's jokes. Celica's shy courage. All dead. Because I dragged them with me. I clenched my fists until they shook. No more. I stood up slowly. Breathing hard. Heart pounding with hatred. I won't build a party. I won't trust anyone. I won't drag anyone into my curse again. I walked to the window. The sunlight felt fake. The world felt fragile. I will rewrite everything. My reflection stared back at me. A weak novice with the soul of a broken paragon. A future killer of demons. A reborn anomaly. A man with nothing left to lose. I whispered to myself. From this timeline onward, I walk alone. The wind carried a distant system notification. Hidden title acquired. Last survivor of the lost timeline. Trait unlocked. Paradox memory. Allows you to keep skills, knowledge, and partial stats from your previous life. I smiled. Not happily. Not bravely. But with cold determination. I'll get strong enough to erase Baal-Zereth from existence. Then I opened the door. And stepped into my second life. To forge the path I should have walked alone. Chapter 11 Part 1. The sky breaks, and so do we. The silence after claiming the Skybreaker spear should have felt triumphant. But it didn't. Arden stood with cracked armor and trembling arms. Celica knelt beside Kale, still scorched from the Guardian's lightning. My own body felt like shattered glass barely held together by mana threads. Yet the dungeon was quiet. Too quiet. Then the world paused. Not because of my skill. Because something far greater forced it to. A single crack echoed through the sky, like someone stepping on fragile ice. I looked up. The ceiling of the Tempest Labyrinth, usually swirling with artificial clouds, now split open along a jagged rift. Through it seeped a color that did not belong in this world, a hellish purple-black, thick like ink. Arden froze first. Aaron, he whispered, is that you're doing? No. My voice came out flat. Cold. Already knowing what was coming. My heartbeat slowed. My fingers tightened on the Skybreaker. Celica's voice trembled. What's happening? Kale stood despite the pain, blades drawn. Something's coming for us. Something strong. Not strong. Devastating. The sky tore further. A low, ancient horn blasted through the dungeon deep enough to rattle my bones. It wasn't a warning. It was the sound of a hunt beginning. The system chimed in my ears. Alert. Temporal distortion detected. High demon presence approaching. Kale swore under his breath. Demons? Here? How? Arden stepped in front of Celica. Form up. Defensive formation. I didn't move. Because I knew exactly what this meant. Celica's eyes widened as she read the fear on my face. Aaron, what aren't you telling us? Before I could answer, the rift ripped open completely. And they descended. Thousands of winged shapes poured through the tier. Their wings were tattered shadows, their bodies streaming like black smoke over burning lava. Their screams were sharp enough to cut. The Demon Legion. Not grunts. Not scouts. An army. Arden breathed out slowly. We can't fight that. No, I said quietly. We can't. Kale glared at me. Then how do we run? We don't. They landed all around us. 50. 100. 200. Black spears. Twisted fangs. Eyes glowing like dying stars. Celica whimpered. This isn't possible. But it got worse. Because from the rift descended one more figure. Towering, horned, wrapped in a storm of ash and lightning. Its feet touched the ground without a sound. A demon whose presence alone made the platform crack. Arden stepped back. What level is that thing? The system didn't give numbers. It gave a verdict. Entity, Baal-Sereth. Legion Commander Demon of Extinction. Power Class, Calamity. Kale's voice cracked. Calamity? That's above catastrophes. Yes, I said. It is. The demon's head turned toward me. Its face wasn't a face, just a warped metal mask with lines that pulsed like veins. Its voice slithered through the air like a whisper inside my skull. Chronomancer, anomaly, child of the broken hourglass. It knew what I was. Celica grabbed my sleeve. Aaron, what is he talking about? Why does he know you? I swallowed, forcing the truth out. He didn't come for us. I stepped forward. He came for me. Kale hissed, what did you do? I didn't. But the demon answered for me. Your existence breaks our chains. Your timeline diverges. You are forbidden. Arden tried to shield me, stepping in front. If you want him, you go through. The demon flicked a finger. Arden's shield shattered like thin glass. One gesture. One motion. And Arden was sent tumbling across the platform like a ragdoll, smashing into a pillar. He didn't get up. Celica screamed. Kale's eyes went blood red with rage. I stepped between them and the demon. Stop. Don't fight them. You'll die. Kale spat blood. Then what do you expect us to do? Just watch. I didn't answer. Because I didn't know the right choice. Because there wasn't one. Baal-Sereth walked toward me, each step warping the atmosphere. You are a mistake. A paradox. A threat to demon dominion. He raised his hand. Die. And let this timeline heal. The air collapsed inward. A gravitational crush hit the entire platform. Arden, broken but conscious, roared and forced himself upright. Not. While I'm breathing. He charged, shield in ruins, body shaking, yet still standing like a wall. Baal-Sereth didn't even face him. The demon merely flicked its wrist. And Arden's body burst with sickening cracks. His armor split. Bones snapped. Blood sprayed. He collapsed at my feet, choking. Aaron. His voice was fading. Run. I grabbed him as he fell. No. Arden, no, stay awake. He smiled through bloody teeth. A brave, stupid, beautiful smile. Get them out, you're the only one who can. His hand fell to the ground. His eyes went empty. Celica's scream echoed through the chamber. Kale's daggers trembled in his hands. Baal-Sereth tilted his head. One obstacle removed. 3 remain. Kale vanished in a burst of shadow and reappeared behind the demon, dagger aimed for its spine. Execution trail. His blade connected. Then melted. The demon grabbed Kale by the face. Kale screamed, thrashing wildly. Celica's healing aura formed wings behind her as she cried out, "Stop! Let him go!" The demon's hand tightened. Kale's struggles weakened. His eyes turned glassy. He whispered with the last bits of life he had. "Aaron, you idiot, don't die." Then his body dissolved into black ash. Celica collapsed to her knees, shaking violently. "No. Kale. Kale. Kale." I tried to run to her. But the demon appeared in front of me instantly. His claws pierced through Celica's stomach. She gasped. Her healing spells flickered out. She coughed blood, hands trembling, eyes locked onto mine. "Aaron, please, save yourself." Her body went limp. Baal-Sarith let her drop like garbage. I caught her before she hit the ground. Her blood soaked my hands. Her last breath warmed my cheek for a second. And then faded forever. I held her lifeless body. My entire world turned silent. The Demon Legion watched without emotion, like this was merely another cleanup. My chest tightened. My throat burned. My vision blurred. I placed Celica down gently. Then I stood. My voice came out like broken steel. "I'll kill you." Baal-Sarith did not laugh. He did not mock. He simply stated, "You cannot. Because I am not here to fight. I am here to erase you." He reached out. His claw pierced my chest. Straight through my heart. I felt everything leaving me. Strength. Memory. Time. The last thing I saw was the Skybreaker spear falling from my hand, lightning fading from its runes. And then, darkness. A void. Alone. No body. No voice. Just a drifting consciousness. I tried to scream, but I didn't have a mouth. I tried to cry, but I didn't have eyes. Then a voice echoed in the void. Alert, death by calamity class entity. Triggering temporal reversion protocol. Rebirth initiated. Transferring paradox memory. Light swallowed everything. And the world reset. The novice who has seen the end. Light slammed into me. Not warm. Not gentle. But blinding, scorching like being forced into a body that wasn't ready to exist. A heartbeat. Then another. My lungs dragged in a breath like I'd been underwater for hours. I gasped. Choked. And rolled off a simple straw mattress, hitting the wooden floor. I knew this place. Too well. The rough wooden walls. The cheap lamp beside a wobbly table. The faint smell of old linen and potion herbs. It was the novice dormitory. Prontera's beginner inn. Not a dream. Not an illusion. A reset. A rebirth. I scrambled to my feet and stared at my hands. Small, weak, unscarred. Level 1 novice hands. No. No, no, no. I squeezed them until my fingers shook. System, show me my status. A familiar, infuriatingly normal window appeared. Name, Aaron Vallis. Class, novice. Level, 1. HP, 45/45. MP, 20/20. STR, 4 AGI, 5 VIT, 3 int, 5 dex, 5 luck, 1. The same. The exact same starter stats. But then. Hidden trait, paradox memory, inherited. You retain knowledge, experience, and fragments of power from a lost timeline. My breath stopped. The trait glowed with a faint purple shimmer. The same color as the Demon Legion's rift. I wasn't imagining it. I had been thrown back. A full temporal reversion. And my party. Arden, Kale, Celica. Their death still pulsed behind my eyes like burning brands. I pressed a hand against my chest where Baal Zareth had stabbed me. The pain wasn't there physically, but I could still feel it. The crushing helplessness. The terror in Kale's voice. The way Celica reached for me with blood on her lips. Arden's broken smile. My stomach twisted. I sank down onto the edge of the bed. I killed them. Not with my hand. With my presence. If I hadn't been there. If I hadn't taken the Skybreaker. If I hadn't been the anomaly the demons wanted gone. They wouldn't have come. This wasn't guilt. This was truth. I stared at the floorboards, nails digging into the wood. I won't let them die for me again. This world was still bright. Still alive. Still innocent. People outside were probably laughing, training, exploring. Completely unaware of the future hell waiting for them. But my fate was sealed. Because the Demon Legion now knew I existed across timelines. Which meant they would come again. And if I built another party, traveled with friends, trusted anyone, they would die again. This time permanently. I stood, cold resolve settling around me like armor. No more parties. No allies. I clenched my fists. No more dragging people into my curse. I opened the window. Morning sunlight poured in, unnervingly warm. I saw novice players gathering swords, chatting joyfully, heading toward the training field. In the previous timeline, Arden would have just arrived today. Kale would be slacking off somewhere. Celica would be healing injured novices with that shy smile. They were out there right now. Alive. My chest tightened. I wanted to see them. Needed to. Just to confirm they still existed. But I forced myself to stay still. Because if I approached them, if I let them see me, the demon's detection might trigger again. Just like before. Just like their deaths. I won't curse them twice. I closed the window. Time for my next step. Step 1. Check retained abilities. System. Show Paradox Memory details. Paradox Memory Tier 1. You retain the following from the previous timeline. Skill, Chrono Awareness, Passive. Detect anomalies, killing intent, and time distortions. Memory Sync, Passive. Your experience, combat instincts, and timing carry over into this weak body. Lock Skill Residue, Astral Forge. Requirements to re-unlock. Lock Trait Fragment, Thunderborn Vessel. Requirements to re-unlock. Obtain a lightning-aligned relic. My breath caught. I still had parts of my old power. Small pieces, but enough to survive early game content. I almost laughed. Time magic wasn't gone. Not fully. Not yet. But before I could analyze anything, the door burst open. I jumped back, ready to attack. But it was the novice instructor. A bulky man with a wooden sword and a permanent annoyed expression. Aaron Vallis, he barked. Yes. You're late. For what? For orientation. Don't play dumb. He stared at me, then groaned loudly. Why do all you newbies look traumatized on your first day? What? Did a pouring mug you? I didn't answer. He shoved a bag into my chest. Inside were basic clothes, a knife, and potions. The training grounds are outside. Hurry up. The other novices are already fighting straw dummies and beating each other with sticks. He grinned. Ah, youths. I stared at him without expression. If he knew what I'd seen, what I'd survived, he wouldn't smile like that. But he didn't. This was still the beginning. He clapped my shoulder. Move. I stepped out into the sun. A breeze blew through the novice grounds. The same breeze I once felt when things were still simple, childish, hopeful. Players ran around, laughing, training, shouting, swinging swords with zero technique. Arden wasn't here yet. Kale wasn't mocking the training dummies. Celica wasn't nervously handing out potions. They would show up later today. And I would not be near them. I took another breath and set my path. Step 2. Rebuild strength in secret. Step 3. Avoid anyone who could become important. Step 4. Prepare for the Demon Legion's inevitable return. Step 5. Walk alone. Always alone. I walked toward the novice field. People glanced at me. Some smiled. Some offered greetings. Some waved. I ignored them all. I had no intention of making friends. No intention of joining a group. No intention of repeating the same mistakes. I stepped into the training area. The instructor pointed me toward a line of novice players punching dummies. Grab a stick. Hit that thing until you stop being useless. I didn't grab a stick. I grabbed the knife from my kit, took a stance only a late-game adventurer should know, and slashed. Thud thud thud. 5 strikes. Precise. Perfect. Deadly. The wooden dummy cracked in half. The entire novice field turned toward me. Silent. The instructor blinked. Son. What the hell kind of novice are you? I wiped the blade and sheathed it like nothing happened. A prepared one. The instructor opened his mouth to ask more. But then froze. Because the sky flickered for a moment. Not enough for novices to notice. But enough for chrono awareness to activate. Temporal ripple detected. Cause. Demon Legion signature resonance. Risk. Low. My blood ran cold. They were already searching. Already reaching. Already trying to locate the timeline anomaly. Me. I exhaled slowly. I don't have time to play novice. People around me laughed, thinking I was joking. I wasn't. My second life had already begun. And in this timeline, I would walk a path no one else would survive. Most regressors return stronger. Arden returned hunted. The abyss had marked him. The Demon Legion remembered him. The timeline itself rejected him. But Arden didn't care. Because this time, he remembered everything. Every dungeon route. Every broken skill interaction. Every bugged mechanic. Every hidden job. Every death. And every enemy who dared to touch his past party. This time, he would walk alone. He would surpass the gods. He would rewrite the script of fate. Not as a hero, but as the strongest anomaly this world has ever seen. The sun was warm. The yard was noisy. The novices were excited, clueless, fragile. And Arden stood in the corner, silent. His eyes cold. His breath steady. His mind dangerous. Because he had lived this day before. The instructor's whistle blew. The same speech began. Welcome, young adventurers. Your journey starts. Arden tuned it out. He already knew who among these novices would die in the goblin nest. He knew which instructor was secretly a criminal. He knew which newbie would one day become a demon apostle. And he knew who would betray humanity first. Not this time. Not on his watch. System window: the impossible condition. Arden opened his status. Status: Arden Nightwind. LV1 Novice. HP 100/100. MP 40/40. STR 3. AGI 4. Dex 4. VIT 3. Int 3. Luck 5. Special tags. Regressor. Timeline corrupted. Abyssal attention. Future knowledge, unlocked. A new hidden tag shimmered faintly. Fate resistance, 1%. A passive that only appears when a being is no longer part of the predetermined timeline. Arden smirked. Good. Fate shouldn't control me anyway. The first move break the early game. Novices spent weeks struggling to earn bronze tier gear. Arden? He walked directly to the back of the training grounds, toward a very specific rock. A rock no one touched. A rock that didn't belong. He pressed his hand to it. You have touched a time-displaced object. Unlock condition met. Hidden cache number 001. The rock shimmered, dissolved, and revealed a small chest. Inside. Steel dagger, rare. Shadow step manual, unreleased skill. 3,000 zenny. Items that shouldn't exist on day 1. Arden tied the dagger to his belt and opened the manual. You have learned, Shadow Step, LV1. Teleport a short distance instantly. CD, 15s. Novices did not get teleportation skills. Not even thieves did this early. Arden closed the window calmly. You gave me a second life. You won't like what I do with it. The first hunt illegal zone. Arden slipped through the crack in the fence and into the forest. The part where novices were forbidden to enter. Because he knew exactly which monsters spawned here. Which direction they patrolled. Which rock he could climb to get a height advantage. A giant willow tree lumbered into view. A level 12 monster that could one-shot a normal level 1. Arden tightened his grip on the dagger. Come. The monster roared and swung its branch arm. Arden vanished. Shadow step activated. His body reappeared behind the monster's trunk. Rapid strike. Rapid strike. Rapid strike. Sparks flew as the dagger carved lines into the monster's bark. The willow turned too slow. Arden's foot slammed into its root. Critical hit. The monster toppled. He stabbed through its core. Giant willow defeated. EXP plus 500. Level up times 4. Arden exhaled sharply. Still too slow. I need more. He spent his points instantly. Plus 6 AGI. Plus 2 STR. Plus 1 VIT. He moved like water now. Light. Fast. Deadly. The rogue who thinks he can steal from Arden. Footsteps approached. A dagger-wielding novice stepped out from behind a tree, smirking. Darrow. A petty thief. In the original timeline, he robbed new adventurers and later joined a bandit guild. Hey, newbie, Darrow said. That willow was supposed to be my kill. Arden didn't blink. You don't want to do this. Darrow grinned, raising his knife. Tough talk for a fresh spawn. He lunged. Arden vanished. Reappeared behind him. And placed his dagger against Darrow's throat. The thief froze. Arden's voice was quiet, cold, final. I know your future. I know every crime you will commit. And I'm giving you one chance. Leave now, or I bury your fate here. Darrow trembled. And ran. Arden sighed. I'll deal with him later. He turned deeper into the forest. The future, enemies and secrets he remembers. Arden mentally listed everything coming soon. Heavy checkmark Goblin Horde attack on the southern village day 7. Heavy checkmark Shadow Wolf Pack mutation event day 10. Heavy checkmark First Demon Apostle awakening day 15. Heavy checkmark low-level players being kidnapped for rituals. Heavy checkmark the invasion of the Crimson Spire month 1. Heavy checkmark the appearance of the world boss, Hollowed Behemoth month 2. And most important, heavy checkmark the rise of the demon prince Varek month 4. The one who murdered his entire party. Arden closed his eyes. I know all of you. Your weaknesses. Your patterns. Your mistakes. He tightened his fist. This time, I will slaughter every thread before it grows. The next move break the job system. The world believed there were only swordsman, mage, archer, thief, acolyte, merchant. Arden knew otherwise. There was one more. A forbidden path. A lost job. The one the system erased. And it begins here. At the entrance of the dungeon hidden beneath an old, rotting stump. Arden approached. Placed his palm on the hidden trigger. The ground trembled. A stone doorway materialized. You have discovered the Shadow Ascendant Trials. Recommended level 50 plus. Restriction must be novice level. Penalty for failure permanent death. Arden's lips curved into a cold smile. Perfect. He stepped inside. The door shut behind him. The darkness welcomed him. And the path to becoming overpowered beyond the world's imagination began. The door that should never open. The stone door sealed shut behind Arden with a deep, echoing boom, like a coffin closing over the world he once knew. Darkness swallowed everything. No torches. No breeze. No sound. Only an oppressive silence that felt alive. A normal novice would panic. Arden didn't. He stood still, letting the silence wrap around him like a familiar blanket. After 2 lifetimes, fear no longer held a place in his heart, not in the face of monsters, not in the face of death, and certainly not in the face of the unknown. This is it, he thought. The first step to rewriting destiny. Because this was the forbidden Shadow Ascendant Trial. A dungeon erased from the world's memory. A dungeon removed from official maps, patches, and archives. A dungeon only accessible in the timeline before the Demon Legion rewrote the world's code. He discovered it only after death the first time. But now? He was here on day 1, level 5, a novice. Exactly as the dungeon required. Most would consider that suicide. Arden considered it opportunity. He stepped forward and the world responded. A soft chime echoed in the void. System notice. You have entered the silence of the unborn shadow. Difficulty, lethal. Warning, this dungeon adapts to the intruder's soul. Warning, escape is impossible until the trial is completed. Warning, failure results in true death. Arden exhaled slowly. Good. A dungeon that kills me is the only one worth conquering. The darkness rippled in response, like ink stirred by a finger. Something was watching. The first test prove you belong to the dark. A whisper slithered across the chamber. Step forward, intruder. Light thin, pale, and shaking like a dying candle flared along the floor, forming a single narrow path leading deeper into the abyss. Arden stepped onto it. The instant his foot touched the glowing surface. System notice. Future knowledge detected. Adjusting trial. Increasing difficulty by ×5. The air changed. The darkness thickened into pressure, pushing down on his lungs, his shoulders, his heartbeat. Arden smirked. Of course he would adapt. Let's dance, then. He continued walking down the path. To his left and right, the floor fell away into a bottomless pit. Lost souls flickered below, thousands of them screaming silently as they reached up with broken arms, clawing for freedom. They couldn't touch him. But the sight reminded him of his past life. His party lying dead. The demon prince laughing. His own chest pierced by a corrupted blade. Arden gripped his dagger's hilt. Not this time. The path ended before a giant wall engraved with strange markings. A voice rumbled from the stone. A shadow is not born. A shadow is chosen. The symbols ignited. First trial, the weight of your own existence. Stand still for 60 seconds. Do not breathe. Do not blink. Do not think of escape. Breaking any rule results in instant death. Arden rolled his shoulders. That's it. He closed his eyes. And the world attacked. The mind of a rebel against fate. The darkness rushed into his mind like a tidal wave. Images, illusions, hallucinations, all designed to break sanity. He saw the demon prince Varrock tearing through cities. Saw the sky split by abyssal rifts. Saw flames engulfing kingdoms. Saw his old party screaming his name as they died. Saw Lucia the bright healer with the soft laugh reaching for him as her soul was devoured. It's your fault, a voice whispered. You led them. You failed them. You always fail everyone. Arden's heartbeat didn't even rise. No, he said calmly in the void. I failed once. And that's why I'm here. The illusions trembled. A new voice, colder than the abyss, grumbled. You resist too easily. Arden opened his eyes. The wall glowed faintly. Trial progress, 98%. 2 seconds left. Arden didn't blink. Didn't breathe. Didn't fear. The wall exploded in silver flames. First trial cleared. Reward, plus 15 stat points. Reward, passive skill Mind of the Unbound, LV1. A new window flashed. New passive acquired Mind of the Unbound, LV1. Description. Your mind is no longer shackled by fate or illusion. Fear resistance increased by 40%. Mental debuffs last 50% shorter. You gain plus 20% resistance to charm, curse, and sleep. Special effect. When facing an illusion or psychological attack, your intelligence temporarily increases by plus 50%. Arden smirked. Perfect for a dungeon filled with tricks. He immediately allocated his stat points. Plus 10 AGI. Plus 3 STR. Plus 2 int. His movements sharpened. The dagger felt lighter. His thoughts grew clearer. The path behind him dissolved. Only forward remained. Good. The second trial, the birth of shadow. Arden entered a circular chamber filled with floating masks. Hundreds. Each carved with expressions of agony, fear, rage, sorrow. The voice returned. Choose a mask. Choose the shape of the power you wish to wield. Arden already knew the test. This was where players were supposed to create their own shadow archetype, a kind of specialization. There were hundreds of possibilities, but after regressing, Arden already knew the best ones. But not for him. For anyone else. This time, he wanted something different. In his past life, the dungeon was incomplete. The strongest mask never spawned. Because the strongest mask requires one condition. Arden stepped forward and whispered. Show me the mask of the undestined. All the masks froze. The chamber trembled. The trial hesitated. Then a new mask tore itself into existence. Black, cracked, pulsing like a dying heart. It dripped with dark mist. You have summoned a forbidden archetype mask. Mask of the undestined. An archetype not meant for any living being. Only those outside fate may wear it. The voice roared. That mask is forbidden. That path was erased. You were not meant to exist, regressor. Arden reached out without hesitation. Then we agree. He placed the mask over his face. The world shattered around him. Darkness surged into his lungs. Whispers crawled into his ears. Shadows stitched themselves into his bones. He didn't scream. He welcomed it. You have unlocked Shadow Archetype Undestined. A wall of text exploded across the UI. New archetype, the Undestined. Description. A being detached from fate. A shadow that cannot be predicted, controlled, or erased by the world. Effects. Skills adapt based on enemy future actions. Attacks may ignore enemy defenses. You gain immunity to deterministic abilities. Enemies have a harder time reading or tracking you. Minus 40% aggro predictability. Unlocks unique evolution paths unavailable to any other class. Special condition. Your existence destabilizes the system. Enemy difficulty increases. Bosses adjust to kill you first. Arden removed the mask. His voice was calm. This is fine. Let the world come at me. The shadows in the room recoiled, Because Arden wasn't supposed to have this power. Not yet. Not ever. But he seized it anyway. The room shifts the enemy that remembers him. The chamber twisted. Walls melted like wax, flowing downward. A humanoid shape emerged, no legs, only hovering, dripping darkness. Its face was a blank void. Its arms were long, ending in jagged claws. A shade remnant. A monster from his future. From month 3. From the rise of the Demon Legion. From the day his party died. Arden's dagger was already in hand. So you followed me back in time, he murmured. The monster let out a raspy screech that warped the air. Warning. A temporal aberration has appeared. Adaptation level, 300%. Recommended level, 60. Arden was level 5. Perfect. He took a step forward. Let's begin. A level 5 novice against the future. The shade remnant drifted forward, its body dragging streaks of black mist across the air like ink bleeding through water. Its face rippled nothing but an empty oval, and yet Arden could feel its intent. Not hunger. Not aggression. Recognition. As if it remembered him. As if it had seen him die once already. Warning. The temporal aberration is analyzing you. Prediction success rate, 0%. Reason, you possess the undestined archetype. The remnant's body convulsed, confused. Arden slid into a low stance, dagger held in reverse grip. Good. If you can't predict me, then you can't kill me. The remnant shrieked. A sound that rippled like ice cracking across a frozen lake. Black tendrils erupted from its arms, lashing toward Arden. He didn't run. He vanished. Shadow step activated. The world blurred as Arden flickered behind the monster. His dagger flashed. Rapid strike. Rapid strike. Rapid strike. Each hit sliced through the shade's misty form, dispersing trails of shadow. Not much damage, but enough to disrupt its cohesion. The monster twisted unnaturally, limbs bending like liquid as it whipped its shadow tendrils behind itself. Arden's dagger came up in time, deflecting the first attack. Then slipping past the second. But the third caught him. A tendril slammed into his ribs. Crack. Arden skidded across the floor. HP, 163. He sucked in a tight breath. So even with undestined, this thing hits like a truck. The shade remnant floated toward him, shadows spiraling around its body like a storm. It spoke in a voice that wasn't a voice. Arden froze for half a heartbeat. It knew his name. So the Demon Legion's corruption wasn't limited to the future timeline. It had seeped backward. This world really wants me dead. Arden grinned sharp and cold. Come kill me again, then. The aberration goes for the kill. The remnant's body stretched into a spiked silhouette. Dozens of needle-like shadow limbs sprouted from its back. Then, it fired them. The air screamed as the barrage ripped forward like a rain of obsidian spears. A normal novice would be turned into red mist. Arden? He vanished. Shadow step perfect evade. He reappeared directly beneath the monster, dagger raised. He slashed upward in a clean, precise arc. Critical hit. Weak point struck. The remnant's body shattered like glass. Then reformed instantly. It retaliated by compressing itself into a black sphere of shadow. And detonated. A shockwave blasted outward. Arden crossed his arms, bracing. HP, 6338. Force rattled his bones. Blood dripped down his lip. But his eyes were still sharp. You're strong, he admitted. Good. I need strong enemies. Because only strong enemies gave strong rewards. And only strong rewards would let him reach the Demon Prince in time. The power of future knowledge. Arden wiped blood from his chin and sprinted to the wall. Not to hide. To exploit a flaw. In his past life, he discovered a detail about shade remnants. They were hypersensitive to reflections. The dungeon walls weren't reflective, but the floor was lightly polished stone. Just enough. Arden leapt, planting his foot against the wall and pushing off. His body flipped as his shadow step came off cooldown. The monster fired a whip of shadow. Arden disappeared, reappeared beneath the remnant's floating body, and angled his dagger downward toward the floor. The remnant saw its own reflection. It screamed. Its form destabilized, flickering violently. Arden didn't waste the opening. Rapid strike. Rapid strike. Rapid strike. His dagger became a blur. Dark fluid splattered the floor. The remnant writhed and reformed. But now its movements were erratic, unstable, slower. Got you. Arden surged forward. Shadow step. A clean slash across its core. Critical hit. Super effective. Temporal instability x2. The monster convulsed, losing cohesion. Now its attacks were wild, frenzied, uncontrolled. No longer precise or predictive. Arden dodged, ducked, vaulted, countered. Step to the left. Spin under the tendril. Shadow step behind it. Dagger to the core. A dance of death. A dance only someone who had lived longer than this timeline allowed could perform. Arden whispered. This is for my party. He plunged the dagger into the remnant's heart. The monster froze. Then split apart and dissolved into smoke. The system struggles to process the kill. The dungeon trembled. The UI flickered violently. Error. 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 You have killed a temporal aberration far above your level. System recalibrating. Processing anomalous kill. Processing. Processing. Failed. Arden blinked. What does that mean? The system crashed. Then rebooted in a burst of glitching light. Congratulations. You have broken the level curve. Reward 1, plus 8 levels. Reward 2, plus 35 stat points. Reward 3, new skill Shadow Instinct. Reward 4, new passive Aberration Slayer. Reward 5, title Enemy of Fate. The chamber shook harder. A massive, glowing fracture split across the air, like reality itself was cracking. Arden exhaled softly. I think I pissed off the system. New skill Shadow Instinct. Shadow Instinct, LV1. Allows instantaneous reaction to danger. Your body moves before your mind decides. Dodge chance increases by plus 25%. When attacked from behind. Automatically counter with a basic attack. New passive Aberration Slayer. Damage versus non-native monsters plus 30%. Chance to ignore shield/barriers plus 10%. Enemies marked by future timelines take extra damage. Arden tightened his grip on his dagger. Perfect. Exactly what I need to hunt demons. The title that should not exist. Title, Enemy of Fate. Effects. Fate-based effects weaken in your presence. Dungeon difficulty increases based on your existence. You draw the attention of timeline guardians. Rewards scale beyond normal limits. Arden felt the dungeon tremble around him. Looks like everything strong wants me dead now. He stepped toward the next chamber. And everything strong is worth killing. The shadow that watches you. The chamber that swallowed him next was nothing like the first two. No walls. No floor. No ceiling. Just a vast, endless void. But this one wasn't empty. It looked empty. That was the trick. Arden knelt, touching the ground with 2 fingers. Finding nothing. No texture. No substance. No shadow. Third trial, Arden muttered. The one meant to break the senses. Then. A whisper behind him. Not from a monster. Not from the dungeon voice. From something else. You should not be here, Arden. Arden didn't turn. Turning meant death. This trial mimicked the attack patterns of the Observer, a cosmic entity from the Demon Legion, one that punished mortals who looked directly at it. The correct strategy was simple. Do not look back. Arden spoke calmly. You're just an illusion. A memory of something that will hunt me in 3 months. The whisper grew colder. 3 months. Arden smirked internally. So even this illusion didn't know he was a regressor. Good. The third trial revealed. A system message flickered into the void. Third trial, the eyeless shadow. Rule 1: do not look behind you. Rule 2: do not acknowledge the watcher. Rule 3: survive for 120 seconds. Failure equals instant death. Arden's fingers twitched. This is the trial that killed millions during beta, he murmured. Players back then panicked when they heard voices, saw shadows flicker, or felt something breathing behind them. They turned. They died. Even veterans failed this one more than once. But Arden? He'd cleared it after dying the first time in his past life. And now, armed with knowledge and OP skills? Bring it. He took a slow breath. Begin. The watcher arrives. The temperature dropped. A breeze spiraled behind Arden. Cold, sharp, unnatural. Something stepped on the ground behind him. Click. A footstep. Then another. Click. 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 Each step echoed like a bone snapping in half. Arden's heartbeat remained steady. In his past life, he turned around here. A beginner's fear. A beginner's mistake. A beginner's death. Not this time. He stayed still. More footsteps. 7. 9. 15. Circling him. The voice whispered near his neck. You think you know the future, little regressor. Arden didn't flinch. You're not the real thing. The whisper grew distorted like dozens of mouths speaking at once. I can smell the abyss on you. Arden's eyes hardened. That part was true. When he died the first time, the abyss marked him before spitting him back in time. He didn't know why. Not yet. But he would. He forced air slowly through his teeth. 1 minute left. The trial escalates. The void cracked with the sound of chains dragging. Suddenly. Hands. Dozens of them. Pitch black and skeletal. Crawled out of the nothingness and latched onto Arden's ankles. The system warned. The watcher is attempting to force your gaze. Mind of the unbound resistance triggered. Mental overwrite, 0% effective. Arden couldn't help smirking. Good thing I cleared the first trial. Otherwise, this part would be impossible. The cold hands tugged, trying to pull him off balance. He didn't move. He didn't blink. A shadow crawled across the edge of his vision. Not behind him. Beside him. Trying to trick him into looking. He stared straight forward. More hands grabbed his shoulders, his arms, his waist. It felt like being dragged into a frozen ocean. The whisper dug into his ear. Your friends died screaming. Arden. Arden exhaled, slow and controlled. That's why I'm not repeating that timeline. The creature hissed. The void rippled. The watcher tries cheating. The air flickered. And suddenly Arden heard 2 voices. Arden. A desperate cry. Female. Soft. Pained. Lucia. The healer from his past life. The one he failed to protect. Arden's throat tightened just once. Then his expression hardened into steel. That's not her. The whisper behind him twisted, anger rising. But she sounded real, didn't she? Arden closed his eyes. Lucia was brave. She didn't scream when she died. She smiled. And she told me to live. Silence. Cold, sharp, hateful silence. Then. You remember too much. Arden whispered back. You're damn right I do. The final 10 seconds. Chains shot from the void, slashing the air. Passing inches from his face. Hands yanked harder. Shadows wrapped around his throat. The system flashed. Time remaining, 10. 9. 8. The whisper screamed. Look at me. The void shook violently. Darkness surged over Arden like a tsunami. 7. 6. 5. Something sharp pressed against his spine like a blade. 4. 3. A cold mouth formed inches from his ear. You are not meant to exist. Arden smiled. The first smile since entering the dungeon. And yet here I am. 2. 1. Trial complete. Third trial cleared. The void shattered. The Watcher's presence vanished instantly. As if erased. The system chimed. Third trial cleared. Reward, plus 20 stat points. Reward, skill Shadow Veil, LV1. Reward, plus 1 fate resistance. Bonus reward, because you resisted psychological manipulation perfectly. You gain unbroken will. Arden stretched his fingers. Good. I needed that. New skill Shadow Veil. Shadow Veil, LV1. Blend into nearby shadows. Duration, 6 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. During Veil, enemies lose track of you unless they have high detection. This skill. In the early game, it was practically cheating. New passive Unbroken Will. Effect. Mental debuff duration reduced by 70%. Illusions fail instantly. Attempts to force your gaze automatically fail. Gain immunity to fear effects under elite rank. Arden felt the power settle into his bones. Now the real threats can't touch my mind. The door to the fourth trial opens. A passage formed this time made of writhing shadows. A cold wind swept through. Arden stepped forward. The dungeon whispered. The next trial is not meant for mortals. Arden's grip tightened on his dagger. Good. He walked inside. I'm not a mortal timeline puppet anymore. The one who shared your grave. The corridor that led into the fourth trial wasn't made of stone. It was made of reflections. Every surface, walls, floor, even the air shimmered like polished obsidian mirrors. When Arden stepped forward, 100 versions of himself stepped with him. Each reflection moved with a slight delay. A warning. A trap. Arden cracked his knuckles. In the beta timeline, this trial wiped entire guilds. He wasn't wrong. This was the trial where the dungeon learned you. Your posture. Your techniques. Your timing. Your weaknesses. Then it created an enemy. A perfect replica. Your stats. Your skills. Your habits. Your flaws. The only difference? The replica fought with no hesitation, no fear, and no mercy. Arden had died 7 times here in his past life. But this time, he had no intention of repeating history. He stepped into the center of the mirrored room. A single ripple spread across the surface like water. The reflections twisted. Then one of them stepped out from the wall. A boy. Lean. Focused. Eyes sharp with determination. Clad in beginner gear, holding a basic iron dagger. But the killing intent leaking from him was monstrous. A mirror version of Arden. From before he ever regressed. Arden's jaw tightened. So you're pulling from my old timeline. The replica smirked his own smirk, from years ago. You look weaker than I remember. The fourth trial revealed. The system echoed through the chamber. Fourth trial, the mirrored self. Defeat your past. Defeat your mistakes. Defeat the version of you that failed. Warning. Your opponent mirrors your strongest skill set. The longer you fight, the more he adapts. Arden breathed slowly. Good. I already know every move you will make. Replica Arden chuckled. No. I know every move you are about to make. The first clash. The replica blurred forward. A burst of movement identical to Arden's own step cancel burst, a hidden technique only high-level assassins discovered. But Arden expected it. Arden sidestepped. But the replica predicted the dodge. A dagger slashed toward Arden's throat. Fast. Smooth. Exactly like how Arden used to strike when he fought with fear buried under anger. Arden leaned back, letting the blade skim a hair from his neck. Clang. Their daggers collided. Arden absorbed the impact. Replica Arden pushed harder. You hesitate, the mirror self said. Just like before. Arden's teeth clenched. His younger self was right. In his old timeline, Arden always doubted himself. He overthought. He hesitated. He died. Not anymore, Arden growled, pushing back. The replica grinned and vanished into shadow step, a movement skill Arden hadn't learned yet in this life. Arden's heart kicked. So you're pulling everything I used to know. A whisper behind him. Correct. The dagger slashed. But Arden ducked, swept his leg, and kicked the replica away. Past Arden slid across the mirrored floor, then sprang back up with a laugh. You're sharper than I expected. Still pathetic, though. Arden sighed. You sound just like I used to. Annoying. Replica adaptation begins. The room pulsed. The mirror has begun adapting to your new fighting style. The replica straightened, eyes narrowing with newfound calculation. So, you're no longer the coward I remember, he said, rotating the dagger in his grip. Arden flexed his fingers. And you're no longer the child I regret being. The replica's aura darkened. Then let's evolve together. He lunged. Faster. Sharper. Less predictable. He changed angles mid-dash. A technique Arden invented after reaching level 120, long after the fourth trial. Arden clicked his tongue. Even my future habits. The replica grinned. Everything you ever were will become mine. The battle of identical skills. Steel clashed in a whirlwind. Clang tch sheeing. Every movement mirrored. Arden ducked. Replica Arden ducked the same. Arden feinted right. Replica Arden feinted right simultaneously. Arden used Shadow Veil, the reward from the third trial. The replica used it too. Two bodies vanished into darkness. Then, two daggers struck from opposite directions. Clang. The impact sent shockwaves across the mirrored floor, cracking the surface. The replica jumped back, eyes glittering with excitement. You're strong now. But strength isn't enough. He activated something dangerous. A passive skill Arden developed late in the Demon War. Blood Instinct, LV3. The lower your HP, the faster you become. Arden's eyes narrowed. That shouldn't exist yet. Replica Arden smirked. I'm using your full potential. You're not. Then he vanished. Moving at a speed Arden simply couldn't match yet. Past vs present. Arden blocked the first 3 attacks. Barely. The fourth sliced across his arm, blood misting. The fifth stabbed his shoulder, scraping bone. The sixth went for his heart. Arden twisted, feeling the dagger punch through air beside his ribs. He staggered. Replica Arden sneered. You're slower than I remember. Arden clenched his jaw. In raw stats and experience, his past self was stronger. But the past self had a fatal flaw. Something Arden had overcome. He straightened slowly. You fight like someone with nothing to lose. Replica Arden's expression faltered slightly. Arden smiled faintly. I fight like someone who's died before. For the first time, Replica Arden blinked. What? Arden's eyes sharpened. You fight based on instinct and desperation. But I fight with knowledge. With purpose. With regret sharpened into discipline. Replica Arden gripped his dagger harder. Arden stepped forward. You fight to survive. He lifted his blade. I fight to win. Arden's counter beginning. Arden moved. Not faster. Not stronger. But smarter. He exploited a tiny opening in the replica's footwork. A habit Arden only noticed years after gaining experience. The replica's eyes widened. He couldn't dodge. Arden's dagger slashed across his side. Clean, precise. Blood sprayed the mirrored floor. The replica hissed in pain. Arden tilted his head. That wound? You got it fighting the Abyssal Knight in my first timeline. Replica Arden froze. Arden's voice lowered. I know every mistake you're about to make. I made them all myself. The mirror breaks. The replica lunged in anger. Arden sidestepped not backward, but forward, into the attack's dead angle. He drove his knee into the replica's ribs. A crack. The replica gasped. Stumbled. Arden whispered. You rely too much on burst movement. He grabbed the replica's arm. Twisted it. Slammed him into the mirror floor. It shattered beneath them. The replica choked, trying to rise. Arden planted a foot on his chest. You're my past. He raised his dagger. I choose my future. SHHK. Arden plunged the blade into the replica's heart. The mirrored version looked up, stunned. When did you surpass me? Arden answered softly. When I stopped hating my weakness. And started learning from it. The replica smiled faintly. For the first time. Genuine, relieved. Good. Then live this time. Properly. He dissolved into light. The entire mirrored chamber cracked. Then collapsed into darkness. Fourth trial cleared. The system chimed. Fourth trial cleared. Reward, plus 30 stat points. Reward, skill upgrade Shadow Veil Shadow Phantom, LV1. Reward, passive battle instinct, awakened. Bonus reward, because you defeated your past without taking lethal damage. You gain Ego Ascendant. Arden breathed deeply. That felt good. New skill Shadow Phantom. Shadow Phantom, LV1. Create a temporary afterimage that mimics your last movement. Confuses enemies for 0.8 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Arden nodded. That's broken. Perfect. New passive Ego Ascendant. Effects. Damage taken from mirrored or reflection type enemies reduced by 80%. Enemies cannot copy your skills. Any being attempting to steal your identity instantly fails. Your presence becomes harder for dimensional entities to track. Arden smiled at the last line. This will help later, especially against the ones who chased me through death. The door to the fifth trial appears. This door was different. Black stone. Blood-red markings. A cold aura that pressed on the lungs. Arden rolled his shoulders. The fifth trial was where the dungeon became alive. He stepped toward the door. Time to face the part of the dungeon that eats souls. The door opened. Arden didn't hesitate. He walked inside. The hunger of the deep altar. The moment Arden stepped through the obsidian door, the air changed. It was colder. Not physically, but existentially. Breathing felt like inhaling fragments of glass. The walls weren't stone but something far worse. Abyssal flesh. Black, veined, and alive. Pulsing with a slow heartbeat that reverberated through the chamber. This was the fifth trial. A section of the dungeon so feared that players once called it the Devouring Altar. Because here, the dungeon didn't test your strength. It tested your existence. Arden adjusted his cloak. This place killed me 3 times in the old timeline. A thick, wet scraping echoed in the darkness. Something hungry. The atmosphere thickened. A dark fog gathered around his feet like tendrils. Arden exhaled. Here we go. The system chimed. 5th trial, the Devouring Altar. A fragment of the abyss has awakened. It seeks to consume your soul, your memories, and your identity. Survive. Or be unmade. The altar chamber. Torches lit one by one as Arden walked deeper. Each flame a sickly violet. The chamber opened into a massive arena. A circular pit. A skeletal altar in the center. Chains suspended from the ceiling, dripping liquid darkness. And around the edges, rows of statues. But the statues had no faces. Only gaping holes where their souls had been taken. Arden frowned. So it's the soul-eating variant this time. In the old timeline, there were 4 variations. This was the worst one. A low, echoing whisper slithered from every direction. Come closer. Let me taste you. Arden ignored it. He approached the altar. As soon as his foot touched the first step, boom! The entire chamber vibrated. Chains rattled violently. Darkness coiled around the altar like a serpent. The system updated. The abyssal fragment senses your presence. It is frustrated it cannot copy you. Reason, passive skill ego ascendant prevents identity theft. Arden smirked faintly. Good. That passive is already paying off. The abyssal fragment manifests. A thick pillar of darkness burst upward from the altar. Twisting, writhing, forming shape. First a torso. Then limbs. Then a head, drooling shadows like blood. Finally, it formed into the shape of a humanoid monster. Tall. Gaunt. Bones protruding beneath black, tar-like flesh. A crooked smile filled its cracked face. You have walked far, little mortal. Your soul smells ancient. Arden narrowed his eyes. Abyssal fragments were semi-sentient. They fed on souls, but they could also feel timelines, cycles, and reincarnation. Which meant it sensed his regression. Arden tightened his grip on his dagger. You won't be feeding on me. The creature tilted its head unnaturally. You have tasted death, yet stand before me unbroken. It sniffed the air. A mistake. You should not exist. Arden spat blood to the side. Get in line. The whole abyss thinks that. Then the creature roared. And the 5th trial began. The devouring wave. The abyssal fragment slammed both hands into the ground. The arena trembled. A wave of soul-devouring mist surged outward in a circle, crawling across the floor like a living tide. Arden's expression hardened. Soul devour? Already. He leapt upward, pushing off the altar's frame to avoid the wave. But the mist didn't attack his body. It attacked his memories. Arden felt hundreds of whispers claw at his mind. Remember your failures. Your cowardice. The moment you begged for your life. The moment your friends died because of you. Let us eat your regret. Arden clenched his teeth. But forced his mind to remain clear. He focused on the truth. He had already lived through hell. There was nothing left for the abyss to take. And like a weapon, he spoke. Ego ascendant. A ripple burst from his body. The whispers faltered. The mist recoiled. The soul-devouring pressure thinned. Arden landed smoothly as the wave passed. TCH. Using my own trauma against me. Pathetic. The fragment screeched. You are not tasting right. The ground cracked under its fury. The hunger lunges. The beast's arms stretched, elongating like tendrils. It swung them like whips. Arden ducked under the first, rolled as the second sliced the air where his head had been, then countered with Shadow Phantom. An afterimage split from him. The monster slammed into the phantom instead of Arden. Before it could adjust, Arden jumped behind it and sliced deep into its back. Black ichor sprayed. The abyssal fragments screeched. Arden smirked. That hurt? Good. But the creature didn't react like normal monsters. It twisted its neck 180 degrees, smiling with jagged teeth. Delicious pain, yours will taste better. Arden raised his guard. Here comes the second phase. Phase 2 Soul Famine. The creature inhaled. Not air, but light. All torches were snuffed out. The chamber drowned in absolute darkness. Arden's heart didn't waver. He'd seen this before. In his first life, he had screamed for help in this darkness until the monster ate his memories. Not now. His eyes sharpened. The darkness whispered, "Let us in. Let us eat." Arden stood steady. "I'm done being prey." His dagger glowed faintly with the aura of Shadow Phantom. Arden closed his eyes. He didn't need sight. He remembered the creature's pattern. He remembered the timing of its breath. The way the air trembled before it lunged. The subtle rumble its claws made. Every sense sharpened. Breathing. Heartbeats. Footsteps. Drip of ichor. Arden whispered, "Come." The monster appeared behind him. Claws raised. Arden pivoted, slashing the monster's wrist cleanly, severing its hand. The creature screamed. Arden didn't stop. He aimed for its legs next. Slash slash. He carved through the monster with calculated brutality. Not a single wasted movement. Every strike based on future knowledge and experience. When the torches flickered back to life, the abyssal fragment was kneeling, breathing raggedly. Bleeding shadows. Arden exhaled slowly. Still alive? Good. Because I'm not done. The final form, the empty husk. The fragment's eyes widened. Something in Arden's presence terrified it. It tried to retreat toward the altar. And that was its final mistake. The altar chains wrapped around its limbs, pulling it in. The dungeon spoke. The fragment has weakened itself. Initiating final form, empty husk. The monster convulsed. Its body collapsing and reforming into a skeletal husk with a single glowing core. A soul orb. The heart of the abyss. Arden flipped his dagger in his hand. Finally. The real weak point. The core fight. The husk moved fast. Far faster than before. But Arden had more tools now. He used Shadow Phantom to mislead. Battle Instinct, awakened, to predict attacks. Ego Ascendant to resist soul siphoning pulses. And finally, his own future experience. He ducked under a sweeping blade arm, rolled forward, and stabbed the orb. A crack formed. The husk shrieked. Arden struck again. Another crack. The husk's movements grew erratic. Finally, Arden leapt high, spinning mid-air. Break. He plunged his dagger downward. CRRRSHHHK. The soul orb shattered. Light burst outward. And the abyssal fragment collapsed into dust. Silence returned. Arden landed lightly on the altar. He exhaled. Trial 5, complete. Rewards. The system chimed. 5th trial cleared. Reward, skill soul anchor, LV1. Reward, plus 40 stat points. Reward, abyss resistant mine title. Reward, item fragment of the devouring core, epic. Arden raised a brow. Oh? This timeline gave me better rewards. New skill Soul Anchor. Soul Anchor, LV1. Protects a chosen memory or skill from being stolen, erased, or corrupted. Cooldown, 12 hours. Arden blinked. That's extremely broken. This was something he desperately needed in the old timeline, but never obtained. He immediately anchored a memory. The deaths of my party, and my promise to never repeat it. A faint chain of light wrapped around his heart. Arden breathed deeply. Good. That memory is mine forever. The path forward. A staircase formed behind the altar. A path of bone-white stone leading downward. Arden cracked his neck. Next is the sixth trial, the labyrinth of paradox. He tightened his gloves, wiped blood from his dagger, and descended. With every step, the dungeon trembled, as if recognizing something. A monster it could no longer predict. A player it could no longer control. A survivor who refused to die where fate demanded it. Arden smirked. Let's keep going. He walked into the next darkness. The labyrinth of paradox. The descent into the sixth trial felt longer than it should. Arden noticed it quickly. He'd taken 42 steps downward. But the staircase wasn't getting any closer to the bottom. The air didn't change. His heartbeat didn't shift from the silence. Right, he muttered. The paradox layer starts before the trial begins. He stopped walking. Instantly. The staircase ended beneath his foot. If he had taken one more step, he would have fallen into empty air. Arden smirked slightly. Well played. He stood on the final step. Ahead of him stretched a corridor riddled with wrongness. Walls that moved like waves. Ceiling tiles rotating in slow circles. Floor panels floating inches above the ground. Torches burning upside down, with flames dripping upward like liquid. Arden stepped in. The system chimed. Sixth trial, the labyrinth of paradox. Reality is wounded. Perception lies. Memory shifts. Truth bends. Objective, navigate the labyrinth and reach the central chamber. Optional objective, discover the hidden paradox and claim the forbidden skill. Arden exhaled. This trial killed over 60% of players in the old timeline. Not because it was strong, but because it was unfair. Traps that inverted gravity. Hallways that reversed time. Floors that existed only when you didn't look at them. And the worst? The labyrinth rewrote memories. You could walk in circles for hours without realizing the past 2 minutes had been erased. Players went insane. Arden, however, now had something he didn't have back then. Soul Anchor. He placed a hand over his chest. Anchor memory, orientation. A dim chain of light pulsed. Memory protected. Now he could navigate. The first paradox, the living walls. Arden walked through the shifting hallway. Eyes forward, steps deliberate. The walls whispered in overlapping voices. Left. No, right. Turn back. You've been here before. You haven't. You're trapped. Arden ignored them. Each voice tried to trick his sense of direction. Some tried to convince him time had looped. He kept walking. The floor tiles began sliding sideways, trying to make him drift off path. Arden stepped lightly. Like dancing over broken glass. Landing only on tiles whose movement syncopated with a faint pattern he recognized. The rhythm hasn't changed, he murmured. This entire labyrinth had one rule. Chaos has a pattern. The pattern never changes. He reached the end of the hallway. The walls grumbled. He remembers. Arden smirked. Of course I do. The second paradox, the time-reversed hall. The next corridor was filled with floating sand. Every grain moved upward, back into the ceiling. When Arden stepped inside, his footsteps reversed. Each step created a backward echo. But Arden knew how it worked. He didn't walk forward. He walked backward, facing the exit, but moving deeper into the corridor. Because the hall reversed time perception. If you walked forward, you'd walk forever. If you faced the wrong direction, you'd loop the same 3 seconds until you starved. Arden kept moving. Backward, stable, eyes fixed on the invisible point where the paradox broke. The system chimed. You have resisted temporal rewind. A doorway materialized behind him. Arden stepped through it. The moment he did, the entire hall dissolved into static. He didn't look back. You never looked back. Looking back triggered paradox collapse. The third paradox, the room of hanging questions. The next chamber was quiet. Rows of lanterns hung from invisible strings. The flames burned in every color: blue, red, green, gold, black, violet, white. Arden stepped forward. The lanterns whispered riddles. What weighs more, a memory or its loss? If you kill your past, who survives? If you were to die again, would it be new? Does your regret belong to you alone? Is your second life a lie or a theft? Arden didn't stop. He knew the trick. If you answered the riddles, even in your mind, the lanterns would steal your memories to fill the answer. He kept silent. The lanterns grew louder. More aggressive. What are you? Why are you alive? Why were your friends not? Arden's jaw tightened. He exhaled and walked out of the chamber. The lanterns screeched. You refuse. Arden whispered. My memories aren't yours. Soul anchor pulsed warmly on his chest. All lanterns shattered behind him. The paradox that stopped guilds, the endless crossroads. Arden reached the heart of the sixth trial. A massive room with walls etched in glowing runes. The ceiling was a dome reflecting dozens of branching hallways. In the center stood a pedestal with 3 rotating cubes. The system chimed. Main puzzle, the endless crossroads. Choose correctly. One path leads forward. The others lead to infinite loops. Some lead to death. Arden stared at the puzzle. This challenge ended entire guilds. Because the labyrinth didn't just twist paths. It twisted memory. You could choose the correct path, walk it, and then have your memory selectively erased to make you think you'd chosen wrong so you'd turn back into an eternal loop. Arden smirked. I remember something none of you can erase. He tapped his chest. Anchor memory, correct path. The chain pulsed. Arden closed his eyes. And remembered the only solution. The correct path wasn't a path. It was an action. He walked straight past the pedestal. Turned left. And touched the wall. The wall dissolved into light. The labyrinth screamed. No. He remembers the original timeline. Arden stepped through. The hidden paradox chamber. A narrow staircase led downward. Cold. Silent. Empty. Arden descended into a chamber that wasn't meant to exist for low-level players. A circular room with a single object floating in the center. A black crystal sphere wrapped in pulsating cracks of white light. The system nearly choked. You have discovered the hidden paradox. You have discovered a forbidden skill. Warning, this skill was sealed for violating system logic. Arden exhaled. This was the skill that destroyed an entire server in the old timeline. He approached. The sphere whispered. You are a contradiction. A paradox. A soul that lived twice. Arden placed his hand on it. Exactly why I need this skill. The sphere shattered. Light engulfed him. Forbidden skill acquired. You have obtained Paradox Shift, LV1. Arden blinked. This is insane. He opened the description. Paradox Shift, LV1. Type, reality altering / temporal manipulation. Cooldown, 6 hours. Effect. For 5 seconds, you may ignore one fundamental rule of reality. Ignore damage. Ignore distance. Ignore position. Ignore cooldowns. Ignore cause and effect. Ignore enemy invincibility. Ignore death once. Warning. Excessive use may attract divergent entities. Arden whistled softly. This is the most broken thing I've ever held. Even in his past life, this skill was removed before anyone could properly test it. He clenched his fist. With this, the demon legions have no idea what's coming. The exit appears. The chamber trembled. The labyrinth moaned angrily. Reality stitched itself violently. A doorway formed ahead. Silver, stable, solid. Arden walked toward it. Behind him, the labyrinth hissed. Paradox born. You are not meant to exist. Arden didn't stop. Get used to it. He stepped through the doorway. The world shifted. Light engulfed him. He emerged at the entrance to the 7th trial. The air here was colder. The floor littered with bones. Torches flickered with dying flames. Arden cracked his neck. Trial 7. The Sentinel of the Broken Throne. He tightened his gloves. Time to ruin another future. He walked forward into the darkness. The world was still vibrating with leftover mana when Arden finally forced his breathing to slow. His hands were steady, but the echoes of the fallen sentinel's final roar clung to the broken chamber walls like dying thunder. In front of him kneeling, bound by chains of crystallized mana, was the mysterious humanoid entity he captured with Voidweave shackles. Its form flickered erratically. Half shadow, half luminescent mist. No true face, no true body. A thing that shouldn't exist in the first place. And yet, its glowing eye slits trembled with something dangerously close to fear. Fear of him. Arden stepped closer. One slow footstep at a time. The air distorted, mana bending around him as if bowing. The being flinched. Good. He wanted answers. When the being speaks the forbidden name. The creature's voice flickered like 2 overlapping tones. Impossible anomaly, you survive. Again. Arden stopped. Again. His heart punched against his ribs. You know me, Arden said. It wasn't a question. The creature spasmed. No. The entire fabric of this world trembles because of you. You, who returned from the dead cycle. Dead cycle. A term he never heard in his first life. Arden crouched so his eyes met the being's empty face. Tell me, he said quietly. In detail. What do you think I am? The creature recoiled, chains crackling. You are not meant to exist. Your soul already concluded its path. The cycle erased your imprint, yet, you came back. You rewrote your own death. Arden's jaw tightened. So it confirmed it. His rebirth wasn't some accident or miracle. It was a violation. He leaned closer. Then answer me properly. Who brought me back? There is no entity foolish enough to do so. Not God, not demon, not primordial. Your return is self-authored. A paradox. A threat. A threat, Arden repeated. His mind clicked rapidly, connecting threads he hadn't yet dared to examine. If his return wasn't caused by an external force, then he caused it. Or something that used to be part of him did. Arden realizes his past fate was worse than he thought. Arden flicked his interface open with a thought. Panels of translucent blue text scrolled past him, most of them static, corrupted, or locked behind impossible requirements. But one line pulsed faintly, a glitch he'd seen since the moment he resurrected. Soul state, paradox, unregistered. System recognition, failed. Error, user timeline does not match historical record. Arden clenched his teeth. The creature sensed it and hissed. Your presence unravels causality. The world remembers a version of you who died screaming beneath demon blades. Yet here you stand, carrying future memories. Arden's breath caught. There it was. The truth he'd felt but never said aloud. His death, his memories, his rebirth. All of it was wrong. Then tell me, Arden said softly. What destroyed the world? Who killed us? The Demon Legion, but not in the way you believe. Explain. The creature shuddered as if something squeezed it from within. Your world fell because its timeline fractured. Demons breached the rifts because an anchor was removed. Because you were removed. Arden froze. An anchor. He wasn't just a weak novice who was manipulated. He was a keystone. A stabilizer. His death triggered a collapse. Meaning? Are you saying, Arden whispered, the world fell because I died? The creature didn't speak. But its silence was the answer. Arden exhaled slowly, the weight of revelation crushing him like a mountain. He didn't just want to grow stronger now. He needed to. The world literally needed him alive. 3 Arden begins the interrogation. The creature struggled. Release me, Paradox. Your aura disrupts my existence. Too close and I. Arden grabbed its head. Its entire body spasmed, light shattering like breaking glass. Then answer faster, Arden said calmly. And no. Arden squeezed. The chains flared brighter, feeding on the creature's essence. You entered the trial to kill me, Arden continued. Not test me. Why? Because the world must reject you. A timeline cannot have 2 conflicting truths. But there aren't 2. There's only me. The creature wailed. There was another you. The you who died. The you the world accepted. Your rebirth overrode him, and the world panicked. Arden released the creature's head. He finally understood something. The world wasn't trying to kill him because he was weak. The world was trying to kill him because he shouldn't be alive. For the world's hidden mechanism revealed. The creature's body flickered faster, fading in and out. It wouldn't last long. Arden leaned forward. Why are fallen sentinels appearing early? Why are monsters mutating? Why are timelines slipping? The being convulsed. Because your existence drags the future with you. Every step you take bleeds temporal residue. Monsters evolve prematurely. Bosses awaken early. Fate resists your interference. Arden stared. He had caused all that? Is this what killed my party in the first timeline? He whispered. No. The Demon Legion killed them. But the Legion arrived early because fate collapsed. Because you weren't there to stabilize it. Arden's chest twisted painfully. So his friends died, because he died. And now the world was accelerating because he came back early. Everything was his fault twice over. Everything. Arden's fingers curled into a fist. Then I'll fix it, he whispered. The creature trembled violently. Fix? You cannot fix what you are. You are not a savior, you are an error. Arden smiled faintly. Errors can still rewrite code. 5 Arden learns the Demon General's name. He still needed one more answer. The Demon General, Arden said. The one who opened the first rift. The one who slaughtered us. Who is he? The creature shook. Its form blurred into static. I cannot speak his. Arden tightened the chains with a gesture. Name, he said. You will draw his attention. Name. The creature screeched. Then, finally, it whispered. Malgaros, the rift-born tyrant. He hunts paradox souls. He will come for you. Arden inhaled sharply. That was new. That name had never appeared in his previous life. A hidden boss? A secret antagonist? Or something that only appears in broken timelines? Whatever he was, Arden intended to tear him apart. 6. Arden absorbs a forbidden core. The creature's form began dissolving. Its final strength gone. Its voice trembled. I should not have existed, because you should not have existed. Arden grabbed its chest. Don't worry, he said coldly. You won't. He activated Void Harvest unique skill. Consume the essence of an unstable being to generate a paradox core. The creature exploded into a cloud of screaming light. Arden stood still as the swirling energy converged into a pulsing black and silver core in his hand. His interface chimed. You have acquired Paradox Core, Tier Unknown. Warning, this item should not exist. Proceeding will cause irreversible mutations. Arden smirked. Good. He crushed it. Light detonated outward, engulfing him in spiraling runes and distortion. The system screamed warnings that he ignored. His body felt like it was rewriting itself at a cellular level. Strength surged. Perception stretched. Mana multiplied. Reality thinned. When the light faded, Arden remained standing. Barely. But alive. His interface chimed again. You have obtained Hidden Class Seed Paradox Ascendant. Class Requirement Progress 1/7. A new path. A broken path. A path no one else could walk. Perfect. 7. Arden walks forward as reality warps around him. The chamber walls were melting. Literally melting. His presence was distorting space-time inside the trial. Arden stepped toward the exit, each footprint leaving faint ripples of temporal displacement. If the world feared him, good. He would become something worth fearing. He whispered to himself. Malgaros. Demon Legion. Corrupted future. His eyes sharpened. I'm coming for all of you. The path ahead twisted like a living thing, reacting to his presence. Arden gripped his blade. He walked anyway. Because he had already died once. He would not die again. Not until the world was rewritten correctly. The moment Arden stepped through the collapsing chamber, the world changed. Not dramatically. Not explosively. But subtly, quietly, like a wound beneath a bandage beginning to rot. The air no longer moved the way it should. Shadows lagged behind objects by milliseconds. The mana currents hummed out of sync. Reality wasn't breaking. It was adjusting to him. Arden stopped walking. He could feel it now, the strange, oppressive pull of existence bending around his presence. Like invisible strings tightening, trying to determine how to fit him into a story he didn't belong in. But Arden didn't slow down. If the world wanted to rewrite him, he would rewrite it first. 1. The corridor that loops. He reached a long stone corridor, illuminated by sickly blue torches. It stretched straight ahead, and curved subtly at the end, and curved more, until it disappeared from view. A curved corridor? Arden took 10 steps forward. A whisper brushed his ears. Turn around. He did. The corridor behind him was identical, same torches, same curvature. A loop. A reality anchor trap. In his previous timeline, newbies who wandered into a loop like this never came back. The trial didn't kill them, it just kept them. Forever. Their bodies weren't found because the trial didn't need bodies. It consumed data, not flesh. Arden muttered. Spatial recursion barrier. Higher tier than the last trial version. Of course. Reality was strengthening itself against him. He walked forward again. The corridor elongated. Floor tiles reset under his feet. He checked the torches, they flickered identically every 7 seconds. A predictable pattern. He smirked. He didn't need to break the loop. He needed to break the logic behind it. Arden extended his hand. Mana flowed from his palm, dark silver energy from the paradox core he consumed earlier. Void energy. Unstable. Unregistered. Illegal. Skill activated. Paradox threading. Untie logical structures by severing their causal anchor. A thin silver thread fired from his fingertips, slicing the wall. The corridor stuttered. The torches blinked, then flickered backward in time for a split second. Arden stepped to the side. The corridor shattered like glass. And in its place, a deeper hall. Ancient. Silent. And waiting. He stepped through. To the statues that watch him. This new chamber was circular, massive, and lined with marble statues. Warriors. Mages. Archers. Monks. Rogues. Old job classes. Some extinct. Some forbidden. Arden recognized a few. Abyss Monk, the class wiped out for absorbing demonic chi. Soul Magus banned after consuming players' souls in ancient wars. Wraith Rogue permanently removed after breaking stealth boundaries. Reality Weaver, a class that never even released, rumored to twist causality. Each statue had glowing eyes. Eyes fixed on him. A low hum trembled through the room. Candidate detected. The voice was not physical, it echoed inside Arden's skull. Impossible candidate detected. Torches lit one by one, illuminating the center platform. Arden stepped into the middle. He didn't flinch. The statues bent slightly. Reverent. Or terrified. You carry a paradox seed. Arden said nothing. You carry timeline knowledge. Still silent. You carry a death that has already happened. Arden's jaw tightened. The statues spoke in unison. You are incompatible with every known class. You cannot follow the paths of the living. Nor the paths of the dead. Arden smiled faintly. Good, he said. I'm not here to join a path. The room trembled. He raised his hand. I'm here to carve one. The statues shook, marble cracking from the sheer pressure of his presence. 3. The test of 10,000 blades. The torches flared and extinguished. Darkness swallowed him. Then, trial phase 3 activated. The test of 10,000 blades. Metal shrieked. Blades erupted from the void, flying toward him like a storm made of murder. Swords, daggers, axes, spears, every weapon class ever introduced in the game manifested as spectral constructs and hurled themselves at him. Normal novices would have died instantly. Even advanced players would have lasted 10 seconds. Arden? He raised one hand. The world slowed. Not an ability. A side effect of his paradox seed trying to stabilize his existence. Millions of floating equations, runes, and broken skill fragments drifted behind his eyelids. Arden stepped forward. One step. The blades froze for a heartbeat. He whispered. Chronoslip. Time fractured. He slid between the blades like liquid shadow, moving through seconds that weren't happening yet. A spear grazed his hair. A dagger brushed his coat. A scythe nearly sliced his cheek. But nothing touched him. Every dodge was perfect. Every movement precalculated. This attack had killed him in his first life. But now he knew the pattern. He remembered it beat by beat. He walked amid the storm as if strolling in the rain. When the last blade passed, he snapped his fingers. Paradox pulse triggered. Collapses, unstable constructs. The entire storm of weapons shattered into dust. Arden didn't even look back. For the trial gives him a choice. The chamber lights reignited, revealing a glowing platform with 7 floating crystals. Each crystal represented a class path. Knight. Mage. Assassin. Cleric. Archer. Monk. Summoner. And one cracked crystal, blackened and flickering. The unknown path. Arden stepped closer. The crystals whispered simultaneously. Choose your destiny. He ignored them. He walked straight to the broken one. The others flared. Error, paradox cannot choose. Candidate must choose a standard class. The unstable path is sealed. Arden touched the cracked crystal. A shockwave blasted outward. The statues screamed. The chamber walls trembled violently. The trial's voice broke into static. Unstable choice detected. Invalid. Invalid. Cannot process. Arden gripped the crystal harder. Open. The crystal tried to resist. He forced more void energy into it. Cracks spider-webbed across its surface. Light leaked out. A hidden window appeared glitching, half-formed. Forbidden class path? Description: error. Path undefined. Requirements: literally impossible. Arden whispered. Possible now. The crystal screamed. Then it exploded. Dark light engulfed him. 5 Arden sees his future, and his past. A void opened. A timeline. Images flickered all around him himself, dying again and again in countless variations. Him as a child. Him fighting. Him betrayed. Him bleeding. Him watching his allies die. Him powerless. Him crawling through the burning ruins of towns. Him kneeling in front of Malgaros, the rift-born tyrant. Him screaming in the final moments of the Demon Legion's victory. His future selves. His past selves. All overlapping. Arden reached out and crushed the visions with his hand. Not this time. The void shattered. 6. The class window appears. A new interface bloomed before him. Dark. Silver. Alive. You have forced open a deleted class line. Class name: Paradox Ascendant. Rank: status: partial unlock 2/7 requirements met. Warning: this class should not exist. Arden stared at the swirling glyphs. A class not meant to be chosen. Not meant to be found. Not meant to exist in any world. Perfect. A new message appeared. Class ability unlocked. Paradox heartbeat. Your existence destabilizes fixed events. Predict future outcomes. Alter past failures. Rewrite 1 moment per day. Arden's eyes widened. Rewrite 1 moment per day? Not time travel. Not teleportation. But timeline editing. A god-tier ability hidden behind a glitch. He exhaled slowly. Now this, he murmured, is power. 7. The trial reacts in fear. A deep rumble shook the chamber. The statues trembled. One cracked down the middle. Another exploded. The trial's voice lowered to a desperate whisper. Paradox Ascendant cannot be allowed. This path must be terminated. Arden stepped forward. The trial's floor distorted under his feet as if recoiling. You already tried to terminate me once, Arden said softly. In my previous life. He spread his arms. Try again. The chamber screamed. Every statue came alive, thousands of stone warriors drawing spectral weapons, charging him from all sides. Arden smirked. Good. He activated. Paradox Veil passive. Reality rejects your death. The statues struck. And their weapons passed through him like smoke. He didn't move. He didn't evade. He simply did not die. The trial panicked. Time warped. Space folded. The entire chamber began imploding. Arden walked straight through the collapsing world like a man strolling through falling leaves. The trial whispered, broken. What are you? Arden answered. Something your world fears. He reached the exit portal. And stepped through. 8. Arden returns to the outside world. The trial dissolved behind him. Light flashed. And suddenly, he was back on the mountain path, the wind cold against his face, the sky darkening as storm clouds gathered unnaturally fast. He stretched his fingers. His body felt different. Sharper. Heavier with power. Alive in ways it hadn't been before. His interface chimed again. Level up. Level up. Level up. Multiple system chimes overlapping. He stopped counting after 20. Arden exhaled. This strength. This speed. This awareness. He wasn't a novice anymore. Not even close. He opened his palm. Dark silver motes of paradox energy hovered over his skin. He closed his hand. The motes scattered like frightened insects. Good. Let the world tremble. Let fate panic. Let demons feel the shift. Arden Nightvale had returned. And this time, he would rewrite everything. The wind carried a faint scent of pine and morning frost as Arden descended the stone steps leading away from the paradox trial. His body still thrummed with unstable power, each breath drawing in more mana than any novice should ever be able to handle. He was supposed to be alone. He wanted to be alone. But fate, twisted, stubborn fate, rarely listened. A rustle in the grass. A branch snapping. Footsteps trying and failing to be quiet. Arden didn't turn around. He already knew the pattern of those footsteps. Soft. Light. Quick, but cautious. Lyria. Her voice broke the silence. Arden? Is that you? Arden stopped walking. His heart tightened painfully. An instinctive reaction he didn't know how to fight. She was alive. Alive. The healer who had held his hand when he bled out in the previous life. The girl who screamed his name as the demon legion tore them apart. The one who stood between him and death until the very end. He inhaled slowly, masking the tremor in his chest, and turned. When the old team arrives. Lyria stood at the foot of the hill, her white hair braided neatly, sunlight catching the faint shimmer of her novice robes. Her blue eyes widened when she saw him. Behind her came the others. Ganter the big-hearted shield warrior. Saren the red-haired archer with a laugh that once guided them through despair. Myra the quiet rogue, already half hidden in shadows. Tavrin the fire mage, arrogant but loyal to the core. Arden's old party. His friends. His family. Alive. He forced a smile, warm, soft, carefully controlled. Hey. Lyria pressed a hand to her chest. I thought you were still in the training area. You've been gone for 3 days. We were worried. 3 days. Time flowed differently inside the paradox trial. What felt like hours had become days outside. Arden shrugged lightly. Got a little lost. A few wrong turns. Saren marched forward and jabbed a finger at his forehead. Arden, you look like death warmed over. And your mana feels weird. What did you do? Arden chuckled. Nothing dangerous. Myra's eyes narrowed. That's exactly what someone dangerous would say. He laughed again. Softer. Controlled. Not showing how his throat tightened at seeing them alive. Ganter stepped forward, lifting Arden off the ground in a crushing hug. Brother. We thought you got eaten by a slime wolf or kidnapped by goblins. Arden wheezed. Still, need oxygen. Ganter set him down quickly. Sorry. Arden dusted off his sleeves, heart aching in a way he hated. He had missed this warmth. But he couldn't stay. Too Arden keeps his distance. Lyria stepped in front of him. Her eyes searched his face gently like she was trying to read a truth he wasn't saying. You feel different, she whispered. Stronger. Arden smiled faintly. Training went well. Tavrin scoffed. Well enough that you look like you've seen the afterlife. Arden didn't answer. Because he had seen it. He'd died in their arms. Lyria reached out as if to touch his arm. Then hesitated. Are you coming with us back to the guild? She asked. Hope flickered behind the words. Arden's chest tightened painfully. They were safer without him. His presence accelerated danger. His timeline-breaking aura distorted events. He couldn't drag them into his war. He shook his head gently. No. I've got another path to follow. The group fell silent. Saren frowned. You're going solo? Why? We fight better together. Arden's smile remained soft. Some things are easier done alone. But... Saren stepped forward. Arden raised a hand. I'll join up with you all again eventually. Just, not right now. It wasn't a lie. But it wasn't the truth they wanted. 3. The enemy he already knows. A horn echoed in the distance, urgent, sharp, panicked. The group turned. A guild messenger sprinted down the road toward them, breathless. Emergency. A rebel faction has infiltrated Ashenfall City. They're planning to assassinate the king and take over the capital. Ganter's face paled. Assassinate the king. Tavrin cursed. Already? It's too early for a rebellion plotline. Saren grabbed Arden's arm. We need to help. You're coming too, right? Arden looked toward the distant city. Ashenfall. A city that would burn in 6 months. A place where thousands would die. A place he had failed to save. He remembered this rebellion. In his previous life, it succeeded. The rebellion leader opened the gates for the Demon Legion. The first breach began there. The beginning of the world's end. Arden's expression hardened. Not this time. He turned to his old party, his voice soft but firm. You all need to return to the guild. Get reinforcements. Stay together. Saren blinked. Wait, you're not coming. A warm smile tugged at Arden's lips. I'm heading to Ashenfall. Ganter frowned. Alone. That's insane. Lyria grabbed his hand. Arden, you don't have to carry everything alone. He looked at her. The caring eyes. The soft grip. The concern. His chest ached. Thank you, Lyria, he whispered. But this is something I can do faster by myself. He gently released her hand. Lyria's fingers trembled as they slipped from his. He stepped back. I'll meet you all again. Saren shouted, Arden. He turned his back to them. And walked. For the man the world cannot predict. As soon as he was out of sight, the warmth drained from his expression. His eyes turned cold. Calculating. Determined. The world shifted around him. Streets stretching, shadows warping, the wind recoiling from his aura. His paradox energy leaked uncontrollably. Timeline fragments whispered at the edges of his senses. Rebellion in 2 hours. Assassination attempt in 5. Gate breach in 7. Arden clenched his fist. He already knew the rebels' hideout. He knew the traitor's name. He knew which officers would defect. He knew which alley the explosive runes were hidden in. He knew who would scream first when the killing started. He knew everything. He whispered to the empty air. I'm rewriting this ending. He stepped forward. And the world trembled. Ashenfall City appeared peaceful at first glance. Children chased each other through narrow alleys. Merchants called out prices for fresh fruit. Knights patrolled the streets with bored expressions, unaware that in less than 2 hours, this city would be drenched in blood. But Arden knew. He walked through the bustling front plaza with a calm face, hood pulled low. His footsteps were measured and quiet, almost lazy. But inside, his senses were stretched thin, catching every thread of danger weaving through the air. He murmured to himself. First target, the fire rune detonator. An innocuous merchant cart at the center of the plaza. In his past life, it had exploded at sunset, killing 80 civilians instantly and collapsing the western gate. It was always disguised as a fruit stand. Always manned by a young man with lifeless eyes. Arden spotted the cart immediately. The merchant, a freckled boy barely 16, waved cheaply carved apples, trying to lure customers. A boy. A victim. He never knew he was being used. Arden approached quietly, stopping in front of the cart. The boy smiled nervously. "Yes, sir? Want an apple? They're fresh today." Arden looked him in the eye. And the boy's smile faltered. Something in Arden's gaze, sharp, ancient, heavy, made him step back. A whisper of killing intent. Controlled, thin, but enough to warn. Arden's voice was soft. "Leave the cart here. Go home. Now." The boy stiffened. "Hey? But..." Arden's expression didn't change. "If you stay, you'll die." The boy's knees buckled. He dropped the apple basket. "Who are you?" Arden gently placed a hand on the cart as if simply admiring the woodwork. In reality, he was sealing the rune. "Just someone trying to make sure you see tomorrow." The boy fled, stumbling through the crowd. Arden exhaled slowly. One life saved. But this was only the first step. A city full of hidden knives. Arden moved deeper into the city, weaving through the afternoon market. To most people, nothing seemed amiss. But Arden saw the signs. A guard scratching his wrist 3 times the rebel signal. A cloaked man tapping the hilt of his dagger, code 4, wait for the bell. A woman selling herbs while sliding a rune stone under her stall. 2 priests whispering assassination routes. All of them hidden. All of them ready. All of them expecting the timeline to unfold as it always had. Arden cracked his knuckles. Not this time. With slow, deliberate steps, he walked into the nearest alley. To the assassin ambush, that they think will work. 3 rebels dropped from the rooftops, faces covered, blades drawn, landing in perfect formation around him. Arden didn't flinch. The leader grinned beneath his mask. Well, well. A lone traveler wandering into the wrong corner. Surely unlucky. Arden didn't look impressed. You should choose different rooftops next time. Your footsteps were too loud. The 3 stiffened. How did you? Arden sighed. The alley shimmered with a faint red glow. He had traced a boundary rune with his boot while walking. A perfect circular prison. The assassins noticed too late. The leader lunged forward. Kill him. Arden didn't move. The blade pierced his chest. Or rather, it should have. Instead, the steel stopped as if hitting a wall of iron. The assassin's eyes widened. Arden touched the blade with 2 fingers. The metal crumpled like wet cloth. The 3 rebels froze. Sorcery. No, impossible. Arden stepped forward. His eyes glowed faintly with paradox energy, blue and gold threads swirling like fractured stars. You're going to sleep. A pulse of invisible force radiated from him. They slammed unconscious against the alley walls, all 3 collapsing like dolls. Arden dragged their bodies into a shadowed corner, binding them with the guard's own rope sigils. No killing, he whispered. Not yet. Not unless you force me to. He closed his eyes, letting the city's mana flow around him. Threads of fate. Lines of possibility. Ripples of future events. Then, Arden sensed it. The rebels' base. Deep underground. Under the old Church of Radiance. Just like last time. 3. The church that was already rotten. The church doors were closed to the public. They had been for weeks. A renovation notice, they claimed. Arden pushed the doors open. The interior was dark, silent, cold. Perfect staging grounds for a coup. He walked between pews covered in dust sheets, toward the altar depicting the goddess of dawn. Behind that altar, hidden by an illusion spell, was the entrance to the rebels' command center. Arden touched the stone. Mana pulsed beneath his fingers. He whispered the counter sigil. Reverentia lux verto. The illusion shattered. A stairway spiraled downward, torches flickering ominously. Arden descended without hesitation. For the traitor who thinks he's untouchable. The underground chamber was large, filled with weapon racks, maps, and crates of rune explosives. At the center, 5 officers argued over their plans. And at the far end stood the man Arden came for. Lord Valus Greythorn. A noble advisor. A man trusted by the king. A man who, in the previous life, betrayed the kingdom and opened the gates to the demon legion. A man who murdered thousands through his stupidity and ambition. Arden stepped forward, shadows parting around him. Valus didn't even notice at first, too absorbed in his speech. Tonight, we strike. The king will fall before dawn. And the demon envoy has promised. Arden's voice cut through the room like a blade. Promised to spare you? Because that's a lie. Every rebel froze. Dozens of heads turned toward the hooded figure in the doorway. Valus' eyes narrowed. Who are you? Arden removed his hood. The rebels murmured. He's just a kid. Why is a novice here? Arden ignored them all, eyes locked on Valus. You think you're making a rebellion. But you're actually preparing a feast. Valus sneered. A feast. For the demon legion. Valus' face darkened. You dare. Arden raised a hand. Mana surged. All torches in the chamber exploded into blue flame. The rebels staggered, instincts screaming. Valus' voice trembled. What are you? Arden stepped forward, eyes glowing like fractured starlight. I'm the one rewriting your script. 5. The first act of vengeance. The rebels drew blades. Arden sighed softly. I don't want to kill any of you. Not unless you make me. No one listened. They charged. Arden whispered. Bind. Blue chains of mana erupted from the ground, wrapping around their arms and legs, slamming them to the floor. Not a single rebel landed a blow. Valus stumbled backward, horrified. How are you doing this? Arden approached slowly. You're about to die today, Valus. Valus trembled violently. Wait. Let's talk. I can give you gold, status, a noble title. Arden's gaze was cold. It won't work. He reached out, grabbing Valus by the collar, and whispered in his ear. I've seen what you become. And I refuse to let history repeat. Valus screamed. Mana burst from Arden's hand, but stopped inches from Valus' heart. Arden lowered him. I'm not killing you today. You're going to confess everything to the king. Valus stared at him in shock. Arden snapped his fingers. A glowing rune sealed Valus' tongue from lies. You'll speak only the truth. And with that, he dragged Valus toward the stairs. Ashenfall City's bells tolled just as Arden dragged the bound Valus up the church steps. The sun had begun to set, painting the sky in blood-red streaks. Exactly the same time the rebellion was meant to begin. Except now the timeline bent around him. A few citizens glanced curiously at the nobleman tied in glowing blue runes, but Arden kept moving. He didn't care about the stairs. He didn't care about Valus sobbing and begging pathetically behind him. His mind focused on only one thing. The second spark of the rebellion. The hidden signal fire. Set to ignite the Eastern Guard Tower. A detonation of rune oil that would burn for hours. He had to stop it next. As Arden walked, mana swirled subtly around his arms. Blue and gold threads of temporal distortion, marking him unmistakably as something not human, not normal, not belonging to this era. And as he walked, new notifications flickered before his eyes. Ones he had been expecting. You have altered a major event. The paradox stirs. Unique skill unlocked. Iconic ability Ember of Rewrite. Effect: when you interfere with a timeline critical event, you temporarily gain the power to reshape its consequence. Cooldown: none. Cost: massive mental strain. Arden smirked. Good. I'll need that. But that wasn't all. More notifications appeared, golden, crackling with unstable energy. Paradox tier expanded. Unique skills awakened. Fire iconic ability Chronoveil step. Move between the folds of time, creating delayed after images that materialize as solid attacks. Fire iconic ability Axiom reversal. Reverse any non-divine skill used against you once every hour. Fire iconic ability Fate Brand Arsenal. Summon weapons that existed in erased futures unique, powerful, one-of-a-kind armaments. Fire iconic ability Singular Collapse. A forbidden spell that collapses a localized timeline, erasing everything within. Arden locked it intentionally. He would not become that monster again. The rebellion didn't stand a chance. But Arden couldn't relax. Every change he made caused ripples. Unpredictable ones. And he felt one now. A presence. Someone watching him. Someone who wasn't here last time. Arden whispered under his breath, "Who followed me into this timeline?" No answer. Only the wind. He tightened his grip on Vala's spines and kept moving. When the old party appears. He reached the plaza. And froze. Because standing there, fresh from a quest, gathering supplies, was the group he once called his family. Lyra, the fiery mage. Dorian, the shield knight. Kale, the cheerful spear user. Saran, the healer. Her smile gentler than spring sunlight. Alive. Untouched. Unbroken. Arden's chest tightened painfully. He had watched all of them die in the other timeline. Now they were laughing about something Kale said, completely unaware of how fragile their fates were. Then Kale spotted Arden. His eyes widened. "Hey. Arden. Is that you?" The group quickly turned. Lyra blinked in shock. "Wait, Arden. You're alive." Dorian raised a gloved hand. "Arden, where have you been? We looked all over the forest for you." Arden swallowed. Seeing them alive again hurt more than any wound. Saran's eyes softened. "Arden? Are you okay? You look tired." He forced a smile, gentle, warm, practiced. "I'm fine. Just been through a lot." Kale approached, grin wide. "Dude, join us again. We just grabbed a new quest." Arden raised a hand. Soft. Warm. But firm. "I'm going solo now." All four blinked. Solo. Why? Did we do something wrong? Arden. Arden shook his head. "I want to grow stronger," he said quietly. "On my own path. But inside," he added. "And I refuse to drag you to your deaths again." Saran bit her lip, stepping closer. "If something's wrong, you can tell us." Arden's smile flickered. She always saw through him easiest. But he couldn't. He couldn't risk it. "I'll be fine," he whispered. "You all keep each other safe." Lyra crossed her arms. "We will. But don't disappear again, you idiot." Dorian gave a firm nod. "And if you ever need us, call. We're a party." Arden's heart twisted. Kale clapped him on the shoulder. "We'll be waiting to see how strong you get, man." Arden managed a genuine smile this time. "Yet. I'll show you." They waved as they left. Laughing, joking, alive. Arden watched them go. And whispered. "Not this time. I'll make sure you all live until the end." To the second spark of the rebellion. The Eastern Guard Tower was being stalked for night shift. Arden approached silently, dragging Valis behind him. 2 minutes later. The rebellion's dune oil carrier approached the same tower. A disguised wagon filled with volatile rune oil barrels, meant to ignite half the district. Arden stepped directly in their path. The wagon driver grunted. "Move, kid. Got deliveries." Arden tilted his head. Oh? Then let me help you. He tapped the side of the wagon. Chronovale step. 3 afterimages of Arden suddenly appeared around the wagon. All real, all active, each pulling in a different direction. The rebels panicked. The hell? It's that boy. Kill him. They swung their blades at one afterimage, only to realize too late it was a delayed time duplicate. The strike passed through. Then the afterimage solidified behind them and slammed them unconscious using its own momentum. Arden whispered. Axiom reversal. A rebel's fire spell shot at him, then instantly reversed direction, knocking the caster off his feet. The wagon began to tip, the oil barrels threatening to explode. Arden invoked another iconic ability. Fate-brand arsenal form, Aegis of Unmaking. A shimmering future shield materialized on his arm. It had no physical weight, but carried the weight of countless erased battles. He slammed it into the ground. A transparent dome expanded around the wagon, catching the falling barrels and freezing them midair. The rebels stared in horror. This isn't a novice. No, this is a monster. Arden stepped forward. Close. He raised his hand. Singular collapse. Partial. Not the full spell. Just a fraction. Just enough to erase the barrels themselves. The space around the oil dissolved. Quietly, cleanly. Like ink wiped from paper. The rebels were left staring at an empty wagon. Their terror was immediate. Run. They turned to flee. But Arden's afterimages stepped out of the shadows, blocking every exit. He shook his head. No escaping. Not today. 3 delivering Valis to the king. Arden marched into the castle courtyard. Soldiers aimed their spears instantly. Halt. State your. Arden tapped his toe on the ground. Blue chains of mana spiraled around Valis. The captain blinked. Wait, is that Valis Greythorn? Arden nodded. Take him to the king. Now. One soldier stammered, and you are. Arden walked past them, cloak billowing from the temporal distortion around him. Someone cleaning up your future. Inside the throne room. King Aldrich himself narrowed his eyes as soldiers dragged Valis before him. Arden stepped forward calmly. Valis screamed. Every lie sealed by the rune Arden carved into his tongue. And confessed everything. The rebellion. The demon pact. The assassination. The explosives. The poison. Every secret. Every betrayal. The king trembled with rage. My kingdom. My people. You treasonous filth. Arden spoke quietly. It's not over yet. You still have a demon envoy arriving tonight. The king's face drained of color. Arden continued. I'll handle it. The king stared at him. Who are you, truly? Arden turned toward the throne room doors. A survivor. He walked out before anyone could stop him. Arden stepped out of the throne room and into the cold open night, cloak fluttering behind him as if the air itself avoided touching his power. The guards in the corridor pressed themselves to the walls, sensing the immense pressure clinging to him like a second skin. He did not slow down. He walked straight through the castle courtyard, boots clicking against stone, eyes fixed on the horizon where the moon was beginning to rise. Midnight. That was when the demon envoy arrived last time. That was when the kingdom's fate was sealed. Not tonight. Arden muttered to himself, eyes glowing faintly. Timeline deviation detected. The envoy will come early. And then. His paradox sense stabbed through him like cold needles. The night wind changed. The sky darkened prematurely. A strange silence spread across the courtyard. Arden stopped walking. Slowly. Very slowly. He raised his head. A tear opened in the sky, like a wound bleeding shadows. A figure began descending from it. Not flying. Not falling. Just, choosing to appear. A tall man in ragged black robes. Skin gray as stone. Eyes burning crimson. A smile carved into his face like a wound. A demon. The demon envoy of the 6th Legion. Exactly as Arden remembered him. Except this time. The envoy turned his gaze toward Arden instantly. As if he knew the threat. As if he felt the anomaly. Arden didn't even blink. So they're reacting to my interference already. The envoy floated gently to the ground, boots touching stone without a sound. He looked around lazily. So this is Ashen Fall, he murmured. Still weak. Still small. Still waiting to be devoured. His eyes slid to Arden. Except you. Every guard in the courtyard froze. A dozen soldiers whispered. Who is that? A demon? Here. Sound the alarm. The envoy lifted a finger. All the guards' mouths vanished, sealed shut by dark magic. Silent screams erupted. Arden stepped forward. That's enough. The demon envoy blinked once slowly. Well. A child dares speak while others remain silent. Arden raised his hand. Blue-gold mana swirled around him, forming a shimmering aura. I'm no child. The demon's grin widened. No. You are wrong. You do not belong here. Arden's heartbeat slowed. The envoy had sensed it. He could feel the paradox. The envoy's voice deepened. You are a timeline error. A contradiction. A being who slipped through the cracks. Arden smirked faintly. You talk too much. The envoy's grin twitched. Ah. A rude anomaly. He extended an arm toward Arden. Then, allow me to erase. Arden whispered. Axiom reversal. The envoy's spell reversed instantly, firing back at him in a violent shockwave. The demon flew backward, crashing through a stone arch. The guards, wide-eyed and trembling, watched with disbelief. Arden rolled his shoulders. That's one. One demon envoy versus temporal icon. The envoy crawled out of the rubble, brushing dust from his robes. He was laughing. Marvelous. A mortal who reflects demon magic. You are beautifully impossible. Arden summoned a fake-browned weapon into his hand. The air cracked. A sword materialized. Shimmering, ethereal, forged from a future that no longer existed. Iconic weapon, void silhouette, blade of lost tomorrows. The envoy's eyes widened slightly. A blade that should not exist. You truly are a paradox. Arden struck. The sword carved through the air with a silent scream. The envoy moved fast. Faster than any human could track. But Arden's afterimages moved faster. Chronovale step. 3 Arden figures attacked from different angles. The envoy blocked one. Dodged the second. But the delayed afterimage materialized behind him and slashed his back open. Dark blood splattered across the stone. The demon snarled, spinning within human speed. Arden whispered. Phantom tempo. An iconic passive that bends the demon's perception of Arden's movement speed. To the demon, Arden blurred, fading in and out of existence. As if moving through frames of reality. You wretched brat. The envoy launched a dark lance of corrupted mana. Arden raised his sword. Void silhouette phase cut. And sliced the spell in half as if cutting paper. The envoy staggered. Impossible. Arden advanced. You're not in my league anymore. The envoy calls for reinforcements. The envoy snarled, ripping open his arm, letting black blood drip into a rune. Come forth, Legion spawn. Arden closed his fist. Paradox bind. The rune shattered instantly. The envoy froze. You just destroyed a Legion summoning? With a thought. Arden tilted his head. Your scripts won't run here. I already rewrote this event. The demon's face twisted with real fear. You are not from this time, are you? Arden didn't answer. But he didn't need to. His silence was enough. The envoy pointed a trembling finger. You are the one thing the Legion fears, a human with knowledge of future calamities. Arden felt his chest tighten. So they knew. So the demons understood. The envoy backed away. This timeline was not meant to have you. You threaten the ordained destruction. Arden stepped toward him. And I intend to keep threatening it. 3. The envoy's last resort. The demon snarled violently and tore open his chest, ripping out a pulsing black heart. The sky darkened. Wind howled. The heart expanded into a massive sphere of pure corruption. Guards screamed without mouths. The stones beneath Arden's feet cracked. The envoy roared. Oblivion Heart Demon Ascension. Arden watched calmly. Then whispered. I warned you. He raised his hand slowly. Blue-gold energy spiraled around him like a galaxy. His most iconic spell manifested. Iconic ability, Starfall Decree. A paradox-level technique that collapses a future star fragment into the present. The air screamed. The sky flickered to white. Time stuttered. A blazing comet of pure mana crashed downward, straight toward the Oblivion Heart. The impact was silent. Too silent. Reality folded inward. The heart imploded. The envoy was thrown into the air, body burning, cracking, peeling. He hit the courtyard in a twitching heap. Arden walked toward him. Step. 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 The envoy tried to crawl away. Monster, you're a monster. Arden knelt beside him. No. I'm your correction. He placed a hand on the demon's forehead. Temporal erasure, minor. A gentle glow. A whisper of wind. The demon's body dissolved into motes of light. Gone without a sound. Arden stood and exhaled deeply. The night sky slowly returned to normal. The world felt balanced again. But Arden knew the truth. The demons now knew he existed. And they would not sit still. For the king confronts Arden. The guards regained their mouths and immediately shouted for reinforcements. Moments later, King Aldrich himself rushed into the courtyard with his elite knights. He froze at the sight. The cracked stone. The flickering mana. The ashes of the demon envoy. And Arden standing calmly in the center. One knight whispered. He killed that thing. Arden lowered his hood slightly. The king trembled. You. Explain everything. Now. Arden met his gaze. I stopped the rebellion. I eliminated the demon envoy. And I saved your kingdom for tonight. The king swallowed. But how? With what power? Who are you? Arden turned away. Someone who's tired of watching this kingdom burn. The Ashenfall royal mansion had many wings, but only one room carried silence so heavy it felt alive, the Hall of Echoes. Arden slipped through the cracked stone archway, footsteps soft over the smooth black flooring. Blue lanterns hovered on either side of the hall, dim and ghostly, lighting a long corridor lined with statues of old kings. And at the end of that corridor waited something he already knew would be here. The sealed sword. Mythic weapon Echo Sever, sealed. Only 1 in a million players had obtained it in the previous timeline. It had been his. His only true weapon. The only tool capable of cutting through the demon lord's immortal frame. The air pulsed faintly as he approached the pedestal. A voice not spoken, but felt vibrated through the hall's ether. So you return. The blade remembers its wielder. Even across time. Arden exhaled slowly. It's been a long time, partner. The sword rested silently, sleek, silver-gray metal with faint ripples like sound waves frozen in steel. It was bound by 5 ethereal locks, thin chains of shimmering light. He touched the hilt gently. The first seal snapped instantly. Clink. The sound rang through the hall like a bell struck by a god. An iconic skill unleashes. A prompt flared in front of him. Unique passive reactivated. Paradox Resonance LV Max. Effect. Skills you have used in previous timelines auto-reactivate upon contact with their original catalysts. Then, the second lock shattered without him touching it. Clink. A surge of power pulsed through the entire mansion. Arden almost laughed. I forgot how you behave when you sense me. Echo Sever trembled in excitement like a pet trying to break free of its leash. Then another notification pulsed. Iconic skill recovered. Sonic Edge Infinite Harmonics. A skill only he had ever owned. A skill no one believed was real. He whispered the name. Sonic Edge. A thin ripple of distortion shimmered around the blade. Sound bent around him. The air hummed like the beginning of a song. He pressed a palm to the blade. The third lock detonated. Crack. The shockwave blew dust off the statues, stirred the lanterns, and quaked the floor under his feet. But Arden remained calm. Breathing steadily. Focused. 2 more seals, he murmured. Then you wake up. The air changes a warning. He froze. A prickle crawled up his spine. He wasn't alone. Slow footsteps echoed from the corridor behind him, slow, cautious, watching. Careful not to get too close, but unable to hide completely. Arden turned. His old party stood there. Myra. Kale. Yuna. Javan. They hadn't followed him intentionally. They looked like they'd been searching for him for hours. Myra stepped forward first, eyes wide. Arden, that sword, it reacted to you. Kale's brows furrowed. That thing has been sealed for centuries. You just touched it and, what the hell was that explosion? Yuna whispered, almost in awe. That's not a normal weapon. No novice should even be able to approach it. And Tavan. Tavan stared with a strange glimmer. A hint of recognition. A dangerous recognition. You used this weapon before, Tavan murmured. That's why it reacted. Arden's chest tightened. Tavan wasn't an enemy yet. But in the previous timeline, he had been the first to betray him. Arden masked his emotions with a warm smile. It's just a coincidence, he lied smoothly. I got lucky. The sword must have liked me. Myra stepped closer, gentle concern in her eyes. Why do I feel like you are always hiding something important? Something heavy. Arden looked at her, really looked. The Myra from the old timeline who had died protecting him. The Myra who had laughed with him on long nights after hard hunts. The Myra who had cried saying she wished they had met earlier. He softened. But only for a breath. Nothing you need to worry about, he said kindly. Her expression didn't ease. If anything, she only grew more confused. The fourth seal, an iconic aura, awakens. Arden placed his hand over the fourth lock. Silver blue light erupted from the pedestal. The hall roared with sound like a thunderstorm compressed into 1 second. The lock exploded. Vong. A wave of shimmering sound rolled outward in a perfect circle, shaking the statues, rattling the walls, pushing his old party backward several steps. Arden's eyes glowed faint blue for a moment. Iconic skill recovered. Echo step 0 decibel shift. A movement skill so powerful that high-ranking guilds in the previous timeline had declared it broken. Kale shouted over the fading blast. Arden, what are you doing? You're going to bring down the entire mansion. Arden turned his head slightly. Not cold. Not harsh. But distant. No, I know exactly how far I can push this place. Yuna whispered. That aura. Arden, what are you? You feel like a high-tier class. Myra reached for him. Arden, please, talk to us. He stepped back instinctively. Too fast. Too sharp. Echo step pulsed under his feet, and he blurred 20 meters away in a blink. His old party gasped. Kale sputtered, eyes wide. How did you move that fast? That wasn't a novice skill. Arden exhaled. He had to stop. If he showed more, they would start asking the wrong questions. Questions he couldn't answer. Questions that would shatter them. Reason for a distance. He let his voice soften again. I'm still me, Arden said gently. I'm just ahead in some parts. Then teach us, Myra said quietly. We're a party. We grow together. A sharp pain struck his chest. He saw flashes of their deaths. Their screaming. The demon legion cutting them down. Their eyes full of trust in him until their last breaths. His throat tightened. He couldn't let that repeat. I can't take you with me, he whispered. Why not? Yuna's voice cracked. What makes you think we can't handle it? Because I've seen what happens when you follow me. They froze. Arden shook his head immediately. Too much. He'd said too much. That's not what I meant, he corrected quickly. I just mean, the path I'm taking is dangerous. More than you know. Kale's voice softened. You don't have to carry that alone. Arden looked at them. The warmth, the trust, the naive hope. He forced a small smile. You'll be safer if you grow in your own direction. I'll grow in mine. We'll still meet. We'll still talk. But I'll move alone. The silence that followed was thick and painful. But they didn't argue. Because his eyes said he wouldn't change his mind. The final seal. He turned back to Echo Sever. His palm hovered over the last lock. This one was the hardest. The lock of memory, the blade's recognition of its wielder. It would test him. Judge him. He closed his eyes. Let me carry you again, he murmured softly. Just like before. A pulse of warmth spread through the hilt. Like a heartbeat. Then a voice echoed. Then prove you remember me. A flash of memories surged through him. Moments from the previous timeline. Fights. Victories. The demon lord's blood on the blade. The final moment when Echo Sever shattered, trying to protect him. His breath shuddered. I never forgot. Krayok. The final lock burst. Light exploded in the hall like a rising sun. His old party shielded their eyes. And when it faded, Arden held the fully awakened blade. Mythic weapon Echo Sever. Status, complete. Special property, absolute sound manipulation. Myra's voice trembled. Arden, you look like... Yuna whispered. Someone standing on a completely different level. Kale could only stare. But Arden didn't bask in the awe. He only whispered to the sword. Let's save this kingdom. The rebellion moves early. He turned toward the exit. We don't have much time, Arden said. The rebellion won't wait. Tavan stepped forward suddenly. Arden. Before you go. Arden paused. Tavan's eyes locked on his. Whatever path you're taking, I hope it leads somewhere good. For a moment, just a short one. Arden smiled warmly. Thanks, Tavan. Then he walked forward. Alone. With Echo Sever humming quietly in his hand. With the knowledge of the future burning in his mind. With a rebellion to crush before it even began. His steps echoed in the quiet hall. And the blade sang. Night settled over Ashenfall like a heavy cloak, quiet, tense, hiding something beneath its calm. Arden slipped into the alleyways with Echo Sever sheathed across his back. The moment the final seal broke, he felt everything in the capital shift, threads of hostility, faint pulses of mana, the overlapping movements of dozens of hidden agents. The rebellion had already begun. Just early. Because of him. In the old timeline, this uprising had occurred 8 days later. He remembered fighting through the burning streets, his party beside him. He remembered Myra dying first. Then Yuna. then Kale. And finally to Van, screaming for him to run. Arden exhaled slowly. Not this time. The city breathes wrong. He moved through the quiet market street, senses sharp. His paradox resonance pulsed lightly, mapping the sound waves around him. Each footstep, each breath from someone hiding behind a shutter, each shifting blade of a rebel soldier, all echoed into his ears in perfect clarity. Sound was his domain now. A faint metallic click came from a rooftop to his right. Arden didn't even look up. He whispered. Sonic edge, null harmonics. The air shimmered. A ripple of silence shattered upward. Thud. A rebel scout fell from the rooftop, choking, as his bowstring snapped and his lungs seized from the sudden pressure shift. Arden caught him gently before he hit the ground. The rebel trembled violently. Who what are you? Someone who doesn't want to kill you, Arden said calmly. Where is your commander? I won't talk. Arden flicked 2 fingers. A tiny point of sound vibrated near the man's ear. A gentle hum barely audible. Barely harmless. But the man froze in terror. He knew. Just a location, Arden repeated softly. I won't ask twice. The scout's voice cracked. The ruined chapel, beneath it, the tunnels, that's where they're gathering. Arden nodded. Thank you. A tap of his finger. Echo sleep. The scout slumped harmlessly to the ground. No killing. Not yet. Arden stepped back into the street. The air shifted again, this time from the left. A dozen hidden rebel mages prepared a coordinated ambush. Buried mana. Link spell circles. A classic organized strike pattern. Arden sighed. You're underestimating me. Iconic skill echo carpet. He pressed his palm gently to the ground. And whispered. Echo carpet. A translucent ripple rolled out in all directions. And every rebel within 100 meters was forced out of their stealth. Fwoosh. 12 figures appeared in the windows, the alleys, behind broken carts. They froze, horror spreading through their expressions. A mage gasped. What kind of detection skill is that? It covered the entire district. Arden smiled politely. This? Just something I used to play with. They panicked. Launch the spells. He's just one novice. No, he's not. He's too late. Arden moved. Echo -0 decibel shift. His body blurred, dissolving into soft vibrations. In a blink, he was beside the first mage. A tap to the neck, unconscious. Next. Behind a swordsman. A palm to the chest, breath knocked out. Next. Inside a house, flickering through a window, he ducked beneath a dagger and struck lightly at a pressure point. Within a single second, every rebel in the area collapsed. Not a drop of blood spilled. Arden stood in the middle of the quiet street as bodies hit the ground around him, unmoving but alive. He whispered to himself. Still too slow. He tightened Ekasiver's strap and walked deeper into the district. The city reacts to his movement. As Arden advanced, the entire atmosphere shifted. Dogs stopped barking. Birds fell silent. Lantern flames flickered despite windless air. Ashen fall felt him moving. And far away, someone else felt it too. A shadow watches. High above the rooftops, cloaked in black fog, a masked figure crouched and watched Arden walk. A symbol burned on their gauntlet. The rebellion's first blade. The strongest assassin of the uprising. A whisper escaped their lips. So the anomaly has arrived. Their dagger pulsed with dark red mana. Lord Maelrath will want you alive. The assassin vanished. Arden moves toward the chapel. The ruined chapel waited on a hill at the far end of the district. Cracked stone walls, shattered stained glass, and a leaning bell tower made it look abandoned. But Arden could feel something beneath it. Something vast. A network of tunnels. Hundreds of rebels. Weapons smuggled from foreign kingdoms. Explosives placed near the royal aqueduct. Everything he remembered. Everything he had failed to stop. Echo Sever hummed at his back like a heartbeat. He whispered, "I know you're all waiting." Arden stepped forward. The bells toll. The moment his foot touched the chapel threshold. Gong. The old bell overhead rang on its own. A magical alarm. Dozens of footsteps echoed from below. Torches lit. Weapons raised. Shouts erupted. The anomaly is here. Trap him, don't let him escape. Bring down the entire building if you must. Arden sighed softly. Always with the dramatic entrances. Rebel soldiers flooded the floor above the underground stairs. Archers lined the broken pews. Mages formed barriers. Warriors closed in from both sides. A full platoon. Almost 50 men. All surrounding one young man with a single blade. They didn't understand. Arden didn't need room to fight. All he needed was one sound. He touched the hilt. Echo Sever pulsed. And Arden whispered, "Sonic Edge. Release." A single swing. He drew the blade. And the world cracked. A thin line of vibrating distortion sliced through the air. There was no flash. No shock wave. No roar. Just silence. Pure, absolute silence. Then, boom. The delayed sound hit like a mountain collapsing. The entire chapel floor ripped open. Pews exploded into shards. Stone shattered. Rebel soldiers were thrown like rag dolls into walls, ceilings, and each other. Not dead, but defeated instantly. Dust swirled in a massive cloud. Arden lowered his blade. His hair barely moved. He whispered, "One swing down. 300 rebels to go." The masked assassin appears. As the dust settled, a faint clap echoed behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Arden didn't turn. He already knew. A chill spread through the air. A voice, distorted by magic, spoke. "You wield the Echo Blade. The most dangerous weapon in the kingdom's history. And you command it like a god." Arden closed his eyes briefly. "So you're the first blade." The assassin stepped from the swirling shadows. Black clothing. Blood-red mask. Twin daggers coated in cursed mana. They bowed slightly. "Correct. And I'm here for you." Arden lifted Echo Sever casually to his shoulder. "Of course you are." The assassin tilted their head. "Tell me, why didn't you kill any of them?" Arden's voice softened. "Because they don't deserve to die for following the wrong leader." The assassin's laugh was harsh and distorted. "How naive." Arden raised his eyes. The warmth inside them faded slightly, still gentle, but carrying an ancient heaviness no novice should have. "Maybe." He tightened his grip. "But I'll stop all of you anyway." The assassin crouched, daggers ready. "Then come, child." Arden smiled faintly. "You first." The floor cracked between them. Sound bent. And the two strongest forces in the capital clashed. The first second. The instant the assassin crouched, Arden felt the shift. An unnatural stillness, like the air was holding its breath. Then, bzzzt. The first blade vanished. Not moved. Not dashed. Vanished. Arden's eyes narrowed. Fast. A whisper of murderous intent sliced the air behind him. Arden twisted. Clang. Echo Sever met a curved dagger coated in blackened mana. The clash released a shockwave that shattered every remaining pew in the chapel. Clash one blades like lightning. The assassin flickered around him. Left. Right. Above. Below. Moving with impossible agility. Clash. Clang. Scree. Sparks exploded like tiny stars with every collision. Arden stepped back, spinning the sword with effortless grace. Your movement, it's familiar. The assassin blurred again. My style predates the kingdom. Another dagger appeared. 3 now, not 2. Arden blocked all 3 simultaneously. Ching. The assassin's eyes widened beneath the mask. You parried that. Arden smiled lightly. You'll have to do better. The assassin vanished again. Iconic skill Echo Step, after image waltz. The blade struck Arden's neck and passed through smoke. Hey. Arden appeared behind him, swinging upward. Echo Step, after image waltz. 4 ghostly silhouettes split from Arden, each one moving with perfect timing. Arden attacked from the front. An afterimage swung from the right. Another stabbed from the left. A third struck from behind. The fourth leaped overhead. The assassin blocked 2. Dodged 1. But the fourth afterimage kicked him across the chapel. Bam! The assassin crashed into a stone pillar, cracking it down the middle. Impossible, the assassin gasped. That speed, those duplicates, no human can produce that many angles. Arden tilted his head. They're not illusions. They're echoes. Assassin counters Red Death form. Black mist erupted around the assassin. They stood up slowly, daggers now glowing red hot. Very well, anomaly, let me use something worthy of you. The mist condensed into swirling rings around both arms. Red Death form, third seal, vein burn. The ground beneath his feet melted into blackened cracks. His muscles swelled. Veins glowed bright crimson. Air distorted from sheer mana output. Arden knew this form. He had died to it once. Good, he whispered. The assassin charged. Boom. Their speed doubled. Tripled. Quadrupled. A dagger grazed Arden's cheek. The first to actually hit him this entire fight. Blood trickled. Arden smirked. Not bad. The assassin snarled. Hold still. Iconic skill Echo Guard, perfect T deflection. Arden lifted one finger. Echo Guard. A thin ring of vibrating air formed in front of him. The assassin stabbed. The dagger froze mid-thrust. Their expression twisted in confusion. What? Arden pushed slightly. The shockwave from the deflection blasted the assassin through the chapel doors. Kure-aosh. Stone shattered. Wood splintered. Dust erupted like a geyser. Arden stepped through the debris casually. Echo Guard deflects any attack, if I know it's coming. The assassin stood, coughing blood, but laughing bitterly. So this is the strength of the one who rewrites fate. Real fight starts, no holding back. Arden raised Echo Sever. The blade hummed. Soft at first. Then louder. Louder. Until the entire chapel vibrated like a drum struck by a titan. Let's stop playing. Echo Sever's runes flared alive. The assassin tightened both daggers. Agreed. They rushed each other. Clashed to the sound and the silence. Arden swung a horizontal slash. The assassin ducked and countered upward. Clash. Echo Sever slammed into twin daggers. The impact produced no noise. Silence. Then. Ka-thum. A delayed quake blasted both fighters apart. Arden skidded backward, boots digging trenches in the stone floor. The assassin flipped midair, landing on a wall, then leaping back down. You're adapting well, Arden said. The assassin spat blood. You're terrifying. The assassin's ultimate skill, Red Death Seal, Heart Stop. The air pressure changed. Mana swelled. Arden's eyes narrowed. This was it. Red Death Seal, Heart Stop, the assassin roared. A crimson sphere of mana burst from their chest, condensing into their daggers. They vanished into thin air. Then. FWIP. Behind him. FWIP. To the side. FWIP. Above. A flurry of attacks struck Arden from all angles at once. Every strike aimed at his heart. Arden whispered. Sonic Edge. Infinite Harmonics. Iconic skill Sonic Edge. Infinite Harmonics. The blade vibrated at impossible frequency. Every slash Arden unleashed split into dozens of identical sound blades, creating a dome of lethal precision around him. VMMMM VMMMM VMMMM. The assassin charged through. Each time, a shockwave slapped them away, carving deep gashes across their armor. They flew back, tumbling across the broken floor, coughing violently. Blood splattered. Their daggers were cracked. Their stance staggered. But their eyes burned with defiance. You are not human. Arden walked toward them slowly. Maybe not anymore. The final exchange. The assassin steadied himself. One dagger left. Crimson mana gathering for one final strike. Arden lifted Echo Sever. Both fighters whispered at the same time. One last move. The assassin lunged. Dagger thrusting toward Arden's heart. Arden swung. A downward arc of vibrating sound. Silence. Then. Boom. The entire chapel exploded outward. Dust. Stone. Wood. Echoing shockwaves blasted through the ruins and into the night sky. When the dust settled, the assassin lay on the ground, unconscious, mask cracked in half. Arden stood over him, Echo Sever resting on his shoulder. He hadn't killed him. He couldn't. Not yet. He had questions. The aftermath. Arden knelt beside the assassin, checking their pulse. Alive. Barely. He whispered. You fought well. He tied the assassin's hands with an echo binding thin rings of sound hardened into solid cuffs. Then. His expression hardened. If the first blade was stationed here, then the core rebellion leaders must be below. He looked toward the shattered staircase descending into the underground tunnels. Hundreds of rebels. Stored explosives. The mastermind waiting below. Arden rose. Echo Sever hummed quietly, almost eager. Let's finish this. He stepped into the darkness. The staircase spiraled downward like the throat of some ancient beast. Broken stone. Thick dust. The smell of old blood and oil. Torches flickered along the walls, casting jagged shadows that stretched and twisted as Arden descended. Echo Sever hummed faintly on his back, a sound only Arden could hear. A soft warning, a pulse of readiness. The blade knew what awaited below. Hundreds of them. The rebellion's heart. Arden reached the bottom step. And the underground opened before him like a vast cavern carved out of the world itself. The underground stronghold. The chamber was enormous, large enough to fit a small castle. Tunnels branched out in all directions, connecting storerooms, barracks, armories, and ritual chambers. Soldiers moved in disciplined squads. Mages reinforced barriers. Smiths sharpened weapons. Scouts ran messages to commanders. This wasn't some ragtag uprising. This was an army. An entire shadow force beneath the kingdom. Arden stepped forward quietly. No one noticed him yet. He whispered. Echo vision. His pupils dilated, and the world bloomed with sound maps. Every footstep. Every breath. Every heartbeat. Every whisper. He saw them all. 300 soldiers. 40 mages. 8 elite captains. And 1 commander. Deep in the central chamber. Arden exhaled. Let's begin. First engagement, silent room. Silent death. Non-lethal. A patrol of 6 rebel guards rounded a corner toward him. Area clear. Arden stepped once. Just once. Echo step. He disappeared. Thud, 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 thud. One by one, the guards fell unconscious before they even realized someone had moved. Arden dragged their bodies quietly behind a supply crate. He didn't kill them. He wouldn't. Not unless he had no choice. Second engagement in the armory. Dozens of rebels worked on crossbows, blades, and bombs. Arden slipped inside unnoticed. A mage supervisor frowned, sensing something off. Why is the air vibrating? Arden tapped the floor lightly. A single note. A single hum. Echo pulse. Boom. The vibration exploded outward silently, no noise, just force. Every rebel in the armory slammed into walls, tables, or each other. They slumped unconscious instantly. Arden stepped past them, picking up a map from the table. He scanned quickly. The main explosive stockpile was located in the deep chamber. The same place the rebellion commander was hiding. Perfect. Third engagement, 50 soldiers. The next chamber was a training ground. 50 soldiers practicing coordinated attacks. Arden walked straight into the center. A soldier spotted him instantly. Intrud. Arden flicked one finger. SHH. Echo stop. All sound in the room died. Completely. The soldiers panicked silently. Arden moved. He became a blur of silver and blue as echoes ever swung in arcs that vibrated with lethal grace. Blades clanged uselessly against empty afterimages. Mage's spells evaporated mid-cast due to sound disruption. Archer's arrows bent off course, redirected by harmonic distortion. In 20 seconds, all 50 rebels lay unconscious. Arden didn't break a sweat. The broad tunnel, a wall of mages. Moving deeper, Arden arrived at a long hallway, the only path to the deep chamber. Dozens of high-level mages stood ready, forming a living artillery battery. Barriers glowed. Mana circles spun. Magic density filled the entire tunnel. The commander's voice boomed from far within. The anomaly approaches. Prepare spell salvo. Arden cracked his neck. Okay. That's a danger. The mages launched the first volley. Fire storms. Chain lightning. Blizzard spheres. Arcane lances. Gravity wells. A barrage capable of wiping out a mid-tier guild. Arden whispered. Sonic edge, reflective harmonics. He swung one clean arc. Slash. A shimmering sound barrier expanded outward. The entire spell barrage hit it. And reversed direction. Boom. The tunnel exploded with fire, ice, lightning, and shattered stone as the mage's own spells blasted them into the walls. Arden walked through the smoke, untouched. Hidden assassin's speed duel. The moment Arden stepped out of the smoke, 3 shadow assassins dropped from the ceiling, blades aimed at his spine, neck, and ribs. Arden didn't turn. He whispered. Afterimage waltz. 4 Arden silhouettes spun around him. Clang. 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 The assassins were knocked back instantly. Arden flicked his wrist. 3 precise pulses of sound. THMP, THMP, THMP. The assassins collapsed, unconscious but unharmed. Approaching the deep chamber. Sweat dripped from the ceiling. Mana thickened. The ground rumbled with heat from below. Arden stepped onto a massive stone platform. The entrance to the rebellion's heart. A huge metal gate barred the way. Runes of sealing glowed across its surface. A dozen reinforcement spells pulsed on its edges. Arden placed his hand gently on the gate. And breathed in. Sonic edge. World breaker decibel. His blade vibrated. But not violently. Quietly. A soft hum. The kind of sound one hears moments before an earthquake. Then. BRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR broken, dissolved into dust, reduced to microscopic fragments by the sword's harmonics. Arden stepped through the remains. Knock, knock. The rebellion commander reveals himself. The deep chamber opened up into a cavern studded with glowing red crystals. Over 100 more rebels filled the space: soldiers, mages, priests, archers, an entire army jammed into one underground hall. But Arden barely saw them. His eyes locked onto the man sitting on a throne of obsidian near the center. A man with crimson eyes. Long white hair. A smile that dripped venom. Commander Malrath. In the first timeline, he had become the Demon Legion's human general. Arden's expression turned hard. Malrath extended a hand lazily. Arden Venthar. The anomaly. The interference. He grinned. We finally meet. Arden raised Echo Sever. Let's skip introductions. Malrath's smile widened. Very well. He snapped his fingers. Hundreds of rebels raised their weapons. Mana surged. The cavern trembled. Malrath stood up slowly. Let us show you the depth of our resolve. Arden stepped forward. His voice was calm. Soft. Almost gentle. I'll stop all of you. Echo Sever gleamed with rising power. And I'll do it alone. The rebels roared and charged. And Arden charged forward to meet them. The underground world shook as hundreds of rebels charged at Arden from all sides, shields raised, blades drawn, spells spinning across the air like glowing comets. Arden rolled his shoulders. Echo Sever trembled in anticipation. The first wave reached him. And the world turned into sound and motion. The first wave, the collision. A massive shield bearer swung a tower shield the size of a door toward Arden's skull. Arden whispered. Sonic break. Crack. One clean swing. The shield fractured like glass, collapsing into metallic dust. Arden didn't even stop moving. He pivoted. A spearman lunged. A rope dashed in from behind. A berserker raised a battle axe. Arden spun once. Echo sweep. A circular shockwave blasted out from his feet, launching all three attackers through the air like ragdolls. Dozens more soldiers surged in. Arden slid into motion. A maelstrom of motion, Arden's iconic skill chain. Arden raised Echo Sever and whispered a sequence known only to him. A lethal chain combo that would become legend in the future timeline. Sound shift. Dissonance. Reverberate. Sound shift. Arden vanished, reappearing among the archers in a blink. Every arrow bent away from him, warped by the distortion around his silhouette. Archer, W what? Dissonance. Arden struck the ground. Boom. A bass-heavy shock ruptured the floor in a jagged line, sending archers tumbling as the ground split beneath them. Reverberate. Arden snapped his fingers. The shockwave he created moments earlier returned like a ricocheting bullet. Ba thumb. Everyone it passed earlier was hit again, knocked farther away. Dozens gone in under 10 seconds. But more arrived. The mage's barrage sound against sorcery. A mage commander raised his staff. All mages. Fire volley. Over 30 mages chanted in unison. Fire storms. Mana spears. Wind razors. Shadow bolts. The spells converged into a single catastrophic storm. Arden exhaled slowly. Then I'll use this. He lifted his sword and twisted it once. Sonic ward dome resonance. A translucent dome of vibrating air enveloped him. The spell barrage struck. And the entire cavern turned white with light. Boom. The blast should have liquefied stone. When the flames cleared, Arden still stood, unharmed. The dome shimmered, absorbing the last traces of energy. A murmur spread through the rebels. Are you serious? He tanked all that. Is he even human? Arden tapped the dome lightly. It shattered into glittering fragments of light. I'd prefer you don't waste my time. He moved again. The sword dancers speed-based elites. 6 elite sword dancers surrounded him, each moving with dancer-like agility, blades reflecting the red crystal glow. These were elites. Fast. Deadly. Silent. Arden smiled faintly. Let's dance, then. They attacked simultaneously. Blades curved inward 6 directions, impossible to dodge. Arden whispered. After Image Walt's second movement. His body flickered. 12 after images spun outwards. Not illusions. Echo projections. The sword dancers slashed at shadows. Arden appeared behind each one. THMP. 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 6 precise sound pulses. All 6 elite fighters collapsed instantly. Non-lethal. But completely incapacitated. The heavy guards the living wall. Next came the heavy guards. 50 armored knights advanced in a formation so tight their shields overlapped into a single metal wall. Their chant shook the cavern. Iron forward. Iron forward. Iron forward. Arden recognized this technique. In the previous timeline, this wall crushed entire armies. Arden pointed Echo Sever forward. Let's break a wall. He inhaled and unleashed one of his signature finishing skills. Sonic Edge Crescent Rupture. Slayash. A crescent-shaped wave of compressed sound tore through the air, screeching like a hurricane. It hit the shield wall. BRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR backward like leaves in a storm. Armor dented. Formation broken. The living wall, destroyed. The rebels stared in disbelief. That wall has never been breached. Who is he? Even male Wrath, watching from atop his obsidian throne, raised an eyebrow. Remaining rebels' fear and desperation. Despite seeing the destruction, 100 soldiers remained. Their morale wavered. Their leader shouted, "Charge! The commander is watching." The final horde rushed Arden. He held his sword low. His aura expanded. His footsteps vibrated the air. "Fine." His voice echoed through the cavern. "Let's end this." The iconic skill, Sonic Maelstrom. Arden whispered. Sonic Maelstrom. Silence fell. Then, a vortex of spinning sound erupted around him, a spiraling storm of invisible blades and echoing force. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hum. The rebels were lifted off the ground. Weapons bent. Armor dented. Spells dissolved before they formed. Arden walked forward through the maelstrom. Completely calm, completely steady. While the storm around him knocked out every rebel it touched. One by one, they fell. Dozens. Scores. Hundreds. Until the entire chamber was covered in unconscious bodies. And Arden stood alone. The storm dissipated like mist. Arden locked eyes with Male Wrath. "Your turn." Male Wrath rose from his obsidian throne slowly, cracking his neck. "Impressive." He smiled wide, dangerous. "You've cleared my army." He stepped forward, his crimson eyes burning. "Now face the man who will kill your empire." Arden tightened his grip on Echo Sever. "Come, Male Wrath." Their auras clashed. The stone beneath them cracked. The air trembled. The true battle was about to begin. Arden vs Malerath. The human general of the Demon Legion vs. the reborn Paradox Ascendant. The cavern fell into absolute silence. 100 unconscious rebels lay strewn across the cracked stone floor. Arden stood alone, breathing steadily, Echo Sever humming with restrained devastation. Across the chamber, Male Wrath, the man who would one day lead the first major invasion, rose from his throne. He descended the steps slowly, each footfall echoing like a war drum. Thump. 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 Arden tightened his grip on his blade. This man wasn't just an enemy. He was a future calamity, one of the pillars of destruction that shattered the world Arden once knew. And now, Arden had a chance to erase him before that destiny could take root. Maelrith's aura, a predator unbound. Maelrath cracked his knuckles as a dark crimson aura erupted from his body. Not demonic, not human, but something caught between. A strange corruption threaded through the air, curving like tendrils of hungry shadow. Arden recognized it. Abyss corruption. Maelrath smiled. Ah. So you know what sleeps beneath the world. His voice echoed with layered resonance. Multiple voices speaking as one. Arden raised his blade. I've fought your kind. I've seen what you become. Maelrath laughed. Oh? I doubt that. Because the version of me you fought must not have been powerful enough to kill you. Arden's eyes narrowed. He did. Maelrath paused. For the first time, his smile faltered. You speak like a ghost looking back. Arden lifted Echo Sever and took a single step forward. No. I speak like the man who came back to erase you. That made Maelrath grin again wider, vicious. Good. Then kill me if you can. The first clashed shockwave of titans. Arden vanished. Sound shift. A displacement of air and a distant echo signaled his movement. Maelrath reacted instantly. His bare hand shot up. Clang. Echo Sever slammed into Maelrith's forearm. The impact created a shockwave that erupted outward, sending dust and debris raining from the stalactites above. Arden's boots skidded back. Maelrath didn't move an inch. The man smirked. You're strong. Too strong for a novice-ranked adventurer. Arden reappeared behind him in an instant, swinging again. Slash. Maelrath caught the blade with his hand this time. Predictable. He twisted. Arden flipped backwards, landing on a broken pillar. I wasn't aiming for you. Maelrath frowned. A ringing sound filled the air. Resonance trap. Harmonic snare. The cavern lit up in dozens of faint echo runes. Maelrith's eyes widened. You laid those while we were talking. Arden exhaled. Sonic detonation. Boom. A lattice of concussive sound detonated from the floor. Like a minefield of pure vibration exploding all at once. Maelrath was thrown backward, crashing through a wall of red crystal. Arden didn't wait. He launched forward. The second clash skill against raw strength. Echo Sever slashed downward. Maelrath blocked with his forearm again. But this time, the sword penetrated skin. A line of blood dripped. Maelrath looked at it, amused. Ah, so you can hurt me. Then his aura doubled. Tripled. The temperature dropped as the abyss corruption surged around him, swirling like smoke. Maelrath stepped forward. And the world blurred. Arden barely crossed his blades in time. Doom. Maelrith's punch collided with his guard. The impact sent Arden flying across the cavern, smashing him through a stone stalagmite. Arden coughed blood, sliding down the debris. His power, even stronger than in the future. Maelrath appeared in front of him in a blur. He grabbed Arden by the throat. Lifted him off the ground. You're fast. Skilled. Maybe even chosen. Arden's fingers tightened around Maelrith's arm, but the grip was unbreakable. But strength. Maelrath slammed him into the floor. Trumps all. Arden wheezed. You talk too much. He pressed his palm to the ground. Reverberate. The earlier detonation's echo returned from the far wall and smashed directly into Maelrith's spine. Foam. Maelrath staggered. Arden slipped free and rolled back. The true fight begins. Arden unleashed. Arden inhaled. Then. His aura exploded outward. A shimmering field of vibrating energy wrapped his body like a second skin, Echo Sever glowed with oscillating light. His hair lifted slightly from the force radiating off him. Malrith's smile grew. Good. Good. Now show me the real you. His aura darkened. Because I will break you. Arden whispered. Sonic Rift Phase 0. Malrath whispered. Corrupted Might Oblivion Pulse. The cavern held its breath. Then. They vanished. Clash. 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 The two blurred across the battlefield. Sound and shadow smashing into each other in streaks of light and darkness. Arden blocked a punch that cracked the air. Malrath dodged a slash that split a stone pillar cleanly in half. The cavern shook. Crystals shattered. Dust and rubble rained from above. Their movements tore scars into the air. And then, Arden found an opening. He unleashed one of his deadliest skills. Sonic Edge Twin Crescent Break. Two sound crescents collided with Malrath from opposite directions. Quaam. The explosion shook the entire cavern. Malrath's silhouette vanished inside the blast. Arden landed, panting lightly. He lowered his sword. That should be enough. A shadow formed behind him. What? Malrath's voice whispered into his ear. Not even close. Arden spun. Too late. Malrath's fist struck his ribs at full force. Crack. Arden was launched across the cavern. He bounced off the floor twice before sliding into darkness. Blood trailed from his lips. Malrath walked forward. Your skills are brilliant. Your tactics are perfect. He spread his arms. But your body, your stats are still human. Arden rose slowly, wiping blood from his chin. Then I'll just have to surpass that. He raised Echo Sever. And he activated a skill he hadn't used since returning to the past. A forbidden skill. A paradox skill. Echo Acceleration Limit Overdrive. Arden's heartbeat quickened. His bones creaked. His muscles tensed. Blue-white oscillation rippled across his limbs. Malrath blinked. So you truly do intend to break your limits? Arden steadied his stance. For the future. For the world. For the people you will kill. I'll erase you here and now. Malrath snarled. Then come, Reborn One. Arden dashed. Malrath countered. The world vanished into light and ruin. Arden's body blurred. Not from speed alone, but because his presence was tearing through the sound barrier itself, leaving a trail of vibrating distortion in the air. Malrath braced. The impact landed. Boom. The shockwave rocked the cavern so violently that entire crystal pillars toppled like collapsing towers. Malrath slid backward, boots carving trenches through the stone floor. A grin split his face even as blood flew from his mouth. Good. Good. Finally. Arden didn't give him time to breathe. He vanished again. Sound shift after image waltz dissonance strike. 3 motions in one breath. 12 after images surrounded Malrath. Each attacked from a different angle. Malrath rotated in place, absorbing and countering blows. Futile. He grabbed 2 after images, crushing them with brute strength. Illusory echoes exploded like shattered glass. Arden snapped his fingers. Reverberate. The sound from their previous exchanges returned like a ricocheting bullet, slamming into Malrath's spine, ribs, legs. Crack. For the first time. Malrath staggered. Arden followed up immediately. The chain of destruction iconic combo. Arden raised Echo Sever. The blade vibrated at hypersonic frequency, glowing with blue-white light. Sonic Edge. Crescendo Rend. A diagonal slash tore through the air. Quaam. Malrath blocked with his forearm, but the vibrating blade pierced muscle and scraped bone. Arden didn't pause. Double reverb. He struck again. A second slash overlaid the first, stacking vibrational resonance, creating a devastating harmonic explosion. Male Wrath was blasted backward, smashing into a crystal wall. Crystals shattered around him, cascading like falling stars. He coughed blood. Yet he laughed through the pain. "You're monstrous. A child wielding power beyond fate." He staggered upright. "But I am the fate you defy." His aura erupted. Crimson and abyssal. Twisting. Screaming. Alive. Arden's expression tightened. This is where it begins. The corruption forming Malrith's future demonic evolution. And Arden would stop it here. Malrith's final form abyss touched human. Male Wrath threw his arms wide. The red crystals embedded in the cavern walls responded. Glowing, then melting into luminescent liquid. Streams of corrupted energy rushed toward him. He inhaled them. His muscles twisted. Veins glowed crimson. His hair turned pitch black with streaks of red. His eyes, both sclera and iris, became pure abyssal red. A monstrous presence. But still human. Behold the first ascended general. Arden's heart pounded. This was it. The form Male Wrath would achieve only years later in the original timeline. The state in which he ravaged kingdoms. And Arden now faced it alone, with only novice-level stats and overclocked skills. Male Wrath vanished. Reappeared behind Arden. Die. His punch carried enough force to shatter mountains. Arden turned. Echo Sever rose. Their powers collided. The entire cavern collapsed. Stone turned to dust. Crystals fractured. Shockwaves blasted outward in violent arcs. Only two silhouettes remained in the smoke. Arden and Male Wrath. Still standing. Still ready. Still burning. The breakthrough Arden's evolution. Arden's vision blurred. Blood ran from his nose, ears, lips. His body was beyond its limit. He felt ribs grinding. Felt muscles tearing. Felt his heart skipping beats. Limit overdrive was killing him. But he didn't stop. Because if Male Wrath lived, the future Arden knew would return. He whispered through broken breath. Just a little more. His vision shook. System notification. Warning, vital strain exceeding safe limit. Warning, internal damage critical. Warning, limit overdrive will result in death if maintained. Arden smiled weakly. I know. Male Wrath charged. Break. Arden lifted his sword. And the world slowed. Sound froze. Air stilled. Time trembled. A familiar warmth surged through his chest. A voice whispered within his mind. Not the system. Not the world. Something deeper. Something tied to the paradox class. Do you wish to surpass what is possible? Arden exhaled. Yes. Do you reject the fate that was written? Always. Then step beyond. Light engulfed him. Arden's new skill awakens Paradox Ascendant. New skill acquired. Paradox Ascension Hyper Resonance. A forbidden state exclusive to a timeline breaker. Temporarily allows the user to surpass physical limits by binding their existence to vibrating temporal echoes. Can only be activated in a life or death paradox state. Arden's body stopped tearing apart. His aura expanded. But in silence. Not loud like Malrith's corruption. Not destructive. Just stillness. Controlled. Perfect. Absolute. Male Wrath froze mid-charge. He sensed it instantly. A hunter sensing a greater predator. You, what did you just become? Arden raised Echo Sever. His voice was soft. Calm. Unshakable. The man who kills you. The final clash ending a future calamity. Male Wrath roared and dashed, fist like a meteor. Arden stepped forward. One step. Just one. It broke the ground beneath him. Arden swung echo sever. But no sound followed. Instead, everything around the blade ceased to exist for an instant. Maelritha's arm vanished from the elbow downward. A severed chunk of corruption and bone dissolved into particles. Maelrath screamed. Arden moved again. One slash. Another. Another. No sound. Only disappearance. The blade didn't cut. It erased. Pieces of Maelritha's corrupted form disintegrated. His aura shattered. His body convulsed. What is this? What are you? Arden's eyes were calm. Someone who survived your future. With a final motion, he lifted Echo Sever overhead. White echo light surged across the blade. Arden whispered. Hyper-resonance severing silence. He brought the sword down. Shuil-Yuan. No sound. Just Maelritha's body splitting cleanly in two. Dissolving into shimmering particles of broken corruption. The abyssal core inside his chest shattered. The threat ended. Like it never existed. Aftermath. A shifted future. Silence returned to the cavern. Arden stood alone over the fading embers of Maelritha's existence. Breathing softly. Sweat dripping. But standing strong. The future changed. One calamity erased. A new path opened. Arden turned toward the exit. He whispered to himself. The world will not fall again. And in the shadows above him, something ancient watched. Something that feared what he had become. Something that whispered. The reborn one has begun to deviate. The timeline fractures. We must act. A new enemy. A hidden puppeteer. A threat beyond demons. Arden didn't know it yet. But by killing Maelrath, he had drawn the attention of powers far more terrifying. The night after the battlefield victory was eerily calm. Not peaceful. Just calm, like the world was holding its breath before something worse arrived. Arden felt it the moment he left the rebel encampment. The darkness in the air. The distortion in the ground. The vibration in the wind. A sign. Something else was coming. Something that hadn't happened in his past life. Something new. One, the real purpose of the rebellion. Arden moved alone through the forest, mana perception wide like a net. The rebellion had fallen, their leaders defeated or captured. But there had been one strange detail. They were too well organized. Too well funded. Too well armed. And Arden knew the rebels in his past life were nothing like this. No, this had been orchestrated. Someone else is pulling the strings. His steps slowed as he sensed 3 life signatures hiding behind the trees for an ambush. Arden didn't break stride. He whispered. Heaven's rupture first form, void step. His body flickered. A heartbeat later, 3 armored rebels dropped from the branches, sliced by an arc of invisible pressure they never saw coming. Arden didn't even look back. There's no point hiding, he muttered. I already know you're here. That's when the last rebel leader stepped out. A tall man in black plate armor, carrying a massive crescent-edged spear. His name was Raven Haldis, the rebellion's war commander, one who never existed in Arden's previous life. You've caused a lot of trouble, Arden said calmly. Raven smirked. And you've ruined years of planning, boy. Arden's eyes narrowed. Years? The rebellion didn't last a year in the original timeline. It was messy, chaotic, and ultimately pointless. But this was organized warfare. Arden raised his sword. Who supported you? Raven shrugged, lowering his spear. If you're strong enough. He sank into a combat stance. You'll find out. To the duel of iconic skills. Raven charged. His entire spear crackled with deep red lightning, splitting the ground behind him. Arden met him head-on. Clang. The forest exploded into shockwaves. Arden's blade hummed with 5 overlapping skill layers. Raven's spear thrummed with demonic energy Arden didn't recognize. Their weapons sparked. Then Raven's spear extended unfolded into a whip spear of segmented, rotating blades. Arden's eyes sharpened. A demonic relic. Something he had never seen before. Raven snarled. Hell King's Lash. The spear whip tore through the air like a dragon, slicing trees to dust. Arden countered in a low whisper. Divine Cross Sever. A radiant X-shaped slash burst outward and split the incoming attack in half. But Raven didn't falter. He stepped forward and unleashed another blow. Infernal Maelstrom. A spiraling vortex of black hellfire erupted from the spear. Arden's cape fluttered from the pressure. He lifted one hand. Mana condensed. Then, boom. He slammed it into the vortex. Heaven's bulwark. The flames parted like water, unable to even touch him. Raven's eyes widened. But Arden wasn't done. He stepped forward and unleashed one of his most iconic skills. Godslayer's Edge. A golden blade of mana streaked across the field, cutting through the vortex, the trees, the cliff behind Raven. And Raven himself. The spear commander fell to one knee. Impossible. Arden stopped in front of him, sword sheathed. Who gave you that weapon? Raven smirked through the blood. You're too late. Arden's expression darkened. Late? For what? Raven's breath grew shallow. The demon legions have already begun moving. The rebellion was just a distraction. Arden froze. A distraction? For what? Raven's final words chilled him. They know you're alive. Arden. Then the commander collapsed. Dead. 3 Arden's past returns unsummoned. Arden stood silently over the corpse. The air felt colder. How? How would the Demon Legion know of his rebirth? He wasn't even supposed to be important in the original timeline, not until much later. But now? Someone was engineering the future. Someone knew he was dangerous. Someone was adjusting the timeline. Arden clenched his fist. This isn't like last time anymore. He turned and saw shadows moving in the distance. The rustle of bushes. A familiar voice. Arden. He stopped. His old party stepped out of the forest clearing. Celia. Brant. Lyra. Juno. They stared at the carnage. At Arden. At the dead commander behind him. Lyra took a hesitant step forward. We came because we heard you were fighting alone. Celia clenched her staff tightly. You could have died. Arden's expression softened for a moment. They cared. Even after everything. Even after betrayal and death in the previous timeline. These versions of them were still innocent. But he shook his head. I can't stay with you. Pain flickered across their faces. Brant grit his teeth. Is it because we're weak? Because you don't trust us? Arden looked him dead in the eye. No. Because I refuse to let any of you die again. The words silenced all of them. Celia lowered her gaze. Arden. Arden stepped away. I'm walking a different path now. One you can't follow. Not yet. Juno clenched her fists. But you're facing everything alone. Arden turned his back. That's exactly why I'm doing this. For the Demon Legion's warning. A tremor shook the forest. A tear appeared in the sky. A rift. Arden's heart stopped. He knew this energy. He would never forget it. From the rift, a demonic projection appeared. A tall, horned figure with blazing crimson eyes. Demon King Vorthos. The very being who manipulated Arden in his previous life. The one who controlled him. Used him. Destroyed the world. The demon's voice echoed like thunder. Reborn One, we finally meet again. Arden's eyes widened. So Raven's claim was true. The Demon King knew he had reincarnated. Arden clenched his fists so tightly blood dripped between his fingers. Behind him, his old party trembled. Lyra whispered, "Arden, who is that?" Arden stepped forward. His voice like steel. "Your worst nightmare." The projection smirked mockingly. "Enjoy your temporary power. Fate cannot be escaped, little puppet." The rift snapped shut. Silence swallowed the forest. 5. The solo path set in stone. Arden felt their eyes on him. Fear. Confusion. Shock. Brant muttered, "What was that?" Arden didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out his sword and carved a single line into the dirt. "Do not follow me." Celia's voice cracked. "Arden, please." He didn't look back. "I won't let the Demon King use any of you. Not in this life." Then he walked away. Every step felt like a chain snapping off his soul. He wasn't going to repeat the past. He wasn't going to drag anyone into his fate. He would fight the demon legions alone. He would rewrite destiny. And this time, Arden would crush the Demon King himself. A new kingdom, a new face. The sun was still rising when Arden crossed the northern border of Etriel and stepped onto the long road leading toward a distant, mist-veiled realm. The kingdom of Vegard. A young kingdom. A peaceful kingdom. A kingdom untouched so far by the Demon King's schemes. At least, in Arden's past life. But Arden knew that peace was an illusion now. The Demon King was moving early. And if Arden wanted to intercept his minions, prevent the early corruption, and gain strength without interference, he needed a new identity. A fresh start. A new life he could shape however he wanted. He tied his hair back, put on a simple traveler's cloak, and suppressed his mana so much that even a novice would seem stronger. To the world, he was no longer a reincarnated survivor of a dead timeline. He was just a hungry young adventurer looking to experience the world. He whispered to himself. Fresh life. Fresh path. No attachments. Just me, and the enemies I'll crush. And he stepped forward. 1. The newbie adventurer. The first city he entered was Vegard capital, Ardenthal. Ironically named. The moment he passed the gates, he smelled fresh baked bread, heard merchants shouting prices, saw laughter in the streets, children running with toy swords. This place was alive. More than he remembered. More than he ever experienced. Arden stopped for a moment. This is the kind of world I wanted to protect. He approached the Adventurers Guild, a large oak building with banners fluttering outside. Inside, adventurers lounged around drinking, boasting, arguing. It was loud. Chaotic. Exactly what he needed. Arden approached the counter. A receptionist, a young woman with tied brown hair, looked up and smiled. "Welcome. First time registering?" Arden nodded. His voice soft and innocent. "Yes. I'd like to start from the bottom." She blinked. Don't you want to take the aptitude test first? If you have any hidden talent, you could start higher." Arden gave her the most harmless smile he could manage. "I'd rather earn it myself." The receptionist brightened. Then, "Good luck, mister." "Arden," he replied. "Arden," she repeated with a grin. "Your journey begins now." He accepted the wooden novice badge. It felt nostalgic. He stared at it for a long moment. Back to 0. Perfect. 2. First quest: kill 5 Shadow Fang wolves. Arden took the most basic of basic quests from the board. Most adventurers shrugged when they saw what he picked. Huh? Newbie taking a wolf hunt. He's gonna die. Shadow Fangs tear novices apart. What a kid. Arden ignored them. He walked into the forest east of the city, hands in his pockets. The moment he entered the deeper zone, A wolf with black fur striped with crimson emerged, snarling. A shadow fang wolf, elite variant. To a real novice, this was a death sentence. To Arden? He didn't even draw a weapon. He raised one finger. Mana artery burst. Boom. The wolf exploded into smoke. Arden sighed. That was too strong. I need to suppress lower. He heard rustling. 5 more wolves surrounded him, fangs dripping with abyssal venom. Arden smiled calmly. Try again. He stepped forward. And with nothing but controlled physical movement, he flicked his wrist. Crack. 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 5 wolves dropped dead, necks snapped by invisible pressure. Arden exhaled deeply. Okay. That's more like a beginner's pace. But then, he felt something. A trace of demonic corruption inside the wolves. Not natural. Not native to Vegard. Arden crouched and touched the wolf corpse. A faint residue of purple miasma seeped onto his fingers. Found you, he whispered. So the Demon King already planted spies here. He stood. His adventure. His new life. Had already begun. 3 hunting the Demon King's minions step by step. The wolves' tracks led deeper into the forest. Arden walked silently, his disguise still intact. No mana, no presence, no killing intent. For any demon minion trying to sense him, he would appear as nothing more than a weak human. Perfect bait. He reached a cave. Inside, he found it. A demonling. A small, humanoid creature with spindly limbs, glowing red eyes, and a crest burned into its forehead. Property of the Demon Legion Recon Unit. The demonling chirped and hissed at a stone altar, spreading corrupted mana into the air. Arden cracked his knuckles. So you're the one tainting the local monsters. The demonling turned slowly. Then froze. It sensed nothing from Arden. And therefore, it smiled. Human, weak. Fresh soul for feeding. Arden sighed. He stepped forward. No talking. The demon lunged. Arden moved once. Just once. He pinched the demon's head between 2 fingers. And crushed it. Dark blood spattered the stones. Arden shook off the residue. 1 down. Thousands to go. But as he turned to leave, he saw the carvings on the cave wall. It wasn't a simple outpost. The drawings depicted a horn silhouette, demonic runes, a circle map, and at the center, initial invasion point Vegard. Arden's pulse stopped. The demons were planning to start their early invasion here. Not Etriel. Not the Elven Kingdoms. Vegard. The place he chose to start a new life. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. So be it. He pressed his palm to the wall. Heaven fire disintegration. The entire cave evaporated into light. For returning to the guild like a normal newbie. A few hours later, Arden walked back into the guild hall. Covered in dirt. Scratches. Cloak torn deliberately to look like he struggled. He dropped the wolf fangs on the counter. The receptionist blinked. Oh. You really completed it. You look terrible. Are you okay? Arden smiled tiredly. I survived. The guild members looked stunned. That kid returned alive. He actually killed Shadow Fangs. No way, he's tougher than he looks. The receptionist handed him a small pouch of coins. Good job, Arden. That was a beginner's test, but you passed. Arden nodded. And whispered internally. Step by step. Fight by fight. I'll grow stronger without anyone knowing. And I'll slaughter every demon minion you send, Vorthos. He clenched the novice badge. This is only the beginning. The quiet city with a loud secret. Vegard usually woke slowly. Merchants setting up stalls. Blacksmiths hammering in rhythm. Adventurers leaving the guild half asleep and half hungover. But today? The city felt off. Too quiet. Too clean. Too normal. Arden stepped out of the inn, hands casually in his pockets, eyes barely half open like a bored newbie ready for another random errand quest. But inside, every sense was sharpened. His mana sense detected faint distortions. The same signature he saw in that Shadow Fang Wolf cave. Barely visible, expertly hidden. Demonic corruption. And not just anywhere. It seeped through the cracks of the capital itself like a slow infection. Arden muttered to himself. Someone's building a nest here. To the first clue, a quest too simple. At the Adventurer Guild counter, the receptionist waved cheerfully. Arden. Back so soon? You really are motivated. Arden smiled in that gentle, newbie way he'd perfected. Just trying my best. Oh. Then I have a perfect quest for beginners. She handed him a paper. Quest, Lost Cat Find Mimi. Reward, 500 gold. Difficulty. Arden stared. A cat. Yup. He squinted. Suspicious. He lifted the paper and pointed. Why is this cat poster stapled over a cursed forest incident report? The receptionist froze. Coincidence. Arden raised an eyebrow. Not a coincidence. Someone intentionally buried a dangerous report. And the receptionist's smile was too strained. She leaned forward and whispered. Arden, do yourself a favor. Don't go near the old warehouse district. Just don't. Understand? Arden nodded. I understand. He didn't understand. He'd already made up his mind to go there. 3. The cat that led to a corpse. Arden followed the faint demonic traces while pretending to search for Mimi. He crouched, stared under crates, peeked behind walls, even meowed a few times for authenticity. It was a good performance. A man even walked past and said, Poor kid. First quest and already losing it. Arden kept meowing. But the traces grew stronger. Eventually, he reached the abandoned warehouse district, a place the locals avoided like plague. And there, sitting on a crate, was Mimi. A cute, fluffy brown cat. Mimi blinked at Arden. Meow. Arden held out a hand. Good girl, now show me what you found. Mimi hopped off the crate, walked to a dark alley, and stopped in front of a wooden door. Arden opened it. Inside. A dead man. Body drained dry. Skin pale like chalk. Blood thick with demon corruption. Arden let out a breath. So it starts. Mimi meowed sadly next to the corpse. He patted her head. You did well. For the one who shouldn't be there. Footsteps. Arden's eyes flicked toward the entrance. A figure stepped inside the warehouse. Cloak. Hood. Mask. He moved like a professional assassin. Under normal circumstances, he would have slipped away unnoticed. But Arden recognized the aura immediately. Demonic. Not full demon. A human, corrupted. The figure froze when he realized someone else was inside. Who are you? Arden smiled politely. I'm looking for a cat. The masked man blinked. Then laughed. A rookie. Hilarious. He extended a hand. Black mana dripped like ink. Such bad luck. Humans who witness us must die. Arden sighed. I was hoping you'd surrender and answer questions. He stepped forward. Still smiling. Still suppressing everything. Still pretending to be a harmless novice. If death is your answer. Arden flicked his finger. Just one gentle tap of the air. Crack. The masked man's arm snapped like a twig. He screamed. Arden grabbed him by the throat and pinned him to the wall. Dark mana oozed out of the man's pores as he struggled. You, who are you? Arden's smile vanished. His voice dropped, cold as winter steel. The one who kills your kind. The corrupted man whimpered. Arden tightened his grip. Where is the Shadow Cell headquarters? And no, I can't, they'll kill him. Arden leaned in. I'll kill you faster. The man trembled. Then broke. The sewers under the noble district. The circle, they're preparing a ritual. The night. There we go. Arden released him. The man collapsed to the ground in fear. But please let me go, I told you everything I can't. Arden flicked his wrist. The body dropped limp. Demons don't leave debts unpaid. He closed the man's eyes out of mercy. Then picked Mimi up and scratched her chin. You brought me the first thread. Good job. Mimi purred. Arden carried her back to the guild. 5 returned to the guild in suspicion. The receptionist gasped when she saw him return. Arden. You found Mimi. Arden nodded. She was near the old warehouses. Looks scared. The receptionist swallowed. You didn't go inside, right? Arden smiled innocently. I only found the cat. Her shoulders relaxed. Oh, thank goodness. She's scared of something. Someone warned her. Someone powerful. Arden put Mimi on the counter. Quest complete. The receptionist handed him his gold reward, hands trembling. Arden, if anyone asks, you never went to that district. Arden nodded. Of course. He walked away. He had every intention to return. Tonight. 6. The sewers, the real face of Vegard. Midnight. Arden moved silently through the noble district. Guards patrolled lazily, none aware that beneath their feet, a demon nest grew like a parasite. Arden knelt behind a fountain and lifted the iron grate to the sewers. A wave of rotting air hit him. He exhaled. Time to clean house. He descended. The sewers were wide stone tunnels. Water barely flowed. The air thickened with corrupted mana the deeper he went. He heard whispers. Soft. Slivering. Wrong. He approached a massive chamber beneath the governor's mansion. There. He saw them. Humans. Knights. Servants. Even nobles. All standing in a circle. Eyes glazed. Bodies trembling. And at the center, a demon. Small. Child-sized. But its grin was wide enough to split its face. 2 horns curled from its skull. Welcome, little prophet. Arden froze. Prophet? The demon knew. Knew he wasn't normal. Knew he was out of place in the timeline. How? The demon chuckled. The king felt your soul spark again. You cannot hide. Arden's jaw clenched. Is that so? He stepped forward. Demonic glyphs lit up on the ground. Corruption swelled. Human puppets around the demon shrieked as their bodies twisted. Arden sighed. All right then. He loosened his suppression. Just a little. Just enough. His aura blasted the chamber like a hurricane. The demon froze. Humans collapsed unconscious. What, how, why is a human? Arden pointed a hand. Die. Light erupted. A single beam pierced the demon's skull. It didn't even have time to scream. 7. The circle collapses and so does the city's secret. Arden watched the corrupted circle crumble. The noble district would wake tomorrow with dozens of missing memory victims in a collapsed underground chamber. He didn't care. He walked away. But before leaving the chamber, he saw something carved into the stone. Invasion Phase 1. Vegard 13 days. Arden's blood ran cold. 13 days. He laughed bitterly to himself. So much for a peaceful start. He headed back to the city surface. To sleep. To prepare. To kill more demons tomorrow. The rookie tournament begins. Arden didn't expect the rookie tournament to be this loud. The entire arena roared with excitement, banners waving, vendors screaming prices for spicy skewers and fruit ale, and adventurers of every rank squeezing into the seats. This wasn't a simple local event. It was apparently the biggest annual festival in Vagard. Arden stood near the preparation grounds, quietly observing the chaos while wearing the simplest leather vest he bought for 4 coppers. Around him, 20 other rookies paced nervously. Well, except one. "Move aside, mortals," a voice bellowed. A muscular man with shiny oiled ABS and a headband entered dramatically. He flexed. The sun gleamed off his chest like a holy artifact. People in the crowd shielded their eyes. "I, Bronzar the Beautiful, shall win this tournament and claim glory." Arden blinked slowly. One of the rookies whispered beside him. "That guy's been flexing for 45 minutes straight." Another replied. "I think he practiced introductions in front of a mirror." Arden stifled a laugh. This tournament might actually be entertaining. The rules. A guild announcer hopped onto a tall stand and shouted. "Listen up, newbies. Today's rookie tournament has simple rules." He held up 4 fingers dramatically, as if performing in a theater play. Rule 1, no lethal attacks. Rule 2, no mana techniques above beginner rank. Rule 3, if you faint, surrender, or cry for your mom, you lose. Rule 4, don't fall in love with me. I know I'm handsome. The crowd booed violently. Someone threw a cabbage at him. Boo-hoo. Get off the stand. The announcer dodged with surprising agility and continued like nothing happened. Let the preliminaries begin. Preliminary round match 1. Arden vs random guy who talks too much. Arden stepped into the first arena. His opponent, a short guy with a bandana and 2 daggers, grinned confidently. Hat, new face. You're probably weak. Don't worry, I'll take it easy. Arden swung his wooden sword once. Bonk. The guy fell. Face first. Unconscious. Arden scratched his cheek. Oops. Too strong. The referee blinked, stunned. Match over. Winner, Arden. The crowd murmured. Who is he? He ended the fight in 1 hit. Maybe he actually trained. No way, look at him. That's a touch grass face. Arden walked out quietly. He kept his mana sealed. He kept his presence small. But even then, holding back was annoying. Match 2, the talkative mage girl. His next opponent stepped forward enthusiastically. A girl not much younger than him, carrying a huge staff with a crystal almost as big as her head. I'm Lyra. Nice to meet you. Please, let's both do our best. Oh, by the way. Arden blinked. She was still talking. My teacher said I'm gifted but easily distracted, and I'm trying to work on that, but sometimes I forget. The referee sighed. Just start the match. Ding. The girl cast a spell instantly. Her chant shook the ground. Gust spiral burst. A huge swirl of wind exploded. At herself. She flew backward. Smacked into the wall. Slid down slowly. The referee raised his flag. Winner, Arden. Arden tried very hard not to laugh. Match 3, Bronzar the Beautiful. The arena thundered like a storm. Bronzar. 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 The man flexed aggressively, muscles dancing like a parade. He pointed dramatically at Arden. You, ordinary-looking stranger. I respect your courage for daring to face me. Arden nodded politely. Thank you. Behold my signature move. Bronzar inhaled. His muscles bulged. His biceps shined. Dioriein. Arden tapped his elbow lightly with the wooden sword. Pap. pose. Bronzar collapsed forward, face first, snoring. The crowd went silent, then burst into laughter. He lost without flexing. Someone wake him up. The poor man didn't even get to finish his signature pose. The referee raised the flag. Winner, Arden. For the first time, the crowd chanted his name although poorly. Arden. 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 He smiled slightly. This is getting ridiculous. Break time. Arden tries food. During the break, Arden wandered toward the food stalls. He bought spicy grilled skewers. The vendor, a suspicious old lady, grinned at him. You fight good, kid. Want extra spicy? Sure. She poured something extremely red and extremely ominous onto the meat. Arden took a bite and immediately realized. This is lava. Not metaphorical lava. Actual magical fire-type seasoning. He swallowed calmly, pretending to be normal. The vendor froze. It didn't burn you. Arden smiled politely. It's tasty. The old lady fainted. Demonic eyes watch. As Arden walked past the crowd, a faint ripple of mana pricked the edge of his senses. It was subtle. Hidden. Almost perfect. Someone is watching me. But Arden kept walking, pretending not to notice. If a demon spy was observing the rookies, then that meant one of the contestants wasn't human. His eyes narrowed slightly. Excellent. The tournament was becoming useful. Announcer, round of 16. The announcer jumped onto the stage again, this time wearing a new suit after being pelted with cabbage earlier. Listen up, rookies. From the hundreds who joined, only 16 brave, stupid, or lucky contenders remain. The crowd cheered. Fireworks blasted overhead. Arden stood with the 15 other remaining rookies. Some confident. Some scared. Some trembling. Some still trying to wake Bronzar up somewhere in the infirmary. Arden sighed. He kind of liked the chaos. Next matches begin soon. As the drums echoed across the arena, Arden felt it again. A hidden presence. A faint demonic aura. Close. Very close. He scanned the lineup. One contestant. Just one. They weren't cheering. They weren't sweating. They weren't even blinking. A girl with pale skin and ash-gray hair. Her eyes glowed faintly purple. Arden smiled slowly. Found you. The Vegard Rookie Tournament grounds were vibrating with noise, excitement, and the kind of chaotic energy only 100 low-ranked, overconfident newbies could produce. Vendors shouted. Spectators argued. Competitors bragged. Kids waved wooden swords and hit their parents by accident. Bards played triumph music even for people walking to the bathroom. It was beautiful chaos. Arden stood in the middle of the arena waiting area, hood up, trying to blend in. He was surrounded by the Muscle Twins, two shirtless brothers oiled so much they reflected sunlight like mirrors. A girl swinging a staff at air, fighting imaginary enemies. A guy crying, claiming he only joined because he thought the prize was a free meal. A mage with 20 books strapped to his torso like body armor. A swordsman practicing poses instead of actual swordplay. Arden sighed internally. This is truly a rookie tournament. One of the braver rookies approached Arden. Hey, you're awfully quiet. You nervous? Arden smiled awkwardly. Yes. Terrified. The rookie nodded sympathetically. Yeah, same. At least you're not shaking like that guy. They both looked at a man vibrating like a hummingbird, his sword rattling against its sheath. Arden chuckled. This was strangely refreshing. No betrayal. No demons. Just normal, loud people being normal and loud. Then a horn blared. The stadium roared. Welcome to the Vegard Rookie Tournament. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena. Let's begin round 1. Matches are random. Fight with spirit. Try not to die. But if you do, sign a waiver. Everyone cheered wildly. Arden rubbed his temples. This is going to be a headache. Round 1 matches begin. The rookies were led to the waiting benches near the stage. Arden sat quietly while the first match was called. Match 1, Gundar the Thunderfist vs. Timothy, the guy who signed up by accident. The crowd roared. Timothy cried. Gundar flexed so aggressively his chest made a sound like a drum. Prepare to face the power of my signature move. Before he could finish, Timothy tripped on his own feet, fell forward, and head-butted Gundar square in the groin. The mighty Thunder Fist collapsed like a dying accordion. The stadium went silent. Then exploded. Timothy wins by accident. Arden covered his face. This might actually be worse than fighting demons. Ard's match approaches. Several matches passed. A mage accidentally blew up his own pants. A girl threw her sword at her opponent and it hit a judge instead. 2 twins fought each other because they forgot they weren't opponents. Finally, the announcer shouted. Next match Arendelle. Arden. 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 The crowd cheered because they cheered for literally everything. And his opponent. The one. The only. The storm prodigy of Vegard. Riku's pharaoh. A dramatic gust of wind blew across the arena. A young man stepped forward with lightning crackling around his palms. The crowd screamed. He's the prodigy. He's the strongest newbie in the kingdom. He can cast 2 spells at once. He once defeated a boar in 1 hit. Arden blinked. A boar? Riku smirked at Arden. You're quiet. That's fine. Most weaklings are. Arden nodded politely. Please go easy on me. The crowd awed. Riku scoffed. I won't hold back. Prepare to be electrocuted into unconsciousness. Arden tilted his head. That sounds painful. It will be. The battle begins. Begin. Riku's dashed forward. Lightning crackled down his arms. He thrust his hand. Lightning lance. A spear of electricity tore through the arena, smoking the ground as it traveled. The crowd gasped. That's lethal. Riku's is going all out. That poor kid. Arden raised 1 finger. Tapped the incoming spear. And it dispersed like a wet sparkler. Silence. Riku's froze mid-dash. Hey. Arden scratched his cheek. Sorry. Was that your starter? Riku's blinked rapidly. And no, I was just warming up. Take this. Lightning. His foot hit a pebble. He tripped. Arden instinctively caught him before he face-planted. The arena went silent again. Arden held Riku's upright politely. The crowd stared. Did he just save his opponent? And make it look like a romantic hero move? That guy is stealing our prodigy's dignity. Riku's face turned bright red. Shut up. Let go of me. He flailed wildly. Arden released him gently. Riku staggered back, trying to regain composure. Fine. No more tests. No more accidents. I'm using my ultimate skill. Lightning surged around him, real power this time. The crowd jumped to their feet. The prodigy's secret move. The unbeatable technique. The fatal finisher. Arden sighed. If I don't let him hit me a little, they'll think I cheated. He relaxed his stance. Riku's thrust both hands forward. Storm Nova. Lightning exploded in all directions. The arena vanished in a cloud of dust. The crowd screamed. Amazing. It's over. No way a novice survived that. The dust began to clear. And Arden stood there. Untouched. Not even his hair moved. The entire arena went silent. Riku stared. What? How? Arden nervously raised his hand. Aya tickled. The crowd lost its mind. He's a monster. He's not a newbie. Is he possessed? No, he's a secret hero undercover. Marry me. That kid is literally glowing. Wait, he's glowing. Arden looked down. His mana suppression cracked for half a second from the impact. A faint gold shimmer leaked around his body. He quickly suppressed it. But the crowd already screamed. That was aura. A-rank power. He's a fraud. He's a god. Arden froze. Oops. Riku's fell to his knees shaking. IG impossible. I trained for years. I'm the prodigy. How are you not even scratched? Arden rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Luck. Luck. The end of the match. The announcer cleared his throat loudly. Exceptional performance. Winner. Arden. The crowd exploded once more. Arden sighed. I didn't mean to stand out this much. But in the midst of all the noise, as he stepped off the platform, he felt it. A pair of eyes watching him. Not human. Not friendly. Eyes that glowed faintly with demonic hunger. One of the contestants is a demon infiltrator. Arden walked calmly toward the waiting hall. His smile was friendly. His steps light. But inside, his hunter instincts were sharpened like a blade. The arena thundered with noise as thousands of spectators filled the wooden stands. Vendors shouted, children waved handmade flags, and gamblers held stacks of coins like their lives depended on it. The announcer, a man with lungs powered by pure caffeine, bellowed into a voice-amplifying crystal. Welcome, Vigayard, to the rookie tournament's first round. Cheers. Arden stepped into the beginner staging area, wearing the simplest leather armor he could find. He kept his energy tightly suppressed, showing absolutely nothing beyond a typical newbie's level. Meanwhile, everyone else looked ridiculous. One dude came in wearing a full spiked armor set that made him waddle like a penguin. Another swung a giant axe bigger than his own house, grunting loudly every time he breathed. One girl kept doing dramatic poses every 3 seconds as if auditioning for a theater play. And behind Arden, a pair of twin dagger users whispered, "Who's that guy? Just a no-rank newbie, look at his gear. He's so dead LMAO." Arden smiled politely. If only you knew. The match-up board. A huge crystal display flared to life, showing randomized match UPS for round 1. Names flashed quickly. Turbo Axe Bro versus self-proclaimed fire goddess. Hose Girl versus guy who knows one punch. Armored Penguin versus dude who accidentally signed up. Then finally, Arden versus Garros, the human muscle wall. The crowd roared. Oh, poor newbie is gonna get folded. Garros is undefeated in arm wrestling. He once headbutted a boar to death. NOOO. I bet money on Arden by accident. Arden blinked. Someone bet on me? Brave soul. Enter Garros. Garros stomped onto the stage like the ground had offended him. A mountain of muscle. Veins everywhere. Eyes burning like he drank nothing but rage. He pointed at Arden with a thumb. Kid. If you surrender now, I'll only break 2 of your bones. Arden tilted his head innocently. Which 2? Garros grinned. The ones you scream about the loudest. The audience loved him. Arden stepped onto the stage quietly. The announcer dramatically swung his arm. And now, the fight between the muscle wall of Vigard and, this one guy, will be. A pause. He squinted at Arden's name card. Arden? Just Arden? No title? No cool nickname? No tragic backstory? Arden shrugged. The announcer sighed. Fine. Begin. The first punch, that wasn't meant to be a punch. Garros roared like a war elephant and charged. The ground cracked. Stones flew. Dust exploded behind him. He threw a fist the size of Arden's head. Arden sidestepped. Calm. Quiet. Like dodging a leaf. The punch hit the arena wall. The entire wall collapsed. Boom. The audience screamed and cheered simultaneously. Garros shook out his hand. You're fast, kid. But you're nothing special. Arden politely corrected him. I'm trying very hard to not kill you. Garros froze. What? Arden smiled. And flicked a finger against Garros's forehead. Just a flick. Crack. Garros flew backward like he'd been shot from a catapult. He crashed into the far wall, embedding into it like a human pancake. The entire arena went silent. Even the wind paused. Then. What was that? The newbie sent Garros flying. Did he just? What? How? Who even is that guy? Is this a bug? Did we put a high ranker in the rookie bracket? Garros slumped out of the wall like wet laundry. He coughed once. I surrender. The crowd erupted again. The announcers break down. The announcer looked pale. Like his entire worldview shattered. How? Garros, the undefeated, the human rhino, was defeated by that? What did he even do? He just touched him. He pointed dramatically at Arden. Judges? What do we call that? One elderly judge adjusted his glasses. Skill. The announcer shrieked. No skill does that. Another judge raised a hand. Gentle tap technique. The announcer screamed louder. NOOIT was an actual attack. Arden silently waved. The crowd cheered harder. Aftermath people reacting to the weak newbie. As Arden walked back to the waiting area. Everyone stared at him like he ascended from the heavens. The dramatic pose girl whispered. He used the ancient martial art, the finger of destiny. Her companion replied. That's not real, Mina. It is now. The axe guy muttered. Could he beat my axe? The dagger twins glared. Lucky shot. Total fluke. No way he beats us. But one person watched Arden differently. A quiet young man in the corner, wearing plain robes and holding a wooden tome. Eyes sharp. Expression calculating. He whispered to himself. That wasn't beginner level. Not even close. Arden felt his gaze. But ignored it. Demon presence, hidden in plain sight. As the noise of the arena thundered like a festival. Arden suddenly felt it. A ripple. A dark presence. Someone in the crowd. Or one of the contestants. Was using suppressed demonic mana. His eyes narrowed slightly. So you're here. He scanned the stadium with a suppressed sensory pulse. One faint signature flickered back at him. Weak. Hidden. But unmistakably demonic. Arden smiled faintly. Not joy. Cold amusement. The Demon King really sent agents into the rookie tournament? That's bold. He clenched his novice badge. The crowd at Vegard Arena reached a fever pitch. Flags waved. Vendors shouted. Someone was selling grilled skewers shaped like Arden's confused face, and they were selling fast. The rookie tournament, meant to be a friendly, lightweight competition where beginners showcased their skills, had mutated into something absurd. The reason? One man. A quiet novice whose unbelievable luck and accidental feats kept defying logic. A certain someone named Arden. The crowd roared like he was a celebrity. Arden grimaced behind the participant gate. Great. Now I'm famous. Exactly what I didn't want. He wanted a low-key, peaceful start. Instead, he had become the tournament mascot, local hero, mysterious prodigy, and even #1 marriage candidate according to a board that vendors drew outside. This is getting ridiculous, Arden muttered. Beside him stood his opponent for the semifinals, Turin Bronze Fist, a bulky martial artist with an overly shiny mustache and a chest broader than a carriage. Turin cracked his knuckles and grinned. Arden. I will defeat you and ascend as the champion of strength. Arden blinked. You realize this is a rookie tournament, right? Yes. And I, the greatest rookie in all of Vigard, will not hold back. Arden stared at him. You're 30. I have a youthful soul. The announcer's magically amplified voice boomed across the arena. Semi-final match. Arden the Unpredictable versus Turin the Iron Chest. The crowd went wild. Arden, trip, and win again. Turin, flex your way to victory. Someone proposed to Arden already. No. He's mine. Arden sighed. Turin pounded his fists together, releasing shockwaves. Prepare yourself, small prodigy. My fists are mountains. My muscles are fortresses. My ABS are national treasures. Arden raised a hand. Can we skip the monologue? Never. The bell rang. The match begins. Turin charged like a boulder rolling downhill. The ground cracked beneath every step. Dust kicked up in massive plumes. To any normal novice, he looked unstoppable. To Arden, he looked like a guy running in slow motion through pudding. Arden took one step back, intending to dodge, and accidentally stepped on a loose pebble. He wobbled. The audience gasped. Oh no. Arden's legendary bad luck strikes again. This child is cursed. Is he going to die? No, Arden, please see. Arden flailed his arm outward to regain balance. His hand lightly tapped Turin's forehead. A harmless tap. But thanks to Arden's suppressed yet still insane strength. Boom. Turin rocketed backward like he had been blasted by a divine cannon. He flew across the arena. Through 2 pillars. Through a wall. Through a vendor stall. And crashed into a tower of skewers. The arena fell silent. A long pause. Then. Tai-I-I-I-Riehinen, a spectator screamed as skewers rained down like confetti. The referee slowly raised his trembling flag. W winner. Arden. The stadium erupted into madness. He did it again. A single finger tap. A godly finger tap. This child is the future of Vigard. I love you, Arden. Marry me. Arden buried his face in his hands. This is the opposite of staying low-key. Backstage, a growing problem. As Arden walked backstage, trying to hide in his cloak, someone tugged at it. It was Lillian, the tournament assistant staff, young, energetic, and armed with a clipboard she swung like a hammer when annoyed. She glared at him. Arden. What was that? I tripped, he replied plainly. You tripped Turin through a wall. It was an unfortunate angle. Angle? He flew like a meteor. Arden sighed. Lillian leaned closer. Just be honest with me. Are you secretly? Arden stiffened. This was dangerous. Too dangerous. Was she about to guess he wasn't normal? That he had immense power? That he was hiding something? That he... a martial arts genius. Arden blinked. What? Yes. That must be it. Lillian pumped her fist triumphantly. You're a fighting prodigy with unpredictable talent. The guild will love this. You will be famous. Arden went pale. That's not what I want. Lillian patted his shoulder sympathetically. Well, too late. You're already the tournament superstar. He groaned. Fantastic. Exactly what I didn't want. But before he could respond, his mana sense triggered. A wave of darkness passed through the hallway. A faint demonic presence. Hidden. But sharp. Cold. Poisonous. Arden's eyes narrowed. Someone was watching him. Not a fan. Not a spectator. A demon. So the tournament really is being targeted. He scanned the shadows. A figure slipped away just as he looked hooded, covered, leaving a trail of corrupted mana. Arden clenched his fist. This isn't just a competition anymore. The finalists announced. A trumpet sounded. The announcer declared. The grand final is up next. The crowd favorite, Arden. Versus. The mysterious black masked sword prodigy, Nox. Nox. The hooded figure he sensed earlier. Arden's eyes sharpened. Interesting. Lillian tugged his sleeve again. You okay? You suddenly look scary. Arden gave a small smile. Just excited for the final match. But inside his mind, if Nox is really a demon infiltrator, then this final fight might turn into an execution. The rookie tournament explodes. The stadium roared like a beast. Thousands of spectators filled the wooden stands, banners waving, confetti drifting like snow. Merchants yelled, kids screamed, drunk adventurers cheered for fighters they didn't even know. It was chaos. The good kind. Arden stood alone in the waiting corridor, wearing the simplest leather armor he bought earlier that day, holding a cheap iron sword. Headband tied strangely because he had zero fashion sense in this life. From the outside, he looked like 100% cannon fodder. 0% threat. Someone who would be eliminated in the first 10 seconds. Exactly how he wanted it. When the announcer loses his mind. The announcer, a hyperactive man with a voice louder than a war trumpet, stood on a magically amplified stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most chaotic event we hold every year. The Vanguard Rookie Tournament. The crowd exploded. Yeah. Break bones. Make it bloody. Arden blinked. Are rookie tournaments supposed to be this violent? The announcer continued. Today, we witness who among you low-ranked hopefuls will rise above mediocrity. Which of you will embarrass yourselves? Who will face plant on the ground for our entertainment? He paused dramatically. And who will become the next Vanguard prodigy? Arden coughed. Definitely not me. Please ignore me. I'm the background NPC. To Arden's group, interesting personalities. Contestants were divided into blocks. Arden's block contained one big Rita. A massive warrior woman with arms thicker than Arden's torso. She looked like she could suplex a cow. Rita immediately looked at Arden. You look weak. I'll break you gently. Arden, thank you. To Nim the Goblin Bane. A tiny, crazed dagger-wielding rogue rumored to have fought a goblin for 3 hours straight because he kept missing. Nim, you're tall. I hate tall. Arden, I'll crouch if it helps. 3 Sorina the self-proclaimed genius mage. She had her cloak trapped in her staff and tripped twice on her way over. Sorina, this tournament will show my true greatness. But does anyone know how to activate a spell matrix? Arden, are you okay? Sorina, no. For Helbert the strategist. He had 7 books, 4 scrolls, and a monocle. Already sweating. Helbert, analyzing this group, statistically the weakest is you. He pointed at Arden. Arden, correct. Please continue believing that. 5 Arden. The disguised reincarnated future demon slayer. Average height. Average clothes. Average weapon. Average everything. Perfect. Everyone ignored him. Also perfect. 3 The first stage total mayhem. Block C. Report to the ring. Arden and the others stepped into a circular arena made of stone. The crowd's roar made the ground vibrate. The announcer shouted. Rules are simple. Last person standing wins. No killing. No lethal magic. No dismembering. No summoning monsters unless they're cute. A mage in the crowd lifted a baby slime. Everyone cheered loudly. Arden blinked. Why? A bell rang. Begin. Immediately, chaos erupted. Rita charged forward at two people at once like a runaway carriage. Break. Break everything. Sorina tried to cast a spell but accidentally set her own cloak on fire. Someone put it out. Nim was chasing people screaming. Stop moving. Let me stab you. Halbert was flipping through his books frantically. Tactical error. They're all insane. Meanwhile, Arden just walked forward calmly. Nobody attacked him. Everyone was too busy beating each other up. This is beautiful. But then, a sword swung at him. For the first fool. A tall spear user with red hair and too much confidence smirked at him. Hey newbie. Time to get eliminated. Arden nodded politely. You first. The spear thrust toward his chest. Arden tilted his head 2 centimeters. The spear missed. Hey. Another thrust. Arden shifted an inch. Another. Arden leaned back slightly. Another. Arden scratched his cheek. To spectators, it looked like Arden was casually dodging while not even trying. The crowd whispered. Is he lucky? Or did he trip at the perfect moment, repeatedly? He looks bored. Finally, the spear user roared and used a skill. Piercing wind. A spiraling thrust shot forward. Arden stepped to the left. The spear user flew past him, tripped on Sorina's abandoned cloak, and knocked himself unconscious. Bell rings. He's out. Arden stared. That was not my fault. 5 Arden accidentally eliminates 4 more. Rita ran toward Arden next. She wasn't aiming for him, she was just throwing people like sacks of potatoes. Arden sidestepped. A flying contestant hit another contestant, who hit another, who knocked over Nim, who fell onto Halbert, causing them all to tumble out of bounds. The announcer screamed. 5 people out in under 10 seconds. What kind of domino doom was that? Arden raised a hand. I didn't do anything. The crowd roared in laughter. He's so honest. What an adorable rookie. Look at him pretending he's weak. He'll be crushed next round. Arden sighed. This is getting out of hand. 6 Arden versus Rita, the crowd favorite battle. Only 2 fighters remained. Big Rita. And Arden the nobody. The crowd went insane. Rita. Smash him. No. Let the weak one win. He's funny. Go underdog. We believe in you even though you suck. Arden, I would like to go home now. Rita cracked her knuckles. You're tougher than you look, but I'll end this fast. Arden nodded gently. Please do. Rita charged. Her foot stomp shook the arena. Her fist swung like a boulder. Arden lifted his hand. Only one finger extended. Rita's fist hit. And stopped. Dead. Completely frozen. Rita blinked. Hey. Arden smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. Flick. He flicked her forehead lightly. Rita flew backward like she got hit by a battering ram, landing flat on her back, spinning 3 times before stopping. The bell rang. Winner. Arden the Unremarkable. The crowd erupted in laughter and cheers. That was the cutest finish ever. Did he just win with a flick? No way he meant that. Total luck. This kid is a legend. Arden walked off the stage face-palming. I wanted to stay low-key, why is this worse? The audience had changed. At first, they thought he was just a lucky rookie. But after he shattered a titanium practice weapon by lightly tapping, dodged a charging boar beast by stepping aside like he was avoiding a puddle, won a round because his opponent fainted from intimidation before the match began, and accidentally destroyed the Colosseum floor because he sneezed. People were no longer cheering his name normally. They were chanting it like a warning. Arden! 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 A group of kids in the front row clung to each other. Mom, is he a hero or a demon? SHH. Don't let him hear you. He might explode your shoes or something. Arden let out a long sigh. I swear I'm trying to look normal. He walked onto the stone platform. His opponent stood waiting. Or rather, shaking. It was Brax the Iron Wall, a bulky shield user known for never losing a defensive match. But right now, he looked like a terrified turtle who realized the fox was much hungrier than expected. Hello, Brax stuttered. Arden smiled politely. Let's do our best. The poor man visibly died inside. The starting bell. Dong-ug. The bell rang. Brax screamed for his life and immediately cast Iron Wall, Stone Barrier, Fortress Mode, and God Please Save Me back to back. His shield turned into a shimmering fortress of layered magic. Arden blinked. Oh wow. That's solid. Brax shouted from behind his fortress. Stay back. Stay very, very back. Arden scratched his cheek. I mean, okay. But the referee shouted. Contestants must engage. The crowd roared. Brax whimpered. Arden stepped forward and lightly tapped the fortress with one finger. Boom. Half the arena lit up with dust, debris, a shockwave, 3 panicked referees, and Brax rolling across the ground like a potato that escaped a kitchen attack. The audience rose to their feet, screaming. He tapped IT. What do you mean he tapped IT? That was a nuclear tap. My drink vibrated out of my cup. Arden stood awkwardly in the middle of the chaos, alone, dust swirling like stage fog around him. I barely used any strength. Brax groaned, dizzy, and held up a trembling hand. I surrender. Please, don't tap me. The referee fainted. The crowd exploded again. The announcers in the high tower were losing their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, Brax the Iron Wall's fortress renowned for lasting 7 hours in a siege has been reduced to confetti. Correction. Not even confetti. More like vapor. Arden the newbie continues his streak of completely unexpected destruction. He's either a future hero, a disaster in progress, or a glitch in reality. Arden covered his face with his hands. This is not how low-key solo adventuring is supposed to go. A funny intermission. When the arena crew attempted to repair the arena floor, they muttered. Is he actually a novice? Maybe he's secretly 50 years old. Maybe he's the adopted son of a dragon. No, my cousin says he's an undead demigod reincarnated from the future. Shut up. Your cousin also says he married a mermaid. Arden overheard everything. He had no comment. Backstage, the other semi-finalist. As Arden sat backstage, eating a small sandwich he bought earlier, he made sure not to bite too hard to avoid breaking the crust. Someone approached. A girl. Spear in hand. Bright red ponytail. Eyes sparkling like a person who lived purely for excitement. Her name. Rhea Sunblade, the undefeated rookie lancer. She looked Arden up and down like a hawk inspecting prey. So you're Arden. Her grin sharpened. I've been waiting to fight you. Arden blinked. Why? She poked him in the chest. You crushed the arena floor. You smashed Brax's fortress. You made a guy faint by blinking. Arden coughed. That was an accident. No excuses. We fight in the finals and I'm giving it everything I have. She leaned close. And if you hold back, I'll know. Arden could only stare. She's trouble. The crowd is ready. The announcers boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are next. The unstoppable demolition newbie Arden versus the Lancer who set the training dummies on fire by accident. Rhea Sunblade. Arden stared up at the arena lights. The cheering. The excitement. The anticipation. Even though he wanted a quiet life. Even though he wished to stay under the radar. Even though he feared exposing his strength. He couldn't help but feel something stir inside. The thrill of battle. The joy of challenge. The fire that never died in his previous life. He whispered to himself. Maybe a little fun won't hurt. The air inside Ardenville's grand arena was electric. Crowds filled every seat, waving guild banners, throwing confetti, and shouting for their favorite rookie contestants. The morning sun hit the stone coliseum, making the field shine like polished gold. Arden stood calmly in the waiting area, arms crossed, hood still up, pretending to be a nervous beginner. He wasn't nervous. But everyone else seemed determined to make up for him. When the crowd chooses their champion, and it's not him. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semi-finals of the Vanguard Rookie Tournament. The audience roared. Today's matchups will determine who is the strongest new blooming adventurer of our generation. Arden blinked. New blooming what? What kind of title is that? The announcer continued dramatically. In this corner, the unstoppable rookie known for beating a troll with a frying pan. Briggs, the pen slinger Malduff. The crowd went wild. Briggs. 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 Briggs swung his frying pan overhead like a hero returning from war. Arden tilted his head. I still don't understand why the pan was necessary, he murmured. A nearby adventurer whispered. He didn't have a weapon. Ah. Fair enough. The announcer then pointed toward Arden's entrance gate. And on the other side, the quiet, mysterious, shockingly effective novice. The dark horse. The unexpected threat. Arden the UM. The announcer hesitated. Sorry, we still don't have a title for you. The audience laughed. Ouch. Arden's sweat dropped. Another whisper came from a spectator. Who even is that guy? He looks like he works part-time shelving books. Arden stared forward emotionlessly. Perfect. The more underestimated he was, the easier it would be to hide his true strength. 2 Briggs the pen slinger enters like a pro wrestler. Briggs strutted into the arena with his arms raised, frying pan gleaming like a sacred relic. He winked at the crowd. Don't worry, folks. Breakfast is served. Laughter rippled across the stands. Arden walked slowly behind him, completely overshadowed. Oh. Look. The other guy came, too. Arden resisted the urge to sigh. Briggs pointed at Arden dramatically. You. Cloak boy. Let's give the crowd a good show, yet. Arden nodded politely. Of course. Briggs grinned. Don't hold back. I've reinforced my pan. The frying pan glowed faintly with mana. Arden raised an eyebrow. That's genuinely impressive. Briggs puffed up proudly. Damn right. Now let's. 3 The match begins, and Arden accidentally causes a comedic disaster. Begin, the announcer shouted. Briggs charged with admirable enthusiasm. Pan strike Como. He leapt, swinging his pan like a heroic warrior. Arden watched the arc. Calculated the momentum. And he reached out and tapped the pan with one finger. Ting. Briggs froze midair. The pan vibrated. It vibrated more. And more. Then. Boom. The frying pan exploded in a harmless but spectacular burst of confetti and glitter. The entire stadium gasped. Briggs landed on his backside, covered in sparkles. Arden blinked. I didn't expect that. The announcer yelled. What? Just happened. Children in the audience cheered. Sparkle Man wins. No, he doesn't. Briggs coughed glitter out of his mouth. I reinforced it too much. He groaned, lying flat. I think I enchanted it with Party Burst by mistake. Arden helped him sit up. Are you injured? Only my pride. The referee raised Arden's hand. Winner Arden. The crowd erupted. But not for him. Sparkle Pan. Sparkle Pan. Briggs sobbed quietly. For Arden accidentally becomes a mime. As Arden walked back to the waiting area, overheard whispers followed him. He defeated a pan with one finger. Is that allowed? Was that a new spell? No, I think his mere presence offended the pan. Someone in the crowd shouted. Call him the Pan Destroyer. Arden nearly tripped. Please don't. Too late. The nickname spread instantly. Even the guild receptionist in the audience giggled. This is getting out of hand, Arden muttered. But humor aside. He felt something. Faint. But dark. A flicker of demonic presence. Somewhere in the VIP seating. Arden's eyes narrowed slightly. So the demons are watching this tournament. He turned toward the source. And saw a hooded figure sitting unnaturally still, eyes glowing faintly under their cloak. The demon was disguised as a human spectator. They're scouting, assessing threats. And they were staring right at him. Arden smiled coldly beneath his hood. Good. Find me. Come after me. I'll erase every last one of you. But outwardly, he simply scratched his head as the announcer continued hyping the next match. 5 Arden is accidentally forced into the spotlight. A guild clerk ran up to him. Arden. The crowd wants an interview. He stiffened. No. Too late. You're already popular. Why? Because you made the pan explode with sparkles. Arden stared at him. That wasn't intentional. The clerk beamed. All the more reason they love you. Arden thought about running. He really did. But the clerk grabbed his sleeve and dragged him toward the center platform. 6. The interview disaster. The announcer held out a crystal microphone. Arden, the crowd wants to know. What was that amazing technique? Arden exhaled slowly. I touched the pan. The crowd roared. Woohoo. Another question. What do you have to say to your fans? I have fans. Yes. Arden looked around the arena. Children held signs of sparkly pans. Teenagers whistled. Some adults pointed at him like he was a celebrity. His eye twitched. Then he spoke as quietly as possible. Please don't give me weird nicknames. The entire audience screamed in unison. Pan Destroyer. Arden lowered his hood in defeat. 7. But the demon watching him? Silence. Arden glanced toward the VIP section again. The hooded demon was gone. Good. He'd flush them out later. For now. The tournament was still underway. And Arden's next opponent was rumored to be the strongest rookie in Vegard. A prodigy. A genius. A warrior blessed by the goddess. Someone who might actually force Arden to exert slightly more effort. He cracked his knuckles. This might be interesting after all. He turned as the announcer called out. The next semi-final match. Arden vs Luna Starfall. The crowd went wild. And Arden smirked under his hood. Night fell over Vegard like a velvet curtain sprinkled with silver stars. But the capital city was still awake, buzzing with tavern music, cheering drunks, and excited chatter. Tomorrow, the semifinals of the rookie tournament would begin. And somehow, Arden was still in the tournament. Not only that, he was one of the crowd's favorites. Not by design. He genuinely tried to stay low profile. He tried to hide his strength. He tried not to attract attention. But then, he deflected a spear with a spoon. He punched a monster so hard it exploded like confetti. He unknowingly invented a new martial art by swatting a fly and knocking out 3 contestants behind him. Now the city whispered in excitement. Did you see the guy who fought while yawning? He countered a lightning spell with a stick. I swear he teleported. No, he just walks fast. Probably. They say he's secretly a prince. No, he's secretly a god. No, he's secretly unemployed. The rumors kept growing. Arden rubbed his forehead while walking through the night market. How did my quiet life turn into this? A stupidly enthusiastic crowd. When Arden approached a food stall, a merchant nearly screamed. Oh my God's Aaron. Arden. The newbie legend. The man waved a skewer like a flag. You're gonna win the tournament, right? Arden forced a polite smile. I'm just here for a quiet life. The merchant blinked. Then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Good one. You cracked a joke. Quiet life, he says. After uppercutting that ogre into orbit, Arden closed his eyes. I hate this. The merchant gave him his grilled meat for free anyway. Eat up, champ. Show 'em tomorrow. To unwelcome company, the remaining contestants. As Arden continued eating, 3 figures approached him. His semi-final opponents. First, Lisa the Blade Witch. A rogue with way too much energy, dual knives, and a brain cell count of approximately 1.5. She grinned brightly. Arden. Hi. Hi. Want to have a friendly duel right now? Just to warm up. No. Aw come on. Second, Darren Ironhide. A giant warrior built like a fortress. He crossed his arms and glared. You better not go easy on me tomorrow. I wasn't planning to. Darren blinked. Hey. Honest. I respect that. Third, Quinn Silverharrow. The magic prodigy. Arrogant. Too handsome. Sparkles when he breathes. He flicked his silver hair dramatically. Arden, I truly hope you perform better than you look. Otherwise I shall be disappointed. Arden stared. I'm eating grilled meat. Indeed. And yet you somehow managed to look unfashionable doing even that. Arden fought the urge to throw the skewer at him. 3 demonic presence, badly hidden. Just as bickering began, Arden stopped walking. His senses sharpened. Behind the cheerful noise. Behind the fireworks in the distance. Behind the happy festival music. There it was. A faint ripple. A whisper of corruption. A flicker of demonic mana. It came from the tournament arena. Arden exhaled. So the demons are setting up before the semifinals. They're planning to strike during the event. Lisa noticed him freeze. Hey, Arden. You okay? You look like you saw a ghost. Or taxes. He forced himself to smile. It's nothing. But it wasn't nothing. And he had no intention of letting tomorrow turn into a slaughter. He began walking away. Where are you going? Darren asked. For a stroll, Arden said. Lisa tilted her head. Quinn eyed him suspiciously. But Arden was already slipping into the shadows of the city, suppressing every trace of his presence. He had a demon cell to eliminate. For the secret base under the arena. The tournament arena looked majestic from the outside, massive stone pillars, gold banners, magical lighting. But beneath it was a maze of maintenance tunnels. Dark. Damp. Silent. Arden entered without hesitation. He walked slowly, listening to every drop of water, every rat scurry, every whisper of movement. Then he heard it. A voice. Low. Hissing. Not human. Prepare the altar. The awakening begins at dawn. Arden turned a corner and saw them. 5 demon cultists, hooded and chanting around a glowing red sigil. Arden sighed. Why can't I just have one peaceful night? One of the cultists sensed him and shrieked. Intruder. Arden didn't speak. Didn't move. He simply flicked his finger. Boom. The sigil shattered. The walls shook. The cultists flew back like dolls. One tried to scramble up. How did you neutralize the ritual? Arden stepped forward, voice flat. You drew the sigil wrong. What? Arden pointed at the remains of the circle. That line is crooked. And that rune is reversed. And you missed the stabilizing chant. Honestly, this is amateur work. The cultist stared at him. But we are high priests. No. You're idiots. Another cultist screamed and charged with a dagger. Arden grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the floor without looking at him. You're even louder up close. The last one tried to activate a flare stone. Arden plucked it from his hand. It's past your bedtime. Whack. The cultist dropped. Arden stood alone in the room full of unconscious bodies. Then he cracked his neck. Tomorrow is going to be annoying. 5 The demon's trap not yet sprung. Arden inspected the rubble of the failed ritual. It wasn't for summoning. It wasn't for possession. It was for enhancement. They planned to empower someone inside the arena with demonic mana. A contestant? A noble? A bystander? Arden clenched his fist. The semifinals tomorrow won't just be a competition. It might turn into a massacre. But Arden had no fear. He looked at the unconscious cultists. Then smiled. I'll be ready. He turned. And walked back up the tunnels, preparing for tomorrow. Unaware that from the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes watched him go. The rookie tournament grounds were supposed to be loud, messy, and full of rookies yelling, laughing, and tripping over their own feet. Instead, the air had turned unnaturally quiet. Not peaceful. Not relaxed. Quiet, like the moment the world inhales before a storm. Arden felt it instantly. It was subtle like a thin thread of cold crawling up his spine. A distortion. A whisper under the ground. A vibration in the air that had no natural source. He stopped walking toward the waiting area. Something was wrong. Extremely wrong. He tightened his grip on his wooden beginner sword, something he bought just to keep up his disguise. Then he sensed it. 3 signatures. No 4. They were not human. Not monster. Demonic. Artificial. Wrong. Arden exhaled. Found you. Won the reveal at the understage. While the rookies were warming up and flexing like idiots, Arden slipped away behind the platform. He pressed a hand against the stone floor. A faint vibration pulsed beneath the arena. A heartbeat. A ritual. A summon. Arden's eyes sharpened. They're going to summon something inside the tournament grounds. He stepped lightly and moved toward the maintenance corridor, a narrow, poorly lit passage no one else seemed to notice. At the end of it, he heard chanting. Low. Muttering. Growing. He stepped into the underground chamber. And there they were. The cult of the Black Sunday. 6 robed figures stood around a circular magic formation carved into the stone. The symbol. A sun turned black, dripping shadow. A forbidden mark. A mark tied directly to the Demon King's army. Arden's face darkened. This was not in his past life. One cultist turned toward him. Who's there? Arden lifted his wooden sword casually. Just a rookie. The cultists froze. Then burst into laughter. Are you lost? Did the kiddies tournament send us entertainment? This child thinks he can stop the Black Sun. Arden didn't react. His face remained calm, almost bored. A cultist stepped forward, brandishing a twisted dagger. You shouldn't have seen this, boy. Arden disappeared. Crack. The cultist flew across the room, crashing into the wall. The remaining 5 stiffened. Arden stood where the cultist had stood. Same posture. Same relaxed stance. Next. 2 full clash. Arden vs the cult of the Black Sun. The cultists attacked at once. 3 lunged with daggers. 2 chanted spells. Arden took a single breath. Then. He moved. 1 punch. 1 kick. 1 flick. 3 cultists dropped, unconscious before they hit the ground. The spellcasters finished their chanting. A dark spear of demonic energy formed. And Arden simply stepped sideways. The spear passed harmlessly. Arden sighed. You're all painfully weak. He let a little of his suppressed mana leak out. Just a drop. Just a taste. The room shook. The torches blew out. The ritual circle cracked under his feet. The 2 surviving cultists collapsed instantly. WWAW wait, one of them screamed, scrambling backwards. Please. We serve only 2. Arden pressed his foot down. The ritual circle shattered completely. No summoning today. The last cultist choked. You don't understand. The Black Sun rises. The Demon King's will. Arden stepped closer. His shadow overlapped the man. His eyes were cold as winter. Tell your Demon King this. He grabbed the cultist by his collar and lifted him with one hand. I am not his pawn in this life. He slammed the man into the wall. Silence. 3 The true enemy appears. Arden was about to walk out when the broken ritual circle began glowing. Crimson light. Purple smoke. Black cracks. Arden's eyes narrowed. The cultist's dying whispers echoed in the chamber. The Demon King always watches. The circle exploded. A rift opened. A creature emerged. Not fully formed. Not stable. A fragment of a demon lieutenant. A shadow blood wraith. A floating, armored specter with a massive blade and a skull-like mask wreathed in flames. It screeched. And lunged at Arden with killing intent. Arden cracked his neck. Finally. Something interesting. The wraith slashed. Arden leaned slightly to the left. The blade passed him. He countered with a wooden sword. Crack. The wraith's mask split. The creature recoiled, shrieking. Arden raised the wooden sword again. Don't look away. He swung. 4 iconic skill Heaven Breaker Strike. The wooden blade glowed. Just barely. He couldn't expose his full power on the surface. But enough to kill a demon fragment was fine. He whispered. Heaven Breaker Strike. The chamber shook. Air condensed. Light bent. Arden vanished into a blur. Then appeared behind the demon wraith. A heartbeat later. Boom. The wraith exploded in a burst of white gold light. The underground chamber cracked from the pressure. Dust rained from the ceiling. Arden lowered his wooden sword, which was now half broken. He sighed. Cheap weapon. 5 Aftermath. The party continues above ground. Guards eventually rushed down, alerted by the explosion. They stopped dead at the sight. Unconscious cultists everywhere. Shattered ritual circle. A chamber half destroyed. Arden holding a broken wooden sword. A guard stammered. What happened here? Arden shrugged like it was nothing. I think some rats were making noise. I tapped the wall to scare them. The guard blinked. The wall exploded. Arden gave a confused look. Must have been a weak wall. The guard slowly nodded, trying to process. Before they could question further, an announcement echoed from above. All participants return to the arena. Tournament will resume in 15 minutes. Arden dusted off his cloak. Oh. I still have to fight. He slipped past the guards and walked casually to the surface, leaving them frozen in disbelief. 6 Arden returns like nothing happened. When Arden re-entered the rookie area, the other contestants stared. You look like you fought a bear. Why is your sword broken? Dude, did you go to war without us? Arden smiled innocently. I tripped. Everyone stared harder. Someone whispered. That's the same guy who did the 5-meter jump with no run-up. Suspicious rookie. Possible secretly ribbed. Arden tuned them out. He walked toward the center of the arena. The announcer yelled. And next up our underdog rookie with the cute face and deadly aura. Arden of Ardenthal. The crowd cheered wildly. Arden exhaled. The demon cult was handled. The summoning was stopped. The tournament continued. But something had changed. In the shadows of the arena stands. A hooded figure watched Arden. Silent. Still. Eyes glowing faintly under the cowl. The cult wasn't finished. And Arden was just getting started. The stadium was still buzzing with noise. Cheers, shock, disappointment, and confusion all blended together as the final match concluded. And Arden, the mysterious rookie who shocked the city, stood outside the arena gates with his cloak fluttering in the wind. He had lost. Intentionally. Gracefully. Believably. But still lost. And Vegard loved it. People outside were talking excitedly. Did you see that? The newbie nearly took the champion's head off. Yep, but he lost in the last exchange. That's exactly why it was exciting. Man, I hope he joins a party. He's got that underdog main character vibe. Arden exhaled. Good. The act worked. He had managed to make a name for himself. Without revealing anything dangerous. Without climbing too fast. Without becoming a target. Just a promising rookie. Just what he wanted. But there was no time to rest. Because as he left the arena, he sensed it. A pulse. A ripple. Something foul in the mana around him. Something demonic. Won the cultist trap. Arden walked into a narrow alley beside the tournament grounds. He didn't need to look behind him. He said flatly. You can all come out now. Whispers slithered through the shadows. Then they stepped forward. 7 cultists, wearing black hoods adorned with a crimson fang insignia. The same mark he found in the forest. One of them hissed. You shouldn't have meddled with our scouts, Arden. Another spat. You ruined our infiltration. The tournament was supposed to be our harvesting ground. Arden cracked his neck. I know. That's why I entered. The 7 cultists froze. What? Arden stepped forward. He whispered. Reveal. And golden mana washed off his body like fog. The air pressure in the alley doubled. The cultists stumbled back. One trembled. He was hiding his power. Arden stared at all of them with eyes calm but sharp enough to cut bone. You planned to kill someone in the finals. I stopped it. One cultist screamed in anger. We'll finish what we started. They all lunged at once. Arden didn't move. 2 novice in appearance, monster in reality. A dagger coated with dark poison sliced toward Arden's neck. Arden sighed. Slow. He caught the blade between 2 fingers. Crack. The dagger snapped. The cultist blinked. What? Arden tapped his chest lightly. Boom. The cultist flew backward, crashing into the brick wall, coughing blood. 2 more rushed in with claws extended. Arden lowered his stance. Novice skill, double jab. He hit both cultists with 2 clean punches. Simple, basic moves, but powered by monstrous stats oppression. Their bodies folded like paper. 3 down. 4 remained. 1 began a demonic spell. Arden vanished. Not teleport. Just moved faster than their eyes could see. He appeared behind the mage and whispered, "Don't summon." He chopped the back of the cultist's neck clean. Controlled, non-lethal. 6 down. The last cultist trembled and stepped back. Who are you, really? Arden blinked. A rookie adventurer. Then he flicked his wrist. A small needle of pure mana pierced the cultist's leg, pinning him to the wall. All 7 cultists lay defeated. Not killed. Just neutralized. Arden dusted off his cloak. "You're not the real threat. Just pawns." One cultist coughed. "You can't stop what's coming. Demon King Vortos already knows you're." Arden flicked a finger. Bonk. The cultist collapsed, unconscious. Too much talking. 3 reward system log. A faint blue window flashed before Arden's eyes. System notice. You have defeated Cultist X7. Prevented a demonic summoning. Disrupted a demonic infiltration plot. Reward distributed. 2 levels. Hidden title unlocked. Silent Interceptor. Skill obtained. Shadow Pulse resist plus 5%. Arden smirked. Nice. His LitRPG path was progressing exactly how he wanted. Secretly. Efficiently. Dangerously. He stepped over the unconscious cultists and walked out of the alley as if nothing happened. For leaving the city, the forest calls. Arden moved toward the guild. He turned in his participation badge. Accepted the consolation prize coin pouch. Politely declined 3 invitations to join rookie parties. Gave a small smile to the receptionist. Then he walked straight through the eastern gates and out of the city. Toward the deeper forests. Toward danger. Toward leveling. He whispered to himself. I may have lost the tournament, but a real adventure is waiting. The wind carried the scent of pine, earth, and faint corrupted mana. Perfect hunting ground. 5. The adventure begins. LitRPG forest exploration. The forest canopy swallowed the sunlight as Arden traveled deeper. A notification pinged. System map update. Zone discovered. Whispering Thorn Forest. Danger level, orange. Recommended adventurer rank, B rank or higher. Monsters detected. Shadow serpents. Thornback wolves. Corrupted treants. Classification unknown. Arden grinned. A B rank forest? Good warm-up. A rustling noise came from behind a bush. A pair of glowing eyes. A growl. Then. Thornback wolf LV-45. Leaped from the shadows. Arden pulled his wooden beginner's sword. The wolf growled louder, mocking him. Arden laughed. Don't judge the weapon. He stepped forward. Basic novice skill, heavy swing. The flimsy wooden sword cracked the wolf's skull cleanly in half. It died instantly. A window appeared. EXP gained. 540 EXP. Novice weapon proficiency increased. Arden rotated his shoulder. Feels good. 1 down. But then. A tremor. The forest shook. A massive corrupted treant turned toward him. Corrupted treant LV-62. Elite forest boss. Arden smiled wider. Good. I needed something big. He cracked his knuckles and let just a bit of his real strength leak out. The entire treant froze. Leaves rustled. Roots trembled. It tried to flee. Arden raised a hand. Too late. Godslayer's edge reduced output. A golden arc flashed. The treant's head fell. System notice. Elite boss defeated. 1 level. Loot acquired. Forest core, rare. Tree and Heartwood. Verdant Pulse passive skill fragment. Arden inspected the forest. He sensed more monsters. More corruption. More demon influence. And deeper inside. Something stronger. Something waiting. Perfect. He tightened his cloak. And walked deeper into the whispering thorn forest. Hunting. Leveling. Searching. His real adventure had begun. The day was bright and loud in the city, but Arden walked directly through the bustle, down the main street, and toward the western gates with nothing but a small pack and his cloak. Back to work, he muttered. He'd already sensed something strange long before the tournament finals, a disturbance deep in the forests outside Vigard. A gathering of mana, foul and twisted. Something the tournament crowd couldn't feel. But Arden could. He always could. He left the city without looking back. One into the deep forest. The air shifted the moment his boots crossed the treeline. Shadows pressed against the light. Branches curled unnaturally. The deeper he went, the quieter everything became. No chirping. No rustling. Just silence. Arden felt his pulse calm. This was familiar territory. He pressed a hand to the bark of a massive tree and whispered, "Trace." The world flickered. Arden's senses expanded in a pulse like a wave spreading across the forest floor. He saw mana trails, creature signatures, fading footprints. And beneath it all, a thick, flowing current of corrupted energy. Heading west. Straight toward. A ritual site, Arden whispered. Or a summoning. He followed the trail. With each step deeper into the forest, messages floated to his mind. Skill leveled. Perception increased. Mana control improved. Affinity strengthened. Not spoken words, just instinctive awareness of growth, like his body whispering its own changes. His pace quickened. He had no party. No guide. No noise. Just the scent of corruption and the pulse of danger leading him forward. To the first Clash cultist scouts. Arden crouched low as he reached a clearing. 3 hooded men stood guard outside the mouth of a shallow cave. Their robes bore the same symbol Arden had destroyed countless times in his old life. A horned eye. The mark of the Demon King's cult. One guard whispered. Final preparations are done. Tonight, the seed awakens. Arden smirked. Not if I break it first. He stepped from the shadows. Evening. All 3 cultists froze. The tallest turned slowly. You. Arden flicked his wrist. A pebble snapped upward, striking the man's jaw with enough force to knock him out cold. The other 2 rushed him, blades drawn, chanting in guttural voices. Arden dashed forward, cloak billowing, and slammed a palm into the first man's chest. Crack. The man flew into a tree trunk. The last one screamed and thrust his blade forward. Arden sidestepped smoothly. Slow. He tapped the cultist's shoulder. The man folded like wet cloth. Arden dusted off his hands and sighed. Noisy. Inside the cave, faint chanting echoed deeper. A ritual was underway. Arden walked in without hesitation. 3. The ritual of the corrupted seed. The cavern opened into a wide chamber lit by dozens of candles arranged in circles. A hooded priest stood at the center, arms raised, chanting over a pulsing black orb suspended by roots growing straight out of the stone. A corrupted seed. Arden's jaw tightened. That seed was the start of a demon invasion zone. If planted, it would corrupt the forest, summon monsters, and create an anchor for larger demons. The priest snarled without turning. You're too late, outsider. The seed is already. Arden was already moving. He kicked off the ground, closing the distance faster than the priest could blink. But the priest twirled, his robe bursting apart in a shock of black energy, revealing twisted flesh, cracked horns, and glowing veins. A half-demon. Arden clicked his tongue. So soon, The creature screeched, hurling dark tendrils toward him. Arden slashed with a mana edge. Swish shatter. Tendrils burst apart like string. The half-demon roared and lunged. Arden smiled faintly. Good. I needed something tougher. He dashed in, feinted left, spun right. Vam. His knee collided with the demon's jaw. The creature reeled, spitting black blood. Arden followed through. Elbow to the ribs. A downward kick. A mana-infused palm strike. Each strike calculated. Each movement deliberate. Efficient. The half-demon attempted one last spell, a swirling orb of black fire. Arden snapped his fingers. Disperse. A wave of pressure rippled from his gesture, collapsing the spell instantly. Then, a single punch to the heart. Boom. The half-demon dropped dead. For destroying the seed. Arden approached the corrupted seed. It pulsed like a heart. Whispering. Begging to awaken. Arden placed his fingertips beside it. White light flickered. Purify. The black orb screamed as cracks spread across its surface. He squeezed. It shattered into dust. A burst of clean, fresh air swept through the cavern as the corrupted energy died. Arden exhaled and wiped his hands. Problem solved. Then he turned and walked out. 5 back to the forest. New adventures await. Outside, the sun had dipped low. Shadows stretched long. Arden looked deeper into the forest. He sensed it clearly now. The corruption here wasn't limited. Not one cave. Not one cult. The forest was riddled with demonic influence, scattered like hidden seeds. Monsters roamed more aggressively. The trees whispered with energy. Growth pulsed subtly through his body. His strength rising. His instincts sharpening. His path spreading before him like a map he had already walked once in another life. Arden pulled up his hood. If the cult wants to play, he said quietly, eyes narrowing with a satisfied smirk. Then I'll clear this entire forest. He stepped forward. A quest list formed instinctively in his mind. Goals, targets, challenges. Hunt stronger monsters. Find corrupted nodes. Uncover the demon lieutenant hiding here. Grow. Advance. Evolve. His new journey had only just begun. The forest welcomed him with an eerie wind. Arden smiled. Let's see what you've got. He disappeared into the shadows. Prepared for the next battle. The next discovery. And the next step toward ending the Demon King's plans once and for all. The beginning of a forest without end. Arden walked. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Minutes? Hours? A day? The canopy above him was so thick, so tightly woven, that sunlight came down only as thin, ghost-colored threads. The air shimmered with green motes of drifting mana, swirling in slow patterns like underwater currents. The moment he entered this forest, the world had shifted. Not physically. Not magically. But with intention. As if the forest had swallowed him whole. And for the first time since his rebirth, Arden felt something he had not felt in years. The sense of being watched. Not by people. Not by demons. But by the forest itself. This place doesn't belong to the normal world. His voice didn't echo. The sound simply vanished, absorbed by the trees. He took another step. Leaves stirred. A pulse of energy trembled through the roots beneath his boots. And then, the path disappeared. Gone. The trail behind him, the bushes he parted through, the soil his boots had stepped on. All of it rearranged itself into an unrecognizable maze of twisting plants and ancient bark. Arden narrowed his eyes. A living forest, or something pretending to be. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't need to. The forest wanted something from him. Whether it wanted him dead or wanted to test him, he didn't yet know. But he wasn't leaving. Not until he understood why fate brought him here. Not until he found the presence he sensed deeper inside. Something darker than demons. Something bolder. To a forest unaffected by time. Hours passed. Or maybe they didn't. There was no sun to mark time. No wind. No sound except the soft crunch of leaves under Arden's boots. The deeper he walked, the more unreal the world became. Roots moved when he wasn't looking. Flowers closed when he approached. The moss on each tree glowed faintly as if breathing. And every few minutes, the same thing happened. Arden found himself back at the same clearing. A ring of ancient trees. Each trunk covered in spiraling glyph-like scars. Each branch bent inward, forming a cage of nature. He frowned. 3 times now. Something was looping space around him. Not teleportation. Not illusion. A deliberate force preventing progress. Arden knelt and placed his palm on the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath pulsed like a more. More. Until thousands of them formed a growing storm of green fragments, circling above the clearing like a cyclone. Arden slowly stood, hand near his blade. Show yourself. The leaf storm twisted, tightened, then erupted in all directions. Fuhuum. And a voice whispered across the clearing. Wrong. Arden's eyes sharpened. What? Leaves drifted down from the explosion, landing softly at his feet. You must not demand. You must understand. The voice was everywhere and nowhere, ancient, female, and emotionless. Arden exhaled slowly. So this place really is testing me. Another whisper drifted through the air. You enter with power far beyond your age. You enter with knowledge you should not have. You enter with fate following close behind you. This forest does not trust you. Arden's expression hardened. Fate. Power. Knowledge. The forest spirit wasn't speaking of this life. It was speaking of his previous life. Then what must I do? Arden asked quietly. Fight? Pass a trial? Silence. Then. Walk. Through the unending path. And so he walked. He walked through twisting roots bending like serpents. Through towering trees with runes carved long before kingdoms existed. Through ghost-colored mist that clung to his cloak and whispered old memories. Through still ponds reflecting stars that weren't in the sky. Every step changed the scenery. Sometimes the forest was dense and choking. Sometimes the trees stood far apart like pillars of a forgotten temple. Sometimes the world bent sideways, as though gravity changed direction. He kept walking. Nothing attacked him. Nothing spoke to him. But something studied him. The deeper he walked, the more memories resurfaced. His old companions. Their deaths. His rebirth. His determination to walk the path alone. The Demon King's cruel laughter echoing across a dying world. And the question that haunted him. If I didn't change the timeline, who did? The forest seemed to react. Leaves trembled. Light dimmed. And the air thickened. You seek the one who twisted fate. Arden froze. You know them. No. The forest paused. But I know the hand that touched your destiny was not mortal. Arden's pulse slowed. That meant someone beyond the Demon King. Beyond the kingdoms. Beyond the natural world. Something ancient. Something powerful. Something observing this world like a game board. Why was my fate altered? Arden asked quietly. The forest answered immediately. Because the world needed you to return. For the riddle of the ancient trees. The clearing appeared again. But this time, it was different. The trees were glowing with faint green light. Glyphs pulsed like veins. Energy gathered in the center, forming swirling motes. This was no ordinary space. This was a sealed domain. The forest spirit finally spoke clearly. To proceed, you must answer. Arden braced himself. Ask. The leaves trembled. What drives your blade? Arden didn't hesitate. Vengeance. Wrong. The trees dimmed. Another question echoed. What fuels your journey? Strength. Wrong. The air thickened. A third question followed. What is it that you protect? Arden's jaw tightened. People. But the forest whispered. Incomplete. Sweat formed on Arden's brow. The forest spirit wasn't asking about who he protects. It was asking about why. He exhaled and answered slowly. I protect the world that should have existed. The one I lost. The one I want to create now. The forest stilled. Silent. Then. Correct. The glyphs blazed. The clearing opened. Trees moved aside. Light poured through like dawn. Arden stepped forward. He passed the test. But he didn't feel triumphant. He felt watched. Not by the forest. By something deeper within. 5. The shadow of a beast not meant for this era. The path opened into a vast canyon of trees so tall their tops vanished into darkness. At the center of the canyon stood a massive stone monolith. Carved with runes. Bleeding with dark veins. Arden approached cautiously. The veins pulsed. Once. Twice. Then. Ruuuor. Something burst from the shadows. A beast. But not like anything Arden had ever seen. It had jagged bone plating. A wolf's body but twice the size of a horse. 6 eyes. Teeth like obsidian blades. A tail made of segments like a centipede. Its presence was suffocating. Not demonic. Not corrupted. Ancient. A relic of the world before humans existed. Arden drew his sword. Testing me again. The forest whispered. No. That creature does not belong to me. The beast lunged. And Arden knew. This was no test. This was an enemy powerful enough to make even him sweat. The whispering green labyrinth. The forest felt deeper now. Not because Arden had walked far but because the air itself seemed to close behind him like a curtain. Even with all his memories from his past life, even with his sharpened perception, Arden couldn't shake the quiet realization pressing into his ribs. This forest wasn't the same one he had walked in the timeline before. Something had awakened here, something that shouldn't exist yet. He paused by a narrow stream. The water was clear, unnaturally so, reflecting his face like polished glass. Still no sign of corruption, he thought. But that wasn't a comfort. If anything, the lack of danger made the situation worse. This was the type of forest where something watched. But nothing attacked. Where something whispered. But no source existed. Where something waited. But he couldn't sense it. Arden crouched and dipped his fingers into the water. Cold. Too cold for her summer. Temperature variance. No mana disturbance. No elemental currents. His own voice sounded small in the vastness of the forest. Arden was used to forests with threats, monsters, corrupted beasts, demon scouts. But this place was alive in a way the others never were. He stood up. The leaves above rustled gently. Not from wind. No, this forest was breathing. A forest that never ends. Arden walked for another hour, then 2. The trees grew taller, older, thicker, towering pillars wrapped in vines. He marked a trunk with a sharp scratch of his dagger every kilometer. By the 5th mark, he realized something alarming. The mark had faded. Not healed. Not erased by magic. It simply vanished, like the forest swallowed it. Arden's eyes narrowed. So that's how you want to play it. He scratched the trunk again, deep this time, far deeper than before, and stepped back. Within seconds the wood knitted together. The forest regenerated. Fast. That's new. In his previous timeline, this forest was normal. Strong monsters, sure. Heavy terrain, yes. But not sentient. This felt like a place preparing for something. Or guarding something. Arden ran his hand along the bark. Are you hiding something from me? The forest whispered back. Or maybe that was just the wind. Either way, Arden wasn't turning back. Two new beasts, old hunter. He smelled them before he saw them. Iron. Mud. Rot. Spines. He drew no weapon he didn't need to, but prepared his stance. Grass shifted. Branches bent ever so slightly. Then they came. Three hulking beasts emerged from the underbrush, massive creatures resembling wolves made of twisted roots and bark, glowing hollow eyes carved into wood. They growled, but not like animals. More like grinding wood. Arden tilted his head. I've never seen you before. No corruption. No demonic influence. Purely forest-born. Natural guardians. The forest is creating its own protectors. Unheard of. Impossible. And yet here they were. One lunged. Arden didn't move at all. He let it reach him an inch, a breath. Then he tapped its snout lightly with 2 fingers. The wolf exploded into splinters. Too brittle, he muttered. But fast. The second attacked from the side. Arden sidestepped, brushing his cloak. The creature crashed into a boulder and shattered. The third hesitated, growling deeper. Arden crouched to eye level. You're new, so I'll give you respect. He flicked its forehead. The beast evaporated into dust. But instead of dispersing, the dust fell to the soil and melted into the roots. Reabsorbed by the forest. Arden straightened. So your guardians aren't meant to kill intruders. They're meant to stall them. The forest responded with a low hum in the branches. Understood, he whispered. You don't want me going further. His lips curved in a faint smile. But I'm not leaving. 3 voices that aren't there. The deeper Arden traveled, the more vivid the forest became. The air turned thicker. Blue wisps floated between branches. Roots twisted like living veins. And then, Arden. He froze. A voice. Familiar. Soft. Far too familiar. Arden, why did you leave us? Celia's voice. His heartbeat stopped. He turned slowly. Nothing. The forest was still. Silent. It's an illusion, he told himself. It has to be. But the voice came again. Why did you walk away from us? Then another voice. Brants. You said you'd stay alive. You said you'd fight with us. Another. Lyra. We waited for you. Arden. He squeezed his eyes shut. The forest wasn't speaking. His past was. He took a long breath. I already made my choice. The voices softened, then faded. But the emotional weight stayed. For a grand forest with grander secrets. He eventually reached a clearing. It was enormous. Circular. Perfectly symmetrical. And at the center stood a colossal, ancient tree with silver bark that shimmered under the canopy. It towered farther than the eye could see, like the sky itself grew from its branches. Arden stepped forward. And his breath caught. Engraved into the bark were symbols. Symbols he recognized. Ancient runes predating the Demon King. Runes older than human kingdoms. Runes that should only appear in the endgame zones of his previous life. What are you doing here? The runes pulsed slightly. Not like magic. Like a heartbeat. He approached cautiously. When he touched the bark, the entire forest reacted. Leaves trembled. Roots moved. Wind surged outward in a ring. The whispering began again. But this time it wasn't illusions. This time it was the forest itself. Arden stepped back. An ancient guardian tree, he whispered. But why awaken now? What triggered you? He had a horrifying thought. Did my rebirth affect more than just people? Did the world itself begin shifting? Did the timeline fracture deeper than I realized? The forest didn't answer. But Arden knew the truth. Something old was waking. Something powerful. Something that didn't belong in this chapter of history. And Arden, the only one who remembered the real timeline, was already walking straight into it. He wasn't sure if he was the hunter, or the one being hunted. The forest that refuses to end. Arden had been walking for what felt like hours. No. Days. Yet the scenery refused to change. The same towering trees with their moss-covered trunks. The same silver leaves rustling without wind. The same faint trail of mana drifting overhead like mist. The same endless, quiet, suffocating loop. He stepped over a fallen log. Deeper into silence. And somehow, impossibly, he arrived at the same fallen log again. Arden stopped. Not in shock, but in irritation. We're doing this again, he muttered. The world around him did not respond. But something else did. A faint shimmer in the air. A soft laugh, gentle, ancient, mocking. Almost like the forest itself was amused. Arden narrowed his eyes. He raised a hand and touched the trunk of the nearest tree. It felt like ordinary wood, cold, rough, unremarkable. But the mana inside it? Wrong. Not demonic. Not corrupted. Not holy. Something entirely different. Neutral malice. Silent. Observing. Measuring him. An illusion, Arden murmured. But not one cast by magic, one cast by the forest. As if in response, a gust of unnatural wind swept through the branches. Leaves danced in spirals. The forest whispered, "Turn back." Arden's expression didn't change. Instead, he fastened his cloak and began walking again. But he didn't follow a path anymore. He walked deliberately off the non-existent trail. He moved through bushes thick enough to cut skin, over roots meant to trip him, between tree trunks that twisted as if avoiding his figure. And the forest responded with increasing hostility. Branches swung toward him like spears. Roots curled like snakes. The wind shrieked in his ear. Arden pushed a root aside with a bored grunt. "You'll need more than this." He stepped over another fallen branch and arrived back at the same spot again. He stopped. Then sighed. "Fine." He dropped to one knee and pressed his palm against the soil. Mana flowed outward. Slow. Gentle. Controlled. The forest trembled. Not violently, but like it was startled awake. The canopy above shifted, darkening the area with shadow. Something stirred behind him. Arden stood calmly, brushing dirt off his glove. Then, a figure emerged between the trees. A humanoid shape made entirely of wood and leaves, glowing with faint green motes. Its voice creaked like bending bark. "Leave, outsider." Arden tilted his head slightly. "So you finally show yourself." The forest guardian watched him. No hostility. But pressure, ancient, heavy, suffocating. "You disturb the balance," it intoned. "You walk where no mortal should tread." "I walk where I must," Arden answered evenly. "Then you will wander," the guardian said, "until your will breaks." Arden smirked slightly. "My will broke once already. It won't break again." The guardian's eyes flickered with emerald light. "You carry the scent of fate. Burdens. Cycles. Death." It leaned closer, but also defiance. Arden said nothing. Part of him wanted to unsheath his sword and cut this spirit cleanly in two. But this forest was not his enemy. Not yet. So he tried the path of patience, rare for him. "What do you want?" he asked. The guardian raised an arm. The trees creaked in response. And then, light seeped from the soil, forming a sigil beneath Arden's feet. The forest spirits said, "Prove you belong. Survive my trial. Only then may you walk forward." The sigil pulsed. The forest darkened. The guardian's voice echoed through the leaves. "Welcome, human, to the trial of stagnation." Arden exhaled slowly, tightening his gloves. Finally, something to kill. But he didn't draw his sword. Not yet. Instead he waited. The air shifted. The mana grew thick. The world warped. And the forest changed. What had been a quiet, looping woodland became a labyrinth of shifting shadows, moving roots, and illusions breathing like creatures. A maze designed not to end. A place meant to break him. Arden stepped forward. 1 step. 2. 3. The path folded. The trees rearranged. The world looped. But Arden kept walking. Not aggressively. Not proudly. Just steadily. Unshakable. Unbending. The forest tried to push back. Branches struck like spears. Roots tried to ensnare him. Mocking whispers filled the air. "Turn back. You will fail. You cannot escape." Arden ignored them. Then, the ground erupted. A colossal wooden beast surged from the earth, vines for tendons, a skull-like mask for a face. Its roar shattered the silence. The guardian's voice echoed. "Face the first keeper." Arden finally drew his blade. Steel flashed with condensed calm. He smirked. "This forest is going to regret choosing me." He charged forward. And the battle began. Arden awakened to the sound of the forest, listening. Not rustling, not whispering, not merely alive. Listening. The canopy above him swayed though there was no wind. Leaves trembled with no breeze. The ground pulsed once faint, like the heartbeat of something buried deep beneath the roots. Arden sat up, instantly alert. His hand hovered over his blade. Not drawing it. Not yet. He wasn't scared. He wasn't tense. He was curious. In his past life, this part of the forest had been nothing more than a farming supply route. A safe zone. A place where novices came to train, collect herbs, or sleep under trees without trouble. But everything was different now. The air was heavier. The animals were quiet. And the forest seemed to watch him. That meant one thing. Someone had tampered with it. He stood and stepped forward. Every twig beneath his feet cracked too loudly. Every leaf rustled too slowly. Every shadow stretched a little too far. It wasn't normal. It wasn't natural. And Arden liked that. He smiled. So it begins. 1. The looping path. He walked north. After 20 minutes, he stopped. Not because of danger. Not because of exhaustion. But because he recognized the rock beside him. A flat stone. Dark gray. With a natural crack shaped like a crescent moon. He had passed it already. Twice. Arden crouched and touched the stone. So this forest is looping paths. He stood again, checked the trees, the moss patterns, the direction of the sun. Everything was subtly wrong. Bending. Turning. Twisting. The forest was folding itself like a maze. He took a step back. And the crescent stone pulsed faintly, almost laughing at him. Arden grinned wider. A spatial warp formation? Out here. But that didn't make sense. No mage in this region could create that. No druid tribe lived in these woods. And more importantly, this wasn't magic. The distortion felt organic. Alive. Instinctual. Like the forest itself was doing it. A spirit, Arden whispered. Or something older. He turned. This time, instead of choosing a direction, he closed his eyes. He felt the forest's mana. It didn't flow. It curled. It didn't breathe. It inhaled. Into itself. Like a lung drawing him deeper. Arden smirked. So that's where you want me to go. He stepped forward. To the roots that shifted. The trees grew thicker the deeper he went. Their roots rose above the soil, twisting into arches, forming natural tunnels and bridges. At first glance, it looked like nature's chaos. But Arden noticed the rhythm. Every 50 steps, a root shifted. Barely an inch. Barely noticeable. But it moved. And when he pretended not to notice, the forest reacted. Roots subtly curled behind him. Branches leaned inward. Vines dropped silently like waiting traps. If a normal adventurer walked here, they'd be dead 5 minutes in. Arden placed a hand on a towering root and tapped his finger twice. Light mana pulsed into the wood. The root shivered. A deep, low groan echoed from beneath the ground. Ah. So you're awake. The forest rumbled. Roots snapped upward like serpents. Branches coiled like arms. The soil beneath Arden cracked. And a giant root lunged toward him. Arden didn't dodge. He simply tilted his head. The root stabbed the air where his jaw had been a second earlier. Arden flicked the root with a finger. Just a flick. The root recoiled as if struck by a hammer, slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash. The entire forest shook. Arden stepped forward calmly. I'm not your enemy. A root lunged again. Arden grabbed it midair and held it gently. No. Listen to me. I'm not here to destroy you. The forest went still. Arden's voice softened. But I will if you force my hand. The vines loosened. The branches lowered. The roots sank back into the soil. Then, a faint path opened in the thicket ahead. Arden released the root and walked forward. Good. Let's talk. Through the hidden grove. The path led him to a clearing. Not an ordinary clearing. The air shimmered like glass. The light thickened like honey. And in the center, a massive tree grew. Ancient. Twisted. Majestic. Its bark glowed with faint emerald veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. And at its base, a cluster of small, faintly glowing creatures huddled together. Forest sprites. Tiny. Leaf-winged. Barely bigger than a child's hand. All trembling. All watching him. Arden knelt. You're scared. One sprite floated forward, trembling like a candle flame. Its voice was tiny, wavering. Hunter, help us. Arden nodded. I'm listening. The sprite pointed at the giant tree. Mother is sick. The ancient tree shuddered. The emerald veins darkened. A low groan echoed through the grove, like a creature in pain. Arden's expression hardened. A corrupted spirit. No. A corrupted spirit core. Who did this? He asked quietly. The sprite's wings drooped. Shadow men. Arden's eyes sharpened. Cultists. So the demon legion had reached even here. And worse, they were corrupting spirit guardians. That meant they were preparing something big. Arden stood. Where are they? The sprite pointed deeper past the grove, into a dark, fog-covered ridge. They hurt Mother. They poison the forest. They take the life water. Arden's jaw clenched. Life water. The sap of ancient spirit trees. A raw, pure mana source. If the cultists were harvesting it, They were doing more than poisoning the forest. They were summoning something. Arden turned. The sprite tugged his cloak. Hunter, please, save her. Save Mother. Arden placed his hand on its tiny head. I will. Then he stepped toward the fog. For the cursed fog zone. The air became darker. Thicker. Heavier. With every step, Arden felt mana pressure increase. That wasn't natural. That was intentional. A barrier. A veil. A trap. He entered without hesitation. The fog swallowed him instantly. Visibility dropped to almost zero. Whispers echoed around him, voices that didn't exist. You are alone. You don't belong. Turn back. Die here. Arden stopped walking. He smiled. Oh, you're trying that trick. He raised his hand. Mana surged. Mind break pulse. A silent shockwave blasted out, shredding the illusion like wet paper. The whispers vanished. The fog retreated for a moment. He saw footprints ahead, unmistakable. Human. Booted. Heavy. Cultists. Arden walked forward. But the fog closed again. This time thicker. Darker. Pulsing like a heartbeat. The barrier fought back. Annoying. Arden placed his hand on the air itself. Mana condensed on his palm, forming a golden symbol. He pressed the symbol into the fog. The fog screamed. Yes, screamed. And then it shattered. Like glass under a hammer. Arden stepped through the broken mist. What awaited him on the other side made his eyes narrow. 5. The Spirit Tree Execution Ritual. A camp. Torches burning dark purple flame. Robes. Hoods. Masks. Symbols of the horned demon. And at the center, a large wooden bowl filled with shimmering golden sap, glowing faintly. Life water. Cultists chanted around it. Their leader raised a knife made of bone. We offer this essence to the Lord of Descent. May the forest die. And may corruption take root. Arden's shadow fell over them. He cracked his knuckles. Sorry to interrupt. The chanting stopped. 10 hooded heads turned toward him. Who are you? The leader asked. Arden smiled. You heard something important. I'm here to fix that. One cultist hissed. Kill him. They rushed him. Arden stepped forward. And the ground beneath his feet cracked. He didn't draw his sword. He didn't activate any visible skill. He simply flicked his wrist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each flick produced a burst of compressed force. Heads snapped sideways. Chests collapsed. Legs shattered. Within 2 seconds, 5 cultists hit the ground. The remaining 5 stared in horror. Arden walked slowly toward the leader. Who corrupted the spirit core? The leader backed up. You are not human. Arden shrugged. Human enough. He grabbed the leader by the collar. Answer. But the cultist laughed. You cannot stop it. The forest is already dying. Arden's hand glowed. He pressed it into the cultist's chest. Silence. The cultist slumped, unconscious. Alive for interrogation later. Arden turned to the ritual bowl. The life water trembled. Dark residue swirled inside like ink. Arden exhaled. You took too much. He placed his hand over the sap. Golden light flowed from his palm. Slowly. Painfully. The sap cleared, purified again. Arden lifted the bowl. I'll return this. 6 returned to the grove. When he stepped back into the grove, the sprites flew to him instantly, circling him like excited fireflies. Hunter. You're back. Mother. He has the life water. Save her. Hurry. Arden approached the ancient tree. The bark was cracked. The veins were dark. The pulse was weak. He poured the purified sap onto the roots. The ground drank it instantly. The tree shuddered. Light spread slowly through the bark. The veins glowed brighter. Leaves rustled with new breath. The sprites cheered, spinning in circles. Mother is waking. He did it. He saved the heart. Arden stepped back, wiping sweat from his brow. Healing a spirit tree wasn't easy, even for him. The tree groaned. Wood creaked. Roots shifted. Then, a serene, echoing voice filled the grove. Child of fate. You have saved me. Arden bowed his head slightly. You were poisoned. I only did what had to be done. The ancient tree's light intensified. Your path is heavy. Your burden, heavier. Yet you walk alone. Arden's eyes lowered. That's how it must be. The tree disagreed. No. Even the strongest roots break alone. Arden said nothing. The tree continued. I grant you my blessing. Not to bind you, but to remind you that even in solitude, the forest stands with you. A gentle glow wrapped around Arden's arms. Warm. Soft. Comforting. Powerful. The sprites cheered again. Arden inhaled slowly. Thank you. The tree's light dimmed peacefully. Go, child. Your journey continues. The shadows move ahead of you. Arden turned and walked deeper into the forest. The deeper Arden ventured into the forest, the more the world felt wrong. The air was still. The leaves were still. Even the sunlight filtering through the canopy felt muted, like someone dimmed the sky with a curtain no one could touch. Every step he took sounded too loud. Every exhale seemed swallowed by something unseen. The forest was alive. But not in the way nature should be. It was watching him. For 3 days, he had walked through this place. Following trails that led nowhere. Circling trees that shouldn't have been in the same place twice. Even time itself felt uncooperative. The sun lingered too long in one position, refusing to set, refusing to rise. It was as if the forest tried to keep him inside. And Arden knew exactly why. Corruption had taken root. Something unnatural was growing. Something bold. Something hungry. Yet nothing had revealed itself. No monster attacks. No birds. Not even insects. It was like everything was hiding from something far worse. Arden stopped at a clearing where the trees bent inward, their branches thinned and curled like skeletal arms. He placed his hand on one trunk. The wood pulsed. Not like a heartbeat. More like breathing. Slow. Uneven. Sick. Arden narrowed his eyes. This isn't normal corruption. This is deliberate. Someone or something was nurturing it. The bark split slightly where his hand touched, leaking a thin stream of violet miasma. Arden stepped back. Show yourself. The forest answered. A low rumble traveled through the ground. Not an earthquake. No, something was moving beneath the earth. Something large. Something heavy. Something bold. The soil cracked. A thick, crooked root burst upward like a spear. Arden dodged lightly. Another root shot out. Then another. The ground tore open in a dozen places as roots, vines, and thorn tendrils erupted into the clearing, whipping and slashing at him. Arden didn't draw a weapon. He merely raised a hand. Mana pulsed between his fingertips, calm and controlled. The roots lunged. And Arden's palm swept through the air. A shockwave rippled outward, slicing each root cleanly. Dead roots fell, twitching weakly before melting into purple sludge. But the forest wasn't finished. A voice slithered from the trees. Not spoken. Not whispered. It didn't even use words. It simply vibrated inside Arden's mind. Hungry. Arden's stance lowered slightly. Now we're getting somewhere. The clearing darkened as something crawled out from beneath the roots. A beast? No, a creature shaped vaguely like a wolf, but twisted beyond recognition. Its body was composed of bark and bone, bound by black tendrils. Its eyes glowed a pale, sickly white. Its jaws opened too wide, splitting its wooden skull. Thorns rattled inside its throat like broken teeth. Arden had seen corruption before, but never anything like this. The creature stepped into the clearing. Every tree trembled. Every root pulled back like a forest bowing to a king. Arden whispered. A corruption-born alpha. The creature lifted its head. Its unnatural voice pulsed again. Hungry, eater, eater of mana. Arden frowned. You're speaking. That means a cultist made you. The creature's body twitched violently. It lowered into a stalking posture. Long, sharp limbs digging into the ground. Then sprinted forward, tearing the earth apart. Its speed rivaled elite monsters. Its weight cracked the stones beneath its paws. Its claws shimmered with black, condensed corruption. Arden did not move. Not until the creature was a breath away. Then, he flicked one finger. A thin, focused strand of mana shot outward. The creature's head whipped aside, nearly snapping off. It howled, a shrill, broken sound. The trees shuddered again. Roots writhed like snakes. Branches creaked and bent. The forest itself attacked. Arden stepped forward. Enough. His foot touched the earth. And mana surged from him in a pure, cleansing wave. The corrupted roots recoiled instantly, hissing like they had been burned. The alpha creature leapt again, this time weaving through the corrupt roots for cover. Arden's eyes sharpened. Adaptive. Good reflexes. High-level corruption. And sentience. This wasn't just a monster. This was the first sign of something worse. Arden inhaled. Mana condensed in the open air around him. He pointed downward with one hand. Cleansing pulse. A ring of pure energy exploded outward from his feet. The creature screamed as its own body began cracking, black veins rupturing, wood splintering from within. But instead of retreating, it threw itself toward Arden with suicidal force. A final attack. A corrupted berserk charge. Arden caught the charging beast with one hand. Just one. Fingers pressed lightly against its forehead. Mana gathered. A faint, golden glow radiated through the entire clearing. Then, crack. The creature's body shattered into dust. Corruption dispersed into the air like black ash. The forest finally exhaled, branches loosening. For the first time since he entered this place, Arden heard a bird chirp. Silence settled afterward. Arden looked at the space where the monster had died. If that thing existed, then someone had been experimenting. Someone had been cultivating corruption at a higher level than he anticipated. And that meant he wasn't alone in this forest. He was being watched. Arden turned toward the deepest part of the woods. There at the edge of his perception, a faint presence fled. Fast. Human. Terrified. Arden's eyes hardened. A cultist. He began walking. Not rushing. Not running. Walking with purpose. Let's see which one of you started this. He stepped deeper into the forest. The trees no longer resisted him. They parted in silence. Somewhere ahead, the real threat was waiting. And Arden was ready to end it. The further Arden ventured into the corrupted forest, the more the world seemed to warp around him. The trees bent unnaturally, their branches drooping like gaunt arms. The mist thickened, glowing faintly with a sickly violet hue. The air itself hummed with tension, too dense, too heavy, like the forest was suffocating under something ancient. He sensed it. Something had shifted. Something new had awakened. But it wasn't a beast. It was intent. A will. Focused. Hungry. Arden crouched behind a fallen log, palm pressed against the ground. His senses traveled beneath the soil, weaving through layers of mana and corruption. The surge was unmistakable. A pulse. Then another. Rhythmic. Chant-like. A ritual. So that's where you're hiding. Arden moved. Silent. Invisible. No presence. A shadow that passed through the corrupted woods without leaving footprints. Minutes later, the trees opened into a clearing unnatural, circular, too perfect to be natural. At its center lay a sinkhole leading down into darkness, with faint purple smoke curling from its depths. Torches surrounded the hole, arranged in a star-shaped pattern. Their flames didn't burn with fire, but with purple-black wisps that hissed when stirred by the wind. Arden narrowed his eyes. A cultist lair. And not a small one. He descended. The tunnel spiraled downward like a throat swallowing him, glowing runes pulsing against the stone walls. With each step, the chants grew clearer, low, guttural, and thread-like, as if whispered by beings without lungs. Soon the tunnel widened. And Arden saw it. A cavern large enough to swallow a cathedral. Cultists in black robes circled a crude stone altar. Corrupted sigils crawled across the floor like living things. And on the altar, a beast. No. What remained of one? A massive wolf-like creature, its flesh cracked open with purple light, its limbs twitching with unnatural vigor as if fighting something inside. Corruption was eating it alive. The lead cultist raised a bone-carved staff and roared. Open the vessel. Break the limits of the beast. Let the corruption ascend. The cavern trembled. The ritual flared. The corrupted beast shrieked a sound so furious and broken that even the cultists staggered. Arden exhaled. This ritual isn't stabilizing the corruption. They're losing control. He stepped forward. Slow. Deliberate. A torch flickered tiny enough to be ignored, yet Arden's shadow spilled across the cavern floor, long and unnatural. A cultist turned. Saw him. Shrieked. An intruder. The leader turned, irritation twisting behind his mask. Kill him. The ritual must not be interrupted. Arden smiled faintly. Sorry. Rituals like this have a bad habit of blowing up. He moved before they could blink. A step. A blur. A whisper of wind. 3 cultists collapsed, throats sliced cleanly, before the others even realized something had happened. The leader snarled. You're not supposed to be here. This forest is sealed. Arden didn't answer. Instead, he extended a hand toward the corrupted altar. Cancel. The corrupted sigils across the stone buckled, cracking like glass, the ritual forcibly destabilized. The cavern shook violently. No, the leader screamed. You fool. The vessel isn't complete. The beast's body convulsed. Blackened bones twisted and bent. Claws elongated, splitting into jagged blades. A dozen eyes opened across its body, each glowing deep violet. The beast roared, and this time the sound shattered several torches instantly. Arden's expression hardened. Your ritual went wrong before I even arrived. The leader stumbled back, mask trembling. And no, it should have been a simple corruption embedding. This is a disaster of your own making. The beast lunged. Not at Arden. At the cultists. Their screams filled the cavern. Claws tore through ropes. Blood sprayed like bursts of ink. Bodies fell too slow, too fragile. The beast was no longer just corrupted. It was feral corruption incarnate. Arden stepped forward. His blade slid half out of its sheath, humming softly. But then, something caught his attention. Behind the altar, in a small indentation in the stone, a sphere pulsing with condensed purple light. A corruption core. So that's the source. You were trying to shape a new type of beast. Arden sighed. I'll take that. The leader shrieked, lunging with a jagged ritual dagger. Stay away from the core. Arden's blade flicked. The leader's mask split in two. His body fell a moment later. The beast turned next. It sensed Arden. It recognized him as a threat. Something beyond its understanding. Something that made its dozens of eyes quiver. Arden stepped forward. You weren't meant to exist. But I'll give you an ending better than this corruption. The beast screamed and charged. Arden disappeared. Reappeared on its back. Good night. A single strike. Soft. Gentle. A whisper against the corrupted flesh. Yet it echoed through the cavern like thunder. The beast froze. Then fell apart, crumbling into dust and light, freed from its agony. Silence followed. The cultists were gone. The ritual was shattered. The cavern now only glowed with faint embers of dying corruption. Arden picked up the corruption core and slipped it into his cloak. 3 more appeared in the forest so far. This is no coincidence. He turned and walked toward the tunnel. Above him, the forest groaned. A new threat was rising. And this lair was only the beginning. Arden's grip tightened around the core. So. Someone wants to escalate the corruption faster than before. His eyes narrowed. Let's see how bold this puppet master really is. With that, he stepped back into the forest darkness, ready for what came next. Arden stood alone among the towering pines, the early morning fog curling around his cloak like slow-moving spirits. The air was colder today, colder than it had any right to be. Something was wrong. The forest felt heavier, as though each root, each branch, each breath was weighed down by a presence that did not belong. He knelt, pressing his palm into the soil. It's getting worse. The corruption he sensed when he first entered this forest had been faint, buried, subtle. Now, it pulsed like a heartbeat under the earth. Like something growing. Like something feeding. The ground vibrated faintly as if the land itself was shivering. Arden stood, dusting off his hands. Time to find the source before it becomes another catastrophe. He walked deeper into the forest, boots silent, movements sharp and instinctive. Birds fled overhead, a flurry of wings escaping from something unseen. Arden followed the direction they flew from, stepping carefully around branches and patches of wilted, blackened flora. Every wilted leaf, every twisted root told a story. A story of a corruption spreading like a disease. A story he intended to end. A forest out of balance. Farther into the woods, the animals acted wrong. A boar staggered out from behind the bushes. Its eyes were glassy. Foam dripped from its mouth. Its skin was cracked, pulsing with black veins like ink injected beneath the flesh. It charged mindlessly. Arden didn't even draw his sword. He simply sidestepped, pressed 2 fingers against the back of its neck, and released a precise burst of energy. The boar collapsed harmlessly at his feet, the corruption inside it shattering like brittle glass. Arden sighed. Even the wildlife is being twisted now. He leaned down, studying the creature's body. The corruption here was different from the demon aura he encountered before. More primal. More chaotic. Less controlled. Not the work of a demon commander. This was something newer. Something that hadn't been present in his previous life. Someone is tampering with nature itself. He stood. And froze. A scream tore through the forest. Human. Female. Close. Arden darted toward it instantly. 2 corrupted guardians of the deep woods. He arrived at a clearing where a young huntress lay cornered by 3 tall, humanoid figures made of bark, vines, and black ichor dripping from their arms. Forest guardians, nature's protectors. Or what they used to be. Now corrupted into twisted monsters. Arden clenched his fists. To turn guardians, This corruption is evolving faster than I expected. The creatures lunged at the huntress. Arden flashed between them in a blur. One breath. One strike. 3 bodies split cleanly, dissolving into black smoke. The huntress blinked shakily. Why you saved me. Arden offered a hand. Can you stand? She nodded weakly, taking it. But her eyes were wide with fear. I saw it, she whispered. The source. I was tracking it, then those things found me. Arden's eyes sharpened. Where? She pointed a trembling hand toward the darker, deeper part of the forest. South, deep south. Past the old stone ruins. There's a pit there. It wasn't there yesterday. It's growing. Like a wound. A pit. A wound. Arden's heart tightened. The cultists. The ritual. The demonic residue. You need to get back to the city, Arden said. Warn the guild. Tell them no one is to enter the deeper forest. The huntress nodded quickly and ran. Arden turned toward the direction she pointed. A wound in the world itself. Hey. He exhaled deeply. Then I'll close it. 3. The heart of the corruption. The deeper Arden descended, the thicker the air became. Fog shifted into a murky black haze. Branches twisted unnaturally, creaking like bones. The ground turned from soil to cracked, pulsating stone. Finally, he reached it. A massive crater split the earth like the maw of a monstrous beast. Inside, a swirling pool of black ooze churned, releasing tendrils of smoke that rose up and spread through the forest like veins. Arden stepped closer. It's not just pollution. It's a conduit. He knelt, touching the edge of the crater. The ground hissed, reacting violently to his mana. Arden narrowed his eyes. This was made recently. And artificially. He sensed a trace of something he'd felt before. The cultists. But mixed within their energy was something stranger, older. An ancient forest spirit. Corrupted to the core. Arden frowned deeply. So the ritual in their lair wasn't just a summoning, they were trying to bind a spirit. And it broke. He rose to his feet. If this corruption spreads any further, the entire forest would turn into a dead zone. Creatures twisted beyond salvation. The land uninhabitable. He couldn't let that happen. Arden drew his sword. I'll purify this place. For a spirit in agony. The ooze in the pit stirred. A massive shape slowly rose from the abyss. A towering deer-like spirit, its body made of wood and shimmering light, now corrupted and twisted. Black veins crawled across its antlers like diseased vines. Its eyes glowed blood red. It let out a roar that shook the trees. Arden stared at it in silence. A spirit guardian. They really forced you into corruption. The beast charged. Arden slid sideways, barely dodging the impact. Cracks spider-webbed across the ground as the creature stomped, each step causing tremors. It swung a massive, vine-wrapped antler. Arden ducked. The antler smashed a boulder behind him. Arden exhaled. Sorry. He dashed forward. The corrupted vine snapped and writhed, forming spikes to impale him. Arden sliced through them effortlessly, closing the distance. He placed a hand on the spirit's massive chest. A soft glow pulsed from his palm. A gentle, ancient whisper. Return to what you were. Light burst from Arden's hand, flooding into the creature. The spirit let out a pained roar, then a softer cry. The corruption sizzled. Cracked. Shattered. Until the spirit collapsed, purified light taking its place as its form dissolved into harmless particles. Arden lowered his hand, breathing slowly. One threat eliminated. But not the root. This corruption isn't natural. It's being controlled by something deep below this pit. He turned toward the swirling black abyss. Well then. He stepped forward. I guess I'll have to go down. 5. The deeper corruption and the truth beneath. Arden climbed carefully down the jagged edges of the crater, boots sinking into the corrupted stone. The smell was sickening, like rotting earth mixed with burning magic. He reached the bottom. A hollow tunnel stretched forward into darkness. From within, he heard whispers. Human. Cultist. Complete the seed. Feed the roots. It will blossom soon. Arden's eyes narrowed. So the cultists had retreated into the earth after the failed ritual. They were hiding beneath the forest, continuing their work. He tightened his grip on his sword. This ends now. He stepped into the black tunnel. The whispers grew louder. The corruption thicker. And the truth of the forest's decay finally in sight. A ritual that had never truly ended. A corruption that was still growing. A threat evolving in the dark. Arden smirked coldly. Let's finish what you started. And with that, he walked deeper, ready to solve the corruption problem at its very roots.